All right, man. It's Friday night, 4th of July. Time for another Skull Bro show. How you doing, my friend?
All right, it seems like Gaza over here. Got a lot of bombs going off and stuff.
Yeah, man. I think everybody's probably got fireworks going off near them right now. It's going to be going on for a good long while.
Oh yeah. I went to a cookout today. My friends cooked.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Did you have a good time?
Yeah. One of my buddies I've been friends with. You know the guy. He comes in here sometimes. Bernie Williams, the guy. I went over there for the day, hung out with him. A bunch of my old buddies and a lot of friends from school and shit popped over and stuff. Had a good
Cool.
time.
Hell yeah, we'll catch up. I had some family over today. We just did like Metagon, did the fucking hamburgers and hot dogs and shit like that.
Yeah, what's up, Beantown?
Yeah, we kept it easy going, man. What's up, Cranky?
Yeah.
What's up, MRH, Maureen, Beantown, Foolish Flock? Good to see you.
What's up, everybody? Cranky, glad you're feeling better. I'll put you in my thing. I'll do the rosary. I'll give you your name to my mother, too.
Hey, what's up, Carol? I saw Jason Stormer was in here earlier. He said that he has a video of him going through his local dispensary that we all might be interested in. So
really?
Anybody wants to check that out, go cruise by Jason's channel and check out his local dispensary and the video he did.
Yeah, I got to check that out. What's up, Co-Train? God bless you, man. What's up, Griggs, Carol? Yeah, I'll go check that out later for sure.
Yeah, sounds cool. Sounds cool.
Oh, Co-Train, you watching the Gunner video? That was hilarious, man.
Foolish Flock, I am listening to Amy Winehouse. I'm kicking the show off tonight with a little Valerie while we say hello to everybody and all that.
Yeah, that video was hilarious. Mobster Chronicles just uploaded the video of the guy Gunner who lied about being related.
I haven't watched it yet. I saw it pop up right as I was kind of getting in here to get my stuff set up, and I have not seen it yet.
It's just so much like Fibby. Like the guy's like, yeah, one time I picked up 1.7 million for the guy. It's like, what? Makes no sense. Like, it's insanity. They watch too many movies. There's pictures through all of his life with like fedoras on and dressing looking like a total jerk off.
What a long-term con, and what a weird way to live your life, being like having to keep that lie up, and like what kind of, I guess you get some kind of weird intrinsic value from people thinking you're related to people that aren't even around you, that you've never met. Yeah, it's weird, dude.
It's crazy.
What a long-term lie to yourself and other people. Why live your life fugazi like that? That's weird.
You don't like you don't like who you are. You don't like yourself.
Exactly.
That's the only reason people would lie. It's like if I said Steve McQueen was my uncle and I'm from the McQueen family or something. Like, no, you're not. Why are you going to say you're Steve McQueen's nephew? Fucking weird.
Yeah, like you trying to get treated differently by people, or like you just think that it makes you better than. I mean, to your point again, and the point we've both made before, which you don't like yourself. Say, okay, well, where's the value in being related to these people, bro? Like, where's the giant benefit of this in your life? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't like yourself, okay, fine, but pretend to be a fireman or something. You know what I mean? Like, or go be a fireman, or like, pretend to be, I don't know, man, related to somebody that like might garner you some actual.
Well, they do.
Listen,
these his fake mafia uncles do garner him like some shit in these like little hump worlds, right?
Well, right, but it's so minor. Yes, I agree with you. You are right.
Even though it's minor, it's something. In his mind, people see him as a gangster and all this stuff. That means a lot to him.
I mean, but that's weird too, for somebody to think that you're a gangster because you're related to somebody that has a certain reputation, right? Like, why would that make this person a gangster or in a certain way?
But in their mind, it makes them feel like somebody, and people look at them different. I don't know, man. It's weird. It's hard to grasp.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's a thing. We know it's a thing that happens. We're just trying to figure out the root of like why you would do that, right? Like, we know it's a thing, but again, I still stick by my point, not to defer or take anything away from yours, because you're right. Although minor, to them it's something, but I still say, man, don't rob the Circle K. It's right. Go where the money is. Like, fucking reach for that ring, bro. Like, if you're gonna be a weirdo and live your life fugazi and lie, man, you need to pick like a higher target that's gonna get you some benefits. I mean, that's just
Brett
weird.
Favre's nephew, Johnny Unitas. I don't know.
Fuck,
Even
I
that
don't
would be
know.
pathetic.
Pick something.
Just be who you are. But some people can't. It's a con. They use it as a con, and it's just very weird. But funny. It's funny when they get caught in those lies, right?
Yeah.
Like that was just hilarious.
Yeah. What's up, Montauk? What's up, Ian?
What's up, Ian? RatTrapCity. Happy 4th, everybody. 1776.
Indeed.
13 clocks strike at one time.
Yeah. God bless America. No place else.
Amen. God bless USA.
The gunner's dream is to find a gullible movie producer. Yeah, I mean, right. So I don't fuck these people.
Well, not anymore. He can't do that
people.
no more. Not after that guy's channel fucking decapitated his story. They decapitated the story, so that ship sailed.
Right.
And it's not believable too, right? There's it's just none of it's believable. The stories, like this guy plays like his clips of him, like all these wild stories, and it's just none of it's believable. Happy 4th, Tim.
None of them are to reasonable people, right? And they forget that there's like the interweb. This is not 1970 where you can just be like, yeah, my name's Tom, and you can't look it up, and you can't do facial recognition. Right? Like, you can't look up my record or find out who I am. Like, come on.
Exactly.
They have those genealogies for all of those people, man, and you are not going to fucking be on it.
He was hoping that nobody checked into him, but people did eventually.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's obviously, that was definitely.
It wasn't even like he knew the guy at all. I didn't know none of them. It was just all straight up fairy tale. Weird shit. Just be yourself, man. People can see through if you don't try to be yourself, anyways.
You hear that, Fibby? You hear that, Fibby? You hear how pathetic it sounds, man? Yeah. Same thing goes for you out there, Fibby.
Yeah, that dude thought it was mine.
We know you're laying your head down on that gay man's nightgown right now, listening to the
getting
show.
His head patted.
Yeah, just getting his head pat. Yeah. He just got done. The old gay guy just got out of the shower. Fibby just got done brushing his hair.
P.S. still has a little paint on his fingers.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Fibby licks the paint off.
Yeah.
That's like Beirut.
Yeah, but that's how pathetic it sounds, Fibby, when you pretend to be something that you're not.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. Like I said, if you get lonely people, well, they can come on here and be anything they want, right? Let's say if your name's Joe Schmo in the chat, you can tell someone you're an astronaut, or you're a foreman, or your dad was an astronaut or something. You got to take someone at their word for it at first, right? Like,
yeah.
So it gives them an identity, I guess. It's weird.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you know that I'm related to Joe Namath.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I know. I just found out today.
I bet you're a fucking amazing football player.
I was.
Really
they screwed me
friend.
over though. They were prejudiced against me because Joe Namath was my uncle and wouldn't let me play ball in school.
But I bet you can still throw the ball really far because that's who you're related to.
I can throw it 200 yards with my left hand, my right hand 400.
Instantaneously makes me want to be your friend.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to follow you and give you likes now.
Yes, I'm feeling special by the moment. Now, oh my God, I'm so special right now.
Right. I can feel my head getting bigger. It's
alive. It's crazy, man. It's funny when those kind of like characters that come out and make all these stories up get called out for it, though. It is. I think it's hilarious.
Oh, that's good. William Wallace says, "What's worse? What's worse film? Fibby's gangster shit or Gotti with Travolta?"
What do you mean Fibby's gangster shit?
Like just the way he pretends to be.
Fibby's more funny. I'd rather the cringe and I'd rather watch the Fibby cringe. Yes.
Yeah.
I'd rather watch Fibby cringe and go crazy.
Yeah, Travolta was absolutely fucking horrific, and he was another really weird one that wanted to put the cologne on and wear the clothes and stuff.
He might be a method actor or something. I'm not sure, but I didn't like that movie at all. But he might be one of them method actors who do things like what's that other guy who they stay in character and all that
Oh
stuff.
no, for sure, I understand that, but no, he was weird. He wanted to like lay in the bed and put the clothes on and wear the. I don't know. That just struck me as super fucking over the top strange.
Yeah, those actors have a weird rituals like that. I've seen in a few different movies about people where they would go to the house and like live at the house, sleep in the beds, and eat like food. All different kind of actors would do that. It like helps them, I don't know, in their minds become a character or something.
Well, congratulations, you let Travolta rub his gay all over your stuff.
Yeah, call boys. Urban call
Forever
boys.
unclean. Yeah, I'm afraid of what Travolta's fucking process is before he goes on stage. I'm sure it involves like a twink and an aerobic session.
Yeah, aerobics. Yeah, he's a weird cat. I told you my mother used to like that show, movie with him, Urban Cowboy. And I remember one of my uncles saying he's a Fanuc, right? My mother's like, no, he's not. He's got a beautiful wife. Like, he's a Fanuc.
Yeah, and you're like, and?
Yeah,
and
R.I.P.
She enjoys money very much.
Yeah. Oh, the guy Michael Madsen passed away. R.I.P. to him. He was a good actor.
I saw that today.
Yeah, he was a good actor. I just seen it now. He's a good actor. Case Flock is joking. Oh,
I enjoyed that. William Wallace talking about the show The Blacklist. Did you ever watch that?
My brother-in-law loved that show.
I watched the whole thing just from this last year on Netflix. It was really good. I enjoyed it.
I watched a few episodes and it wasn't bad. It was about like this dude was like a rogue CIA agent or something.
Bro, it got so twisted and messed up, and like there is part of it that I really don't like. We might have discussed this once before. I'm not sure. It might have been I had this conversation with somebody else, but yeah, it's way too hard to explain quickly. But there was a part of the show that they wrote into, like, they basically like wrote this trans thing into the show for absolutely no reason whatsoever. It was totally and completely ridiculous. Like, as far as the writing in this show went, it was ridiculous and unbelievable. It was literally forced into the show. That's the one and only complaint I have about that series. And I mean, and usually with a lot of those series, like a lot of people, I'll complain about like the way they choose to end it. You know what I mean? I don't have that complaint with this. I think they ended it really well. So it was a good show. Yeah,
my brother-in-law loved it. He used to watch it all the time.
Yeah, it's good. I recommend it. Yeah, it's something you can binge on at least every once in a while. Yeah. I finished up the Squid Games, and I will wait until you have seen it, and then we will discuss. But I finished it up.
Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to see it though. I got to try to catch it.
Yeah, you'll get a season. Do what?
Did they show the whole season?
Yeah, they put it all up. There was 6 episodes left in the back half of that 3rd season. Yeah, they put them up. I just finished watching them yesterday.
Well, all right. Yeah, I gotta check it out.
Yeah, we'll discuss when you get a chance. Yep.
There's nonstop bombing going over here.
Yeah, but it was good.
You hear these fireworks still?
Oh, I can hear them here. Yeah. I'm not sure, like if I'm hearing them from there or not, because they're around me too.
Yeah, the whole sky is lit up like the 4th of July. Ron Kovic! Where's Ron Kovic? Born on the 4th of July. That was a good movie. Remember when he's yelling at the parents, Mom! He's screaming, the whole neighborhood's listening.
What movie is it?
Born on the 4th of July.
I don't think I've seen it.
Actually, a decent movie with Tom Cruise. He plays this Vietnam veteran named Ron Kovic who goes over in Nam and he gets paralyzed and shit, and he comes back and becomes like an activist and goes to Mexico with other veterans, like crippled veterans, lives down there, then comes back and becomes an activist and shit. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Right on.
He shit up when he.
Oh, yeah. So Foolish Flonk says, the new season dropped. Yes, it did. Go watch it immediately. Bears and Cigars says, I didn't even finish 2nd season. I wasn't as into it as the first. Fair enough. I mean, it
wasn't as good as the first.
The 2nd season. Yeah, no, and I was going to say, I totally understand, especially the way like it starts and like it's very informational and the guy's like searching. I totally get it. But if you stick with it, it gets right back to being very exciting.
Yeah, I like I enjoyed both seasons. Obviously, the first one really took
really
me
good.
off my seat. The first one.
Yeah, the first season is amazing, and so is the third season. It's very, very,
And
very
when I first
good.
started watching, I'm like, okay, when does this thing come? And I'm getting really tired. There's some dude like talking about how he gambles and pizza. He wants a pizza from his mom, and then he runs into that guy, and then it fucking game on. That shit was happening.
Oh yeah, literally, bro. Great pun, even like game on, dude. The real game on.
I had me on the
buddy.
edge of my seat the rest of the fucking series.
Yeah, William Wallace. We're talking about Squid Games. It's a Korean show, but it's dubbed in English. It's very, very intense, man. Yeah, like I was the same way. I agree with MRE, man. That first season, once it started kicking off, and like I got an understanding of what was going on, and I saw that first game, I was fucking stuck, and I was literally like on my seat, bro. Just holy shit,
green light,
holy shit, every
1, 2, 3,
episode.
green light, a red light, whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah, and if you're fucking ubots like I am, and I bet MRE was doing the same thing, I was like screaming at the people on the screen, like telling them what to do and what I would do and shit.
I was just there, just like, holy shit. Like, I was, wow.
Yeah.
And I think
I'm crazy then. I was like, kill him. I'm like, fucking kill that prick, kill that bastard. They gotta go. I'm literally yelling out like there can only be one.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
Mobster Chronicles. We just talked about your video.
I mean, you're there, right? I mean, it's like you're not getting out. You're gonna have to play the game, dude. And that's where I was at watching the show. Of course, playing, like the quarterback from the safe couch. But even still, I'm like,
yeah, I was like that when it was they were on that bridge.
Oh wow, yeah, bro. Yeah, especially when people would freeze and just stop, and it's like, no, we're on it, bro. You're gonna have you're going.
From
you gotta go
and shit.
Yep.
That was fucking crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, that bridge was intense, especially when it fucking exploded. That was crazy.
Yeah, I also like the tug of war.
Yeah, that was good too. Yeah,
that was cool.
And they were stories off the ground. That was not a fucking game, bro. I mean, not a joke, I guess. It was a game. Yeah, there's like, that was not a joke, bro. There was no like, oh, you might break your leg. It's like, nope, you're dead. You're fucking dead. You fall off from that high up and it's like concrete down there. Yeah, you're fucking dead.
That was really high too. That was like a couple 100 feet off the ground, man. Very high. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, it's stories off the ground. There's no chance you're going to survive it. You're just going to be a stain. You're just getting splattered. Yep. What's up, Ruben? Yeah. Mobster Chronicles, good video. That was funny as hell. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, Mobcron. I saw that it was up, but it was right as I was signing in, so I'll check it out. Like bro. Fairy thing up from like the 40s. It's fucking hilarious, and it takes you into like him talking about picking up he says he picked up $1 million off some guy. It's all bullshit. Like, why would you pick up $1 million? Like, what? And then. Oh, I got right. The fucking poser is acting like he made a pickup. I got you. I'm casino, and then he's yelling at the mob guys. His uncle's saying he'll rob anybody, rip anybody off. I'm not a mobster. Well, then what are you doing with your uncles and shit? If that's your story, right? Like, I don't get it. He's just a fucking liar. Sick her. Yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. None of it does. Not like that. If you were raised by those kind of guys, you wouldn't be having our thing and all those cringy mob things up. Or on here talking about it in the first place. Exactly. Fucking goof. Like, not a fucking chance. Not a chance. And he's saying he threatened his uncles and say he would rip anybody off he wants. It's like, shut the fuck up. You sick pup. Yeah. Yeah, that's weird, bro. I can hear that going off, right? Oh, I can hear that. Sure, yeah, it sounds like fucking popcorn. We're in the heart of Providence right here. The fucking shit is blazing off. The whole sky's lit up. Yeah, it sounds like popcorn being made. The whole sky's lit up, man. My dog's not too happy, but yeah, he's doing better than he used to do. Last year, when he was younger, he used to get nervous more with it. But he's cool with it now. Yeah, it's going to be going on for another couple hours for sure. It'll go on all night. Yeah, people start getting the more drunk they get, the more. My neighbors, my Puerto Rican neighbors, and they're like, "Hey, Nico, come over." come over later for some beers and stuff. But I'm not a drinker, right? So I went, but I came back. I went over there and said hi to everybody. But I came home. They all wanted me to stay. His cousin trying to give me tequila and shit and all these fucking booze. I'm like, no, I gotta get home, man. They said come back later. I'm not a drinker though.
Yeah. I've always said though, I mean that's the one alcohol that I don't really have to mix if I get pressed into drinking because it doesn't taste like fermented like the other alcohols. Because that's the thing I hate. I've always said I don't have a moral thing against liquor, and I have nothing that's like holier than thou or anything like that. Yeah, exactly. It's the taste. I fucking and I always have. I despise the taste of that fermented shit in alcohol. I fucking hate it. But tequila doesn't really have that taste. So I can mix that with, like soda or juice or something, and I'm fine if I care to have a drink. But that's usually once a year.
Yeah, when I drink, I only drink wine anyways.
Right. And I just drink on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I'll drink if there's an occasion, right? If I'm out at the restaurants and a bunch of my friends there, the music are playing, or I'm out with a girl or something, but once in a while do I drink.
Yeah. Most of the times I've drank was when I was traveling a lot and I'd get peer pressured by all the fucking assholes.
Yeah,
around me.
Come
on, bro. Come on, bro.
Punching me in the head, twist like sticky.
And my brother too would get in on it, and then I'm just like fine. Usually, once my brother was like, "Come on, dude, come on, fucking come on," I'd be like, "All right, God, fine, God damn it." And then it would start with the bullshit. Cause see, then once I'd order a drink, because I hate alcohol, I've always told people I will mix that shit. I'll be like, dude, douse that motherfucker in like the strongest tasting, like whatever you have, like lemon iced tea. Or fucking 3 different kinds of juice, and then of course everybody around me is like, "Oh, that's a fucking girl drink." I'm like, "Yeah, I'll punch you in your fucking face, bro."
What's up, Brooklyn?
Fuzz Squad. Like, you got me drinking now. Don't talk shit, because I will slap you.
Fuzz Squad, William. Fuzz Squad. That's what it was called. The Fibbies movie with the shaking that booty, shake that booty. The 70s movie, Fuzz Squad.
Oh, Mickey says I drank mezcal tequila with the worm still in it. Right on, man.
That's what Ron Kovic did in Born on the 4th of July. He was drinking tequila in Mexico, motherfucker. Yep. Shit.
There you go.
In Mexico, he was fucking down, and then he's like, "Drink the worm." There's a lot of American vets in Vietnam. After coming home, a lot of them went to Mexico and lived down there. Right, lived in Mexico. Especially the handicapped guys, right? The poor bastards who got crippled and shit, right? And they would live down there and, live it up. It was cheaper to live. They didn't get no shit from like back home. Because the Vietnam guys, when they came home, they got spit on, bro. They were treated like shit.
Oh, yeah, no, I know. Yeah.
Spit on. Like, even vets didn't even want to tell people they were Vietnam vets. Like, they were embarrassed.
Right.
It's like, it's not your fault, man. They fucking made you go over there. Right? Most people are fucking drafted. The other ones just think they're fighting for their country, trying to get communism out of fucking Asia. And when it really wasn't about that. It was all about fucking money and fucking war.
Oh, man. Fucking Foolish Flock going to old school. She said, Foolish Flock says, I only drink Coors Light and Fireball. Holy shit.
My friend used to do the Fireballs. It would drop like...
That stuff.
He would light it on fire and drop it in a beer. It was what was it, whiskey or I don't know.
Well, yeah, and they have. I don't know. Maybe she's okay. So maybe it's a drink that Foolish Vlog was talking about. I was thinking that it was that hot cinnamon stuff that they sell.
It could be that Fireball. He's talking about, or it could be. They used to get like a little shot glass of something.
Right, I know exactly what you're talking about. They set the alcohol.
Yeah, light on fire and drop it in a beer, and they would chug it. I never did it.
Right. Is that a Boilermaker?
What the fuck it's called. I think it's called a hot boil.
Okay, yeah. See, I don't know either. I've just heard these names, and I know on TV I've seen them put the shots in beer before. Right.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. I'm not good with the names of the liquor.
Well, if anybody in here knows their drinks, share with the class. And Foolish Flock, tell us what you were referring to, right? If you said Fireball for the cinnamon stuff, or if you're talking about the drink you light on fire. Oh, Foolish Flock says it's cinnamon whiskey. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Gotcha. Well, I didn't know that it was whiskey. I thought it was like a strong cinnamon, like liqueur kind of a thing, but I guess it's whiskey.
Well, the resident
All right.
alcoholics, please stand up. Please.
Yeah, William Wallace says, love fireballs. All right, right on, man. Mickey Grigg says Coors Light is my choice of beer also. All right, there you go. Right on. I can't drink beer. That's that's where I draw the line. I will not drink it. It's fucking
like I said, if I'm out somewhere, I will drink it to get a buzz, right? I'll drink anything just if I'm out. Like I said, the music's playing, there's girls, everybody's having a good time. I'll drink anything.
Yeah, sure. I can't drink beer. I will fucking puke. Yeah, if there's liquor and I'm with you, bro, and I get peer pressured or I just feel like, all right, cool, I'm vibing with everybody or whatever, I'll have a drink with them. I'll have like liquor and mix it with something, but I have to draw the line at beer.
Hey, William said, oh my God, the Chris Colombo whiny Bill shit gets worse. Yeah, I know. There was a few videos you put up. I'm going to be covering that in the short future. Yeah, that's cringy. Yeah, I don't know that guy Chris or nothing, but it's like, come on, man. How are you going to sit there and say you don't like these people? But help this guy, help his channel.
Well, yeah, and KD told us the other night, I think it was Wednesday, that he was doing shows with Franchise and other rants and stuff too.
Well, then how can he say, I don't like these people, but I'm going to promote their stuff and work with them? Okay, idiots, man.
Yeah. Everybody's naming the drinks, and there's Burnley. I love fireballs. Vera Moretti drinking electric lemonade. Bears and Cigars says. The only thing like that I actually didn't mind, I had this weird drink. It was called a Key West root beer, and it was Jägermeister, like root beer liqueur, and then I don't know what the other ingredient was. I just remember those two at the bar when they were putting them in there. But it tasted just like fucking A&W root beer. Yeah, and I can't say anything else about it. And I love
like A&W root beer myself.
Yeah, so when I drank that, I was looking at the bartender like, you motherfucker. You know what I mean? I was like, wow. Because I told him the whole spiel. I was like, no, I don't drink. I hate alcohol. He's like, I've got something for you, bro. Just trust me. He's like, it does not taste like. And I tasted it and I drank it. And I was like, all right, I'll have another one, bro. He's like, my man.
I remember one of my alcoholic cousins one night on New Year's Eve had nothing else to drink. He pulled out my aunt's and my grandmother's old fucking cream de menthe, all fucking green.
Oh, wow. That stuff's like cement,
he chugged
dude.
That whole bitch.
Yeah, that's really thick. I know exactly. That stuff's
he
like
looked
fucking
like he
cement,
kissed Slimer, like he kissed the green thing.
Wow, I bet. Yeah, just that light green pistachio ice cream color. Yeah.
He was drinking that in Frangelica, like with no coffee.
Oh,
and I like Frangelica with coffee. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but drinking it straight and then on top of fucking cream
and it was
like
old,
that.
Like this shit was in my grandmother's cupboard for like 10 years. He just pulled it out and fucking plays ahead of that. Can I drink that?
That's hardcore. I mean, I'll put it this way. I'll say that's dedication.
Well, he was, like I said, this is the one who was murdered, that I believe was murdered in the fire. Yeah. He was a severe alcoholic, and he was out of his mind.
Well, that's why I said I'll be polite and I'll just call it dedication.
Well, let's be honest. Severe alcoholism, God rest his soul. He was bad shit.
Mob Rat Hunter says Long Island iced tea. Doesn't that have like 7 different liquors in it?
I've had one of them.
I can't say that I have. I have to be honest, but I've heard of it, and that's why I'm saying, isn't that made though with like 7 or 8 different, like a whole bunch of different liquors?
A bunch of different things. I don't know what they are, but I do like them. At my friend's wedding, about 7 months ago, 8 months ago, I was drinking a couple of them at the wedding. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's in them, but it was pretty good.
Right on.
Yeah, I pounded a couple of them. James, what's up, man? Happy 4th, you English.
The one that I would fucking cringe at, I had a buddy.
Get the red coat out of here, James.
It was super into fucking Bloody Marys, man. And it used to make me gag when I just watched
I don't like them.
Yeah. Well, because fucking vodka is horrific.
Yeah, I don't like
vodka, to me. And tomato juice with all that pepper and like and I saw him order them in so many different places. I've seen him get them with like big, like a rib, like literally like a barbecue rib sticking out of it, or like a big, like a chicken wing, and like because these people are weird the way they have like a little. But he would drink all manner of these Bloody Marys, and it would make me gag.
Yeah, I can't drink that shit, man. No, hell no.
Me either, dude. That shit is foul as fuck, man. As far as I'm concerned, but I mean, to each their own. But yeah, I mean, he loved them, but I couldn't ever
Yeah,
imagine.
I was at, like I said, I was at my friend's party. They were all drinking, and my friend gave me heads up that like some ex girlfriend of mine was coming there from like somewhat years ago. I was like, all right, I'm out of here before they come. I don't want to see this motherfucker. That's for sure. And I was
Right.
planning on leaving anyways, but he gave me the heads up. I'm like, I'm out of here now. I'm not running into this wacko.
No doubt. The Bear says he likes a Bloody Mary. Right on, man. Burnley till I die. I think
Yeah, I
likes
don't
him
like the
too.
vodka.
And JS says he was a bartender for a long time, and he said, "Yeah, Long Island iced tea is like 5 drinks in one." That's what
Yeah,
I
I
thought,
remember them
bro.
putting
That's
what's
what I
up,
thought.
Sassino? What's up, the voice? I remember them putting a lot of different things in it at the wedding. So yeah, but it was good. I gotta say that.
Yeah, right on, dude. I'll keep that in mind. You know, I
But
just
it'll be a
remember
good
somebody
drink for
telling me it
somebody
was
like
made
me
out
or
of like
you who
multiple
don't have
alcohol.
alcohol stomachs, right? Like we don't really like that. It would be something that you could deal with. You would like, because me, I'm the same way.
Right on.
Like I'm not a big alcohol drinker at all. I don't like the taste, shit like that. But that's something like you could hack and get a nice buzz off of it.
Right on.
I
Yeah, I'll
was
keep that in the
pounding
back
them,
of my
right? I
brain.
was at the wedding. I look outside.
You got sauce,
Yeah, I
huh?
did. I look outside the window, and my little cousin, he's 8 years old. He's lighting matches and shit. I got the short on my chin.
I saw
He was like
that
lighting
video.
matches
You know,
and
I
shit
saw that.
outside. I'm like, where the fuck did you get the matches? He said, come out here, cuz, let's burn shit. Like 8 years old and stuff. Yeah,
Little
total
firebug.
fire maniac. I warned my cousin, his mother. I'm like, dude, you better hope he doesn't get a hold of these matches at home because he likes fire a little too much.
Yeah, lock up things that are flammable.
Yeah, I told him, I was
Keep
like, I
them
don't
on
know if
the
you
top
know, but it
shelf.
runs in the family. Cousin John burned down half of Federal Street in 1990. So, yeah, you better make sure he's not going to be burned down abandoned houses. My cousin's burned down.
Yeah, JS says those Long Islands are smooth and tasty. So JS agrees with you. He says those Long Islands are smooth and tasty. All right, I'll keep that in mind.
If you're gonna pick some kind of hard drink, right? I would go with that. There was something else I had too.
I tend to drink. When I do drink out and about, and even on New Year's Eve, the drink I make myself that I enjoy is Scotch and lemon iced tea, sweet lemon iced tea. And I've just put the Scotch in that, and I really like that drink. You can't barely taste the alcohol.
He loved it. Scotch, man. Rudolph used to drink Scotch, and he would get fucking mean off that shit, boy. Anytime.
Yeah, that's what I like to mix with stuff because it doesn't have that holy shit like chest warming and like throat burning like straight up whiskey, and it doesn't have as intense of a flavor Scotch. So I mix that with sweet iced tea or sweet lemon iced tea.
He used to just drink it straight,
drink right
and
there,
he
man.
loved it. But when he drank that shit, he got mean, boy. He wanted to fight people. Yeah,
right. Well, I've told you before. That's what we used to say about my brother and why he wasn't allowed to drink anymore. Like not until his 20s would I really let him drink anymore around. And because he started early too. And we had a thing we would say that he's allergic to alcohol because he breaks out in felonies. The guy, my brother, bro, when we were growing up, say like 18, 19, and he really liked rum. He would drink Captain Morgan. And people would just fucking glance at him or look at him, and he'd bump me and be like, yo, fuck that motherfucker. You see that motherfucker right there? I'd be like, what, who? And the person's not even looking at him anymore. And he'd be like, yeah, that dude's fucking fuck this guy. I'm gonna go over there and see what's up. No. He's just wild.
Would make you want to fight.
Bro,
yeah,
wild.
I've met a few people who used to drink that stuff.
And and my brother's just, I mean, you should probably know what you're doing if you get into a scrap with him, is all I'm saying. So we would have to try and keep him restrained. He would fuck.
Yeah, there's those certain family members and friends, you can't take certain places if there's people you don't know and they get drunk, they're gonna fight with somebody.
Yeah, man.
I had cousins like that, man, where if we ever went out to drink, it'd be places where everybody knew each other, because if you go somewhere and they don't know somebody, they're gonna start a fight with them or something. And you want to avoid that at every cost.
Yeah. But like I said, he simmered down by the time we were in like our mid 20s. You know what I mean? He had simmered down a lot. He could just have a good time, have a drink, and have a good. But there was a few years there where I was like on his ass about that. I'd be like, no, You cannot drink here. No, here, smoke this joint. Nope. Putting my foot down. Yeah, and we have a good back and forth like that because I'm a wild motherfucker too, and I'll put him in embarrassing situations every once in a while if somebody's like breaks bad. But I'm more reasonable. You have to like literally like, as far as I'm concerned, like within the rules of humans and men, like literally break a rule in front of me and disrespect me, right? If you do that, and I've never claimed to be the tough guy. I'm not saying that. I could be the dude that gets beat up, but if that happens, we're about to find out if I get beat up or not. You get what I'm saying? Like we're about to find out, and that's the kind of shit where my brother gets so embarrassed, bro, because I'll slap somebody's books out of their hand in a grocery store.
Have you ever seen people get so drunk where they just pass out and like you got to like carry them home and put them in?
Oh yeah. Oh bro, I had a buddy that was a really bad drinker, and when we were in our 20s and like the time like 21, 22, 23, like the time of like a lot of really good house parties. This dude would go to the bathroom. It happened twice that I remember. He went in the bathroom to piss and came out with his dick still hanging out of his pants.
And smashed. Don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, and everybody's freaking out, and like luckily everybody knew everybody for absolutely ever, so the women are just laughing at him. Nobody thought he was a weirdo, but we were like, bro, no.
I knew a kid that used to go places and pass out, and you couldn't find him. Like if you're going down like Thayer Street and it's all the college Halloween parties that we used to crash, we would lose him in there because he'd get drunk and pass out on some couch in some frat house, and we'd lose him. And we hear about, and then the next day, what's up, Kim? And then the next day, we'd hear from my son. He's like, "You guys left me." It's like you disappeared. We couldn't find you. He's like, "I was sleeping in the basement."
Yeah, that only happened to me once, and everybody begged us not. We all went out to a club one night together, me and two other guys that had been friends for absolutely ever. But all three of us had the same kind of personality, and I really mean this. I'm on everything. When the three of us told our other friends, and even matter of fact, my mom, my brother, and the girl that I was with at the time. This is before my wife even, we were all like, we're going to go out to a club. And they were all like, no, you guys aren't going anywhere together like that. Right. People were literally begging the three of us not to go out together. They were like, you're guaranteed to get in trouble. And when we were walking into the front of this club, we were finally like just old enough to get into clubs and stuff. When we walked in this club, we were all like, okay, man, everybody stay together. Everything will be cool if we stay together. Literally, as soon as we made it past security, I looked to my left and my right, and both my friends were gone. The next time I saw one of my friends was fighting on the upstairs deck, screaming out for me and my other buddy to come and find him. And my other buddy, when we found him, was literally fighting security, getting thrown out of the club. The whole night was a mess, bro. Yeah, those were those kind of guys, like that you just couldn't take places. They would disappear or like you're saying pass out in some weird random place, or you would find them getting drugged off by the cops,
see them getting arrested outside. It's like, hey, call my mom or my wife.
Fucking news and all that stuff. Yeah, that's happened for sure. Come outside of clubs looking for friends, and they've literally called. There's like literally an ambulance and a fire truck, and the news is showing up, and your friend's like got his shirt off, blood on his face, screaming.
That's why we were younger, like a lot of people didn't want to invite up like my neighborhood to parties and shit because they knew like half of our friends were going to act stupid and crazy. So, but we still
we were fucking Ubats, man.
Crash the party. So.
Yeah, we've talked about this before. Yeah, we both come from the same kind of wild ass crazy people.
That generation of
just wild friends. For sure. No, that's a very, very valid point. That is absolutely something that was 100% part of our generation, that wild fucking rage against the machine.
Yeah, go to parties, crash parties and stuff. But we were usually cool with everybody.
Oh, yeah. Pre-social media and pre-fucking phones with cameras and all that stuff.
I remember people used to try to hide parties from our neighborhood, right? And someone would always come down and dime them out, right? Always someone on dime them out. Yeah. We go there like 4 or 5 cars deep and hang out and like, shit, man, they're here. Like I said, because we always had somebody who would get drunk and pass out or start a fight with somebody and have to break it up. Like, no, he's a good person. Why are you fighting with him? You know, stupid shit like that. Kid shit that everybody goes through. Yeah. Well, early.
Oh yeah. Yeah, when we got older, then it was like, okay, everybody parks their cars long ways along the street in front of the yards, and everybody stand behind the cars in case there's a drive-by and shit. And you're like, fuck.
Phoebe comes
Fuck.
by spraying zit pus on everybody.
Throwing out fucking gay porno flyers and putting them under people's windshields.
On the back of it, you remember how the Cabbage Patch Kids had Xavier Roberts on the back of their ass? He's got Johnny A-Light on the back of his ass.
Oh, that's just a remembrance piece of when he got bottomed out.
What a stick puppy.
The commemoration.
Yeah, it shows them in the hot tub together. The commemoration.
Yeah, both of them have one hand under the water. Fucking zesty little bastards.
He's got a quotation up top. Did a worm go in my butt? No, that's his finger. That's Johnny's fucking finger. Fucking sick bastard. So what's up with all you Brits in the chat and Canadians? I hope you're having an envious happy 4th. I know the redcoats ain't too happy. Like, you motherfuckers should be our colony. Be a colony of ours.
It should be I who is there sitting drinking tea.
Shout out to the redcoats.
Yeah, no, the engines through your tea.
Yeah. Boston Tea Party, man. Well, they weren't Indians. They were colonists.
No, I know they weren't, but
they were,
just throwing that in there.
Indians. Well, and see, they did that in Boston. In Rhode Island, we burnt the ship. We didn't throw the tea in the thing. We just lit the whole ship on fire. Over in Providence. Yeah. Revolution, 17th.
That shit works too, man. Fire cleanses everything. It sends a good message too.
Yeah, burning down the house. Remember that song? That other song. My house is in the middle of the street. I hated that song. My cousin used to sing that
because it's stupid.
I had a girl cousin that would always be singing that in the yard, and she'll like, "Why do you love this song?" She's like, "It's a house in the middle of the street." I'm like, what? Like, wait, that's your whole reason for liking this song? She's like, "Well, no, I like it, but it's a house in the middle of the street." I never got it. Like, why ain't there a car going through your fucking house, right? You're going to get up to go get some orange juice. There's going to be a fucking Ford Explorer.
Well, yeah, that's pretty literal. I totally envision what you're talking about right now, but I think it's just like in the middle of the middle of the row of houses, probably. But you never know. You never know. It could be literal. It could be literal.
That's what she was saying. It was in the middle of the fucking street.
Maybe you are homeless, and that is the middle of the street is your home.
My tent is in the middle of the street. That wouldn't be safe, though, if your tent was in the middle of the street. That's very not safe.
No, absolutely not.
Not safe 100%.
It's a shame pizza never put his tent in the middle of the street.
Man. Someone.
He wouldn't have felt it. He'd have been all doped out.
He'd been like Fire Marshal Bill, all fucked up. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, man. Way fucked up.
We got the homeless dudes over here that live in the woods, man. Like little camps and shit. A lot of the flies.
Yeah. Yeah, they got a lot of that around the whole country anymore.
A lot of the drunk guys.
It's a problem. Yeah.
Well, if we didn't give all these other countries all this money, maybe we could help them people.
If we were gonna continue to you got my point right there. You took away my very opening line if we were to dive into that conversation, which is, a lot of that money we gave away, and maybe if we stopped doing that, then we could use it to,
build some little like homes or something like.
Well, and like we always say, we're reasonable human beings. It's why Skullbro's for president. Like, if there's a high percentage of people that are always they are mentally unstable. They're not going to be well. They're not going to you're not going to be able to put them in a center and like rehabilitate them and give them a job and a place to live, because they're never going to be able to deal with society for whatever reason. And in that case, that money has to go towards building places where those people can be in long term. One of the wings of that building needs to be for straight up, real crazy people. You know, it should be tiered out. They should be places for people that, you know, have like, even if it's just like the most extreme depression that they just cannot deal for whatever reason. And it's proven because they just live in a tent, right? And have given up and they're not going to continue. You put them on one side of the hospital and then the other wing can be a straight up asylum.
Yeah, because there's so many of these people.
You know,
I heard in New York there was like some crazy dude trying to push people in front of the fucking subways and shit.
Dude, it happens every week. Every week in New York, there are people that are trying to force people in front of subway trains. It's bad, dude. Or getting assaulted or stabbed or robbed, or people die on there and someone fucks their dead body and robs their pockets.
It's
absolutely insane. But well, dude, they dump them down there in the subway system. That's the problem. This has been a problem for a long time with New York, is that's why there's cities of these people that just live on the trains and down in those stations, because that's where they are literally dumped off by the state when there's no room for them. And they don't have, and when they're down there, they're not getting medical attention. That's a given. They're not getting medication that they need anymore. That's a given. So these people are totally and completely out of their fucking mind and have no money, no opportunity. They're not going to get better. You know, and that's why I say, I mean, the ones that we have a bad homeless problem in our country for sure. And there are absolutely a lot of them that can be helped. Women with children, battered women, you know, abandoned children, people that just lost their job, ended up living in their car, no fault of their own. It happens, man. Life is hard. You know what I'm saying?
At a homeless shelter, and it was him, his wife, and like 2 kids, and they weren't on drugs or nothing. They would just.
No, it happens fast. Imagine you're getting you're living paycheck to paycheck on mom and dad both working, and then all of a sudden one of those parents becomes disabled. Now you can't pay your rent. Now you can't pay your bills, and you wind up living. It's bad, dude. It can happen. Life's hard. You know, and that's why I say there's a lot of those people that would be able to be helped with that money to rehabilitate them, get them set up in an apartment actually so they could get their, you know, feet up and have a job and all that stuff. But there's going to be a percentage of those people that we're just going to have to take care of.
Yeah.
And strapped to it. Some of them are going to have to get strapped to a floor.
It's so crazy. I told you I got one of my neighbors I was friends with. I friends with his kids, dated his niece, the whole nine. This poor bastard was like every day went to get a coffee. Out of nowhere, some psycho stabs him with a butcher knife and kills him for no reason. No reason.
Yep. That shit is
no reason whatsoever. He's getting a coffee and some psycho comes behind him and shanks him with a butcher knife and runs away. Sad. Grandfather, good dad, good grandpa, his whole life gone. Just because there's everyday routine, you know, grab coffee before work. And who's going to think some guy behind you just wants to stick you with a knife, right?
Who knows? Yeah, it's insane, bro. I remember that story on Trash on Blast months ago when that guy was walking in a store. Remember, he saw that dude that was in a wheelchair and was paralyzed basically like from the chest down, and he started making fun of him and stuff. And then when they got outside, he beat the shit out of the poor guy for no reason, was making fun of him for being handicapped. That was insane. People are nuts. Yeah, people are nuts, man. Well, yeah, the other one we saw, remember the dude jumped that guy that had one leg and beat him with his leg and stole it? People are psycho, dude. All unprovoked. Both of those stories were completely unprovoked.
Yeah, I got to show up.
You know, just some psycho living their life, and for whatever reason, in a moment, just snap.
I got a short on my channel where this old guy gets jumped. And like me and the dog are walking along, and we find him, and he's all busted up. And he's like, "Please don't leave me." He was all busted up, and they ripped ripped his fucking clothes apart, his bags apart. It was crazy. And he's like, "Don't leave me."
This poor man appears to have been attacked by a band of queers. They were trying to tear the poor man's clothes off.
They were little hood kids who whooped his ass and split his head.
Yeah, I know. I'm just kidding. The cops show up, though, and see some guy with his clothes all ripped off. It's like, this man's been fucking accosted by a roaming band of queers. Sir, are your ears pierced? Are you okay? Can you hear me? I'm not right. I'm fucking baking. It's late.
I had to wait for the ambulance for him.
Yeah. That's fucking terrible. Well, good for you though for fucking hanging out and getting waiting.
Well, I
to see
stole
the
his
ambulance there
wallet,
and all that
so
kind of stuff.
you know.
Yeah,
Fuck,
well,
I
hey
had to make
man,
something.
fuck him.
When I was helping him up, I swiped him.
Yeah, like that son of a bitch didn't even tip me. I saved his life. I saved your life.
He didn't even have.
You owe me. No doubt. Well, hey, here's a real short story. R. Kelly was told to go and fuck himself, and he sits in prison now. Hooray! Happy 4th of
Oh, with his
July.
whole story of the Aryan Brotherhood fucking prisoner who wanted to kill him, who fell in love with him and his music.
And they tried to overdose me on my own medication. Yep, both. Yeah, he was told, "Fuck you. Have a great day. Hope you enjoy
Yeah,
prison."
he's just
pants."
desperate, trying to say anything to get out.
It's funny you use the word desperate because all three of the articles I saw come up today were R. Kelly has expended everything. His story's been revoked, and he is sending desperate letters to President Trump for a pardon.
Yeah. Ever since they seen Trump pod and Larry Hoover and a few other dudes, there's every fucking buddy trying to get a pod. But predators like that, sex preds who abuse young girls and shit, they're not getting. No one's gonna pod anymore.
You can't. He has 30 years. 20 of those years are for specifically sex crimes.
Yeah. Like this, I know what it is. It's like, motherfucker, you're in your 30s. You've got all this money. You can sleep with any hot groupie girl, any video girl you want. Why do you gotta pick 14 and 15-year-old girls, you sick fuck? Go get a woman. Why do you gotta go mess with little girls? Like he could have sex with any kind of woman he wanted that went to his concerts or a super fan or whatever. Why do you gotta pick these fucking teenagers, dude?
Yeah, and then you add to that a couple of them he straight up bought.
Yeah, he purchased them off.
And then he dressed them all the same and kept them in different houses and basically locked away in their rooms until he had use of them and nobody else was allowed to talk to them.
One of them, he dressed like a boy, dude.
Right, I remember you telling me that a couple times. Yep. That's super fucking weird.
First, when she dated him, she was all feminine.
Right.
And then he went to like dressing and looking like a boy. Like he made her. He wanted her to be like, I don't know, look and dress like a boy. Fucking weird.
It's super fucking weird. But yeah, fuck that guy. Let him rot in fucking prison. And he was complaining about how he had roaches and rats on him and stuff. And I say, good. I hope they eat your genitals. Fuck you. Have fun in prison.
You should have thought about that before you started chicken hawking these little tweens, you sicko.
Yeah, literally picking them up in like McDonald's and stuff like that. This sick fuck. 14-year-old girls, 13-year-old girls. Fuck this guy. Yeah, so happy 4th of July, America.
Yeah, happy 4th of July, Kelly, you fuck boy.
He's going to stay in his hole unless our president gives him a pardon. I can't see how that's possible.
No.
As far as I'm concerned, that's a fucking legacy ender.
Oh, hell yeah. You pardon one of those creeps like that, you know they're going to reoffend. Even if they don't reoffend, it's yeah, you don't want that stain on you, boy. That's for sure. And you know, you pardon him, and number one, he's definitely going to hurt kids again, right? Like, and even if he doesn't, yeah, bad.
Yeah, he wanted to go home. This crazy fucker. He wanted to do the rest of his 30 years on home confinement. It's like, bro, you're
a child.
You're crazy, dude.
Remember the Gayle King interview? And he's like, they got women in chains. They're really in chains out there. And he jumps up in Gayle King's face.
He's crying and freaking out.
Crying, punching his hand, showing that aggression. Bad move. And then some guy had to come in and coach him to be calm. It was fucking sick.
Yeah. So that's the short news on R. Kelly. In prison he sits unless he gets a pardon. He's basically fucked. Or they come up with some other new insane story that'll probably get thrown out. Because that was an insane story. Yeah, the Bureau of Prisons hiring a dying leader of the Aryan Brotherhood to kill him. And then they meet in the dying leader of the Aryan Brotherhood, who was promised he got to go home and see his family and spend the rest of his days with the people he loves. He has a change of heart when he meets his new black friend, R. Kelly.
Yeah, never happened.
Never fucking happened, bro.
Any murderer in there who says, hey, we're going to let you go home, they would slaughter infants. They don't care. They would have killed anybody. He's not making friends with some guy and be like, you know what? I think you're such a good person. I don't want to go see my family. Makes no
Yep.
sense.
And I will throw this in there too. They're also not going to have a change of heart and become friends with a guy that's in prison for child sex crimes. Can we get an amen on that?
That too, of course.
Right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, straight up. Nope, it doesn't matter what color you are, what gang you come from, but all things considered, a leader of a gang in prison like that is not going to be like, oh yeah, sure, Mr. Child sex offender.
Yeah, I like you all of a sudden.
Yeah. I think you're a swell guy. I usually murder people like you for being near my cell or on my block, but I'm gonna be cool with you.
Yeah, I really like your song. Give him a break,
dude.
Well, he made that up. He's got like a
absolutely
child, like even though he's a genius with music, don't get me wrong, they can't take that away from him. He's like a child, like at every other aspects of life. Like thinking he could pull this like ruse of some guy, the prison paid some dude to kill. Like that's a fucking like little kid story. Like that's not like a little lie and friends would make up at 7 years old.
Yeah, he's a really, really bad liar, and so is his lawyer. I mean, because it was not equally ridiculous or as ridiculous, but it was still fairly ridiculous. His sequence of events for the supposed Bureau of Prisons retaliation overdose scheme. You know, it's like first you have your lawyer saying my client is in PC now and covered in rats and spiders, and he's so paranoid that they're going to poison him and kill him. He won't even eat his food. He can't sleep at night. But someone handed him a cup of pills through the slot in his door. And it was his exact medication that he takes every day, you know, but somehow he fucking overdosed. Because if it wouldn't have been, he'd have known. He's super paranoid, right? On the edge of his seat, suspecting everything. And all of a sudden there was an extra blue pill, or that yellow pill was replaced by a red one. Come on, dude.
Yeah.
Come on, dude. No, they gave you your medicine. You played some fugazi extra bullshit that didn't make sense, and the judge said bullshit.
Yeah, they're not buying it.
Yeah, the judge said bullshit. This is all absolutely nuts. Everything about this.
Did you ever see that? Did you ever see that documentary? I think it's Surviving R. Kelly or whatever.
No, I did not watch it. No, I didn't. I know what you're talking about, though. I've heard of it.
Yeah, I watched a few of those episodes, and boy, was it sick. I seen the part where he made the girl become a boy. It was sick.
Yeah, that's all kinds of.
And then they had him on video sleeping with a 14-year-old. Like, dude, you're in your 30s. Like,
dude, and how about the fact that in that there's more than one video that this happened in, but let's go with that one. The girls are literally saying out loud how old they are. That's how sick and disgusting and perverted he is. He'd be like, oh, yeah, how old are you? And they'd be like, oh, I'm 14. You're like, yeah, you are. You're 14. Oh, I'm 14.
Any man who's turned on by a teenage girl, you need to get help, bro. I see, like women are women. Those are little girls. Those are teenage girls who are in high school playing volleyball.
It's the thought of it. It's like you've seen Joe Dirt, right? When he's in there and he thinks that Jamie Lee Presley might be his sister, and she's like, "Oh, I'm your sister. I'm your sister." Because it's just the thought. You know the part I'm talking about. We won't get, and everybody else does too. They know why she's doing that, and because that's what was. It was like that. I don't know. It can't be that. It must be part of, like you said before, like some of these people, they almost want to flirt with getting caught on purpose.
Yeah.
Right? Like these people that do things, because you wouldn't videotape it. And if you did, you wouldn't certainly have them saying the illegal part out loud. It's like the forbidden thing that helps the.
That's what makes it better more. Yeah. Twisted. That kind of like, it's wrong.
I keep trying to think of the word. There's another word for it, and I can't think of it. Yeah, because I'm just fucking baked and it's late. But like forbidden is another good way to say that.
Yeah.
Though. Yeah. Something about that. Oh, taboo is the word I was looking for. It's the taboo
probably
kind of a shit that's part of it.
Makes him like that. He's a sick puppy boy.
Yeah. Unbelievable. But yeah, so that's that. And then this made me laugh. I don't know if it'll make anybody else laugh, but it made me fucking laugh hysterically. P. Diddy it came out that when the judge denied his bail, he like dropped his mouth open, his eyes got wide, and his head started shaking and stuff like that. And afterwards, he kept begging to speak to the judge directly himself. And I was like, "That's hilarious, dude." No, you can't. No, P. Diddy. You know what I mean? And they already expedited your like little bond hearing. They did it the same day, literally within hours. They bent over backwards. But in no universe whatsoever does it happen that you get to speak to the judge yourself, dude. You're a moron. He was like begging to speak. But I can explain. Let me talk to the judge. I'll convince him. You'll see. He's just begging and freaking out. That shit made me laugh.
Yeah, it's like, dude, who do you think you are?
You know, that shit made me laugh. But the thing that didn't make me laugh have been several articles I've been reading from a bunch of lawyers and their reactions and what they think is going to happen as far as time that he'll do. And that shit's not making me laugh. That shit's making me mad.
What, the 2-3 years?
If that. A lot. I mean, there are lawyers that exist that think that the judge will give him the top end based on everything that he's heard and based on, because he did tell in that bail hearing, he said part of the conditions that weren't met were the violence parts. And he actually said to Diddy's lawyers, he goes, "You yourselves in open court have admitted that your client is violent and has violent tendencies, and you've apologized for it," right? He's like, so that was part of the conditions that weren't met for the bail. And because of the way the judge has been speaking to him and the motions that he's been denying and granting, and just based on the decisions that he's made, there are lawyers out there that think he's going to give him the top end and might even exceed what the prosecution recommends. Because right now, the prosecution is recommending 51 to 67 months should be the negotiation start. But the defense is saying they want 21 months with 10 months served. So when they negotiate, yes, it's going to probably come down to somewhere like 3 years, 2.5, 3 years. They're probably going to try and get his 10 months served deducted from that. So you're literally talking about 2 years or less. And then because there's all kind of programs he's going to be in a camp. There's going to be all kinds of programs he can take advantage of to earn good points and stuff like that. But in either case, there are some people that think that the judge might just still get, and even Judge Mathis and Judge Brown, they were state judges, but those guys, celebrity judges or not, they've both publicly stated that they would give him no less than 10 years based on all of the evidence that they've heard in those trials. And Judge Mathis, well, I'll just say one of them because I honestly don't remember. It was either Judge Mathis or Judge Brown. One of them said he would intentionally give him the 10 years because of the evidence that he saw, and he would make sure that he got punished for the things that even the jury didn't have the nerve or reasonable intelligence to pull the trigger on, right? So I'm hoping, I mean, yeah, my greatest hope, which I don't think will happen, but my greatest hope is that the judge will give him 10 years. However, what I do think would be more likely would be if the judge does exceed the negotiated time, I think he'll probably give him 5.
I think he's gonna get like 3 years. I think he's gonna.
There you go. So you think that he'll just go along with whatever they negotiate to, basically, is what you're saying, like, because that's going to basically be like 3.
I think something happened where somebody was bought. I could be wrong, right? I'm not. This is just my opinion. I think somebody fucking is getting greased some money. And this guy is going to walk free because if not, he's going to bury a whole bunch of more powerful people. Why do you think he's getting off on this? Now, I could be wrong. If they give him the 10 years, and even then he still gets out in 4 or 5, but they protected him. They made sure he was not hit with the most, found guilty of the most, because he could bury it. He probably said that for the trial. You don't fucking help me. I will bury fucking half of fucking the industry. And including these old white dudes and old Jewish guys, right? Who grape all these little hip hop guys. So I think it's the fix is in, and he's gonna do maybe like 3 years, get out in like 15 months.
Right. So I mean, that's basically what I think is going to happen during negotiation, because the low end on one side is 21 months. The you know, the starting point on the other end was 51, which is a biscuit over 4 years. So I think they'll probably end up meeting it like recommending to the judge 3 years. And then whether or not that 10 months gets deducted or not will be in there. I couldn't call that. I don't know.
I hope I'm wrong. What's up?
But either way, it'll be like 3 years, 2 or 3 years. Now, JS says he heard that Diddy's supposed to meet with the judge along with his attorney on Tuesday. I mean, that's fucking bullshit. If that's true, that's some slippery, questionable garbage. You're not supposed to be able to sit with the fucking judge when you're the goddamn guy that got convicted already and denied bail. That's bullshit. That's fucking absolutely slippery fucking bullshit. I don't like that at all. What's up, Damien?
Yeah, happy 4th day.
But yeah, so I don't like that at all. However, I will say again, we know that there was a problem juror. I just want to remind you of that. There was the problem juror in this process that less than 2 hours after they began deliberating, the jury foreman sent a note to the judge that said one of the members of the jury is not following and refusing to follow the judge's directions, and he's basically being obstinate. The judge called them back in, et cetera, et cetera. That happened twice. And then there was an Allen charge when they couldn't decide on the RICO. And it's because this guy was fucking obstinate. When it came out later who that juror was, we found out that he was a multi-millionaire, very well-to-do, very well-known socialite in Manhattan that was a fucking neurosurgeon. So you and I were saying the possibilities before, which was, you know, it's possible he might have met Diddy. He might be in some kind of fucking rich people circle with this guy. Or well, to your point, right? Because I was like, maybe he doesn't know him, but maybe he is like also a freaky deaky sex guy. And
he knows a friend of a friend who knows him.
Exactly. You said 6 degrees of separation.
Not only that, remember, P. Diddy had a lot of people fucking on videos. He could put away those old white guys, those old Jewish guys who run these little industries.
Right. Yeah, so no matter how you connect that, it don't look good, right? There's a strong possibility this guy.
This is what happened, and I'm right? No, I'm not saying that, but I believe that the fix was in from the beginning. What's up, KD? Fix was in from the beginning, and this guy's gonna spend a couple of maybe 3 years tops in the can. He'll be home. Sad. I hope I'm wrong. Yeah. I hope we can come on here and that judge gave him the whole 10.
I don't necessarily disagree with you. I was telling you that my hope is that if he exceeds it, I still don't think he'll give him the full 10. Like that's what some lawyers are saying. That's what the Judge Mathis and Judge Brown were saying that they would do because of all the evidence. Because remember, both of those judges even said that in state court, the evidence that they gave for the kidnapping and the arson, both judges said that they were convinced that he was guilty of both the arson and the kidnapping. The jury said that they didn't. That baffles me, and we went over this already, so I won't rehash that. But the jury found him not guilty of those things. You know what I'm saying? So lawyers and judges have said that judges take those kinds of things into consideration. Though a judge is going to look at that and go, okay, well, by law this was obviously proven, right? They're going to think to themselves when they're thinking about the sentencing. They'll go, this stuff was obviously proven. The jury obviously didn't figure that out, or they didn't understand the or whatever. And then the judge will accept responsibility and go, okay, I'm going to make sure he pays for this.
Look what Assassino says. The feds had a weak case because of the charges they charged him with. Feds dropped the ball. Maybe they charged him with the shit they knew he was going to beat purposely, right? Maybe they charged him. That's why that woman didn't take the stand and got shot in the face. Maybe they put all the charges on him that they knew he could fucking beat. So.
I mean, but I could go maybe some of that, but not again, bro. I can't get around the kidnapping, no matter what.
But if you got
jurors, I can go back and forth on some of it. But for the kidnapping, dude, they literally had the woman that was kidnapped on stand giving the testimony. Then it was backed up by the celebrity's house that was broken into while she was being held at gunpoint.
Yeah, but think about the prosecutor is the same motherfucker who was on Maxwell Epstein's case.
Yeah, I know. Heather's pointed that. She's pointing it out now. I know.
But it could go. I don't know, man. Like you said, it's so obvious he should have been convicted of that. He wasn't. Maybe they set up. they set up the charges to be weak so he can be. But the main point is they wanted him to walk free and not out half of the industry and all these rich old white people and old.
It fucking disgusts me.
Because look how many of those old white dudes and Jewish dudes who are in that, like the Davis guy, right? All these old creepy guys who wouldn't even know their names and shit, who own these companies. They're sickos, and they passed him around like a little fucking cheesecake, right? He was passed around in his early days, but he's protecting them, so that's why he won't get. Maybe that's why they charged him with a RICO. Who knows?
I mean, but here, and I totally respect where Assassino's coming from. Assassino, bro, I know you're listening, so it's like I totally respect where you're coming from. Here's the thing. You only have to be found, you obviously know what you're talking about, so hear me out. You only have to be found guilty of 2 of the predicates, right? Okay. I truly believe that they proved the kidnapping.
Yeah,
that's one of the
you.
predicates. Okay. Yeah, I hear you, bro. It's your opinion. I'm giving you my opinion, and I want you to hear me out. So I truly believe they proved the kidnapping. I really do. I also believe that they proved the enterprise fraud because when they brought in the home, not to discount the fact that they had all of the prostitutes and all of the people that had bought everything and all of the people that talked about how they made their payments and how they were paid back, right? But they also had the Homeland Security guy come on and tie all of the receipts together and how everyone got paid, right? And they proved that Diddy had people being paid by these companies that worked for him in a capacity that was to further these crimes. Right, now follow me. So even if the jury found him not guilty of straight up sex trafficking, they still did find him guilty of transporting prostitutes, right? So my point is, in the RICO, right, even just given the transportation of prostitutes, being a fucking hot dog salesman, if you will, within that context, they proved that he was using his company money and employees that were employees of those companies, getting paid by those companies, to facilitate those things at his discretion and at his order, right? Even to the point where like there was violence, like these are all continued crimes of that, but there was violence and security guards looked the other way, assisted him, went with him on these fucking break-ins, on these kidnappings.
Oh,
you get what I'm saying?
That's where the juror comes in.
Yeah, no, and that's exactly what I was getting ready to say, bro, is that to MRE's point, perhaps all of that was way to be like, or that's a wrong way to put it, was perhaps maybe all of that information, the way that it was tangled and everything was too much perhaps for the jury to fully understand and feel confident and convicted.
Either that or one of the jurors was there to fucking, or a couple of them were there to make sure he was found not guilty on the main charges, right? Who knows, right?
Right. Well, I told you, I've always been open. Like, I think that I do agree with Assassino in certain regards. Like, right, like you and I discussed why I disagree with the drug distribution charge they gave him. I thought that was bullshit, and I thought that was wrong. Right? Just because, and it doesn't matter. Like, you're rich, dude. You're carrying drugs with you. You're on a private jet. You're going to be going place to place. That doesn't mean you're necessarily, quote unquote, trafficking drugs. That's ridiculous. That's not the intent of that law. Once you get to the place and you're like, handing drugs out to people for free, right? That doesn't mean you're quote unquote distributing fucking drugs. That's not the intent of that law. It's like the intent of that law is to nail somebody that's really like ruining society by distributing for money large quantities of drugs on the regular. That's not what he was doing. So I disagreed with that. And I called bullshit when the lawyers told the jury the same thing I just told you, which is, hey, listen, you guys, the drug distribution charge part of the RICO, you don't have to actually sell them. It doesn't have to be a profit to you. The moment you hand a pill to somebody, you are distributing drugs. And I said, fuck you, bullshit. Right? So there were parts of it I disagreed with, but I think that they proved the enterprise part. And I think that they definitely proved the fraud and the kidnapping. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, well, obviously kidnapped the girl. But like I said, the juror was on there. They're starstruck. Who knows? It's just also too weird to me how the guy didn't get convicted on none of it. But they said the Cassie charge they should wasn't even on the table, right? The,
No, that was one of the sex trafficking charges, right?
but you
She
know
was
what killed
definitely one of
her?
the sex
All
trafficking
the
charges.
text messages of her like telling the guys how she likes it and stuff. That's what killed her to them jurors, right? Even though he could have muscled her and all that, whatever, but that one, with that
Well, I don't
one
disagree with
witness,
you, but
hold on a
I've
second,
always said though
that
it's
one
possible.
witness, Mr.
Go ahead.
Beast,
Go ahead.
right? That guy, I seen him on Piers Morgan, and he very eloquently told the story. He's got no reason to lie. Maybe Diddy could pay him, who knows? But he said she was very pacific on picking out, you know, the weird stuff. So that's what the jury, and so much overload with them. It could be the overload, and they get lost in translation, or it could be a couple of them. Or it was a fix was in. Who knows? Something's weird with it.
Yeah.
And he's meeting with the judge. That's kind of weird. And then that district, that railroaded Dom's dad and Madonna and all them. It's just like,
Yeah, they
why would they want to nail Big Puff Daddy? Because he's got friends he didn't tell on, and he didn't mention. Look, we didn't see none of the videos. None of all these stars weren't outed, right?
No, that's all the civil. Yeah, those are that. A lot of that stuff should be coming out during these.
If it does,
civil
if it,
cases.
you know, if that does,
a lot of them might be canceled
people
now.
are gonna
To
be
be honest
scared.
with you, some of them might literally just close, just fucking rest their case, knowing that he got found
all the
not guilty.
people that went against P. Didla since this happened. You don't think he's seeking revenge on all of them? You don't think they're thinking, "Oh shit, I gotta catch the backlash of this guy now." Whatever power he still, because even though he might be looked at as the biggest degenerate scum loser, he's still got power in that industry because he could have told on people. He still got all them old dudes and a lot of people
Yeah. Well, all I was getting ready to say first before when you were continuing, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was just saying that people and the jury, I think, need to understand that, yes, you can start off wanting to be involved in certain kinds of things or giving into certain kinds of things and then even possibly being into it for a little while until you're beat the fucking shit out of and your life is now totally controlled by this person. And you've literally got psychological and emotional.
So you're saying the psychological.
Totally. There can be a point where you started off liking it and then you were literally
saying the psychological damage made her ask for the pee in the mouth and all that weird kind of stuff.
No, I don't think she did that because the prostitute that was on stand said she didn't want it and didn't like it, and that fucking Diddy kept insisting and giving.
Well, then right there it shows. Yeah, that shows him strong arming her, right? Like any control.
Well, and like the video, right? So like I saw Assassino says Cassie made 30 million. Well, yeah, okay. Well, 20, you know, some of that money she deserved. She got beat the fucking shit out of in a hotel and drugged back to a freak off. And that hotel security sold that fucking tape to Diddy so that he couldn't be prosecuted. Of course she was owed that money by that hotel. Fuck that hotel and their security. You're going to let some dude get away with that horrific behavior for money? They sold that tape. Fuck that. She was owed that money, and she was owed the money from him.
But the jurors are going to use that.
He completely took her career and put it on the fucking back burner. Would not let her do music videos. Wouldn't let her do performances. Yeah, she lived in a nice house and got perks and stuff like that. And I understand.
And they use that against her. That's what they used against her. All that stuff, man.
Well, yeah, and again, it becomes a matter of control. And yeah, people say it's always going to be people that say, "Well, they could have left." It's like, yeah, well, my argument is that you don't understand the horrific way that that shit affects them mentally and emotionally, and they think that they can fix Diddy, or they attach themselves to him, or they think it's their fault and they want to do better. There's all kinds of horrific shit that goes along with it. They're scarred for fucking life. So I just disagree with that. Though I understand that people disagree with me, and that's fine.
Right? So she deserves money. Listen, she's surrounded with herpes and all kinds of things. That's gonna.
Well, it was forced to continue going on when she had horrific UTIs and was in pain. Literally, the other one was puking in between the dudes, and he made
them. They did make her look bad on the stand.
No, they did their job. Yeah, yeah. And again, I've never disagreed that there were obviously times these women were talking nasty and all that kind of shit. The only thing that I would argue with that when that is the topic of like when they were ordering these dudes, you know, as far as like with their credit cards and like because they were just doing it with Diddy's money and he was still picking them out. And
They should have.
that's so that shit was questionable too. But in either case, it disgusts me how much time that
I
this guy's
believe,
gonna
who
get.
had nothing in it, like normal people with conscience, would have found him guilty, right? Just knowing what an animal he is, you know, would have found him guilty. But I think there was some sort of fix going down, or maybe the prosecutors blew it on purpose. Who knows? Could be any of the.
It's still up to the jury. It's still up to the jury. Yeah. No, I mean, I heard I think they argued the case pretty fucking vigorously. They covered all the dots, had everybody fucking 34 witnesses from the women themselves to the prostitutes to the Homeland Security to the guys' security and their personal assistants and the drug mules. I mean, they did a pretty thorough fucking
Yeah, it's
case,
weird
man.
though that the lawyer is the same one. Why is this lawyer getting all these high profile? That like, there's no other lawyers saying, "Hey, listen, he got his turn. I want the next big case." Why is it all going to the same one? And that's so corrupt. That fucking.
It's very strange. It is strange. When we talked about this before, I said, you know, every firm and department probably has somebody that specializes in certain kinds of law. But I don't disagree with you that there's in a fucking department like this, there's got to be, it's the feds. There's got to be at least 5 or 6 or 10, right, of those people. Yeah.
And then
yeah, for sure. Yeah, something's weird about it, man. They kicked off the. It's just all weird, man. And I don't like that one guy that was a problem the whole time and was obstinate. And then it ended up being he's some like rich ass neurosurgeon socialite from Manhattan. I didn't like that either.
Yeah, that was weird.
You know, and again, they weren't sequestered. That is ridiculous to me. How you can, with a straight face, look at a group of people in the middle of Manhattan in 2025 and be like, "All right, now you're on the biggest and most known celebrity case in you know decades, but when you leave here, you better not read anything. And I know we're in the internet age, but you better not look at anything on your tablet or the YouTubes or discuss this with your family."
They're gonna look at it even more,
Thank
right?
you.
So they can make their right decision. If I was a juror, I want to see everything, right?
Yeah.
Personally.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Yeah, you're going to be trying, and especially to one of the points you've made, which is if this stuff is super complicated to you, right? If when you're in court all day and this like RICO stuff is not making sense to you, or like certain cases or certain charges in the case really aren't making sense to you, then to your point, you'd literally be wanting to watch everything, hoping somebody could explain this shit to you, right? You'd be watching that shit on YouTube when you got home to see what the lawyers were saying on these shows that we watch. No, I totally agree
all the
with
legal
that.
jargon, right? People get lost sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're going to be getting opinions, reading the comments on those videos, looking for public opinion. Of course, bro.
Picture the fear if he does get 2-3 years of all the people that turned on him, huh? Because you know what a vindictive little fucking stooge he is. He's going to want revenge on them people. That's for sure. The TMZs, the other people, major stars, entertainment people threw him under the bus. He's going to hate.
Oh, I know. Asesino says, of course, I'm against Cassie getting beat.
No,
that's
everybody
crazy. No, we
is.
know you're a good dude, man. We know. Yeah,
But
yeah.
I think everybody's
and again, I'm glad you gave your opinion, Asesino. I'm happy to.
I think everybody's arguing, like DJ
I mean?
said. He's like, they lost me with the pee in the mouth stuff. When jurors and people,
so much stuff that was just so fucking bad.
Well, that's what gets lost in translation.
How this guy lived his life 24/7, bro. Could you imagine, like being in a corner jacking off for literally like 10 hours at a time, 4 days in a row?
That's
like every once in a while being involved with a woman, but there had to be a dude sweating on you with his dick in your face. You know, like. I mean, days, bro, days, hours at a time. And then imagine that when you're not doing that and you're sitting on the couch watching quote unquote movies with your girlfriend, you're watching the freak off videos together. That's how you spend your time in your life. What the fuck
you're on
is
an
wrong
IV.
with you?
And you're on an IV.
No doubt about it, bro. And on all manner of drugs. But this is how you live every minute of your life, basically.
Man, his kids had to see a lot. I'm saying when they were little, they had to walk in and see a lot of filth, man. What a degenerate.
Of course, that we know, dude. There's the Suns have cases against them. One of them, Justin, just picked up a new straight up R case with his dad. That's the woman that says she got spit roasted by them two.
Is
You know?
The yacht?
Huh?
Is that the one on the yacht?
No, that's a different case for the son. I'm not sure if that's Justin or a different one, but that's one where the kid did it on his own. He decided, just like they said about Diddy, R and his secretaries, because he told them that they belonged to him, right? That their parts belonged to him. Everything worked for him, that he was a king. I'm sure his son probably told that girl he took a shine to on the yacht the same thing, because she said he walked up and fucking took it.
Well, I think his name is like King Combs or something. So
Yeah, I don't know. I just know this one that's charged with the spit roast rape or grape is his name's Justin.
Yeah, that's not Albie Shaw's kid and Kim
Right.
Porter's
So
kid. That's
but one of them absolutely is charged with the yacht R, and then that woman says that he fucking walked up and just took it from her. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a fact.
And that's where we've both said, compared it to that old commercial. It's like, I learned it from watching you. That's exactly, but it is
with the marijuana cigarettes. Where did you get these, son?
Yeah, it's the exact.
He's quiet for like 7 seconds, and he looks up. I learned it from watching you. And the father gives this like grimace. I remember that.
It's terrible. It's terrible, man. Absolutely fucking terrible. So we'll keep an eye on that
his
shit.
Daughters, those two twin girls who got forever now. Instead of like their whole lives, anybody who kissed their ass, mentioned their father as a hero. Now it's always going to be negative.
Yeah.
Like, man, that's your legacy you left behind, you sick puppy.
I'm going to be straight up with you, bro. If I found that out, let's say I started dating a woman. Forget about the famous part, just the charges and the activity. And like it ended up being a big trial so that everybody knew about it, right? Say it wasn't P. Diddy, just fucking John Q. Smith, but it was gross and everybody knew about it. If I was dating a woman and I found out that was her fault, I would not marry her just based on that genetics. Of course.
Hell yeah.
I'm just being real with you. That's how I think, right? It's like
your kid could be.
If I know that you have those kinds of genetics in your family attached to you, I would never, ever, ever in a million fucking years touch you with a 10-foot pole.
Well, you know why? Your kid might have his gene of being a creepo.
Yeah, exactly. Or 10 generations from now, and I'm not having
10 generations.
I'm not fucking allowing that disgusting, gross gene into my motherfucking.
Not only that, what happens when Christmas time? My dad's coming over for his freak off. You get your freak off room ready? It's like, whoa, no.
Yep. No, I tell the young people the same thing was told to me, and people can take this however the fuck they want. It's like when you meet a girl and you think you're really into them, you better take a look at the mom. Make sure she's not fat. Make sure they don't have some fucking retarded brother.
You got to look at everything.
That's what I was always told by my dad and my uncles and shit like that. I told the young people in my family the same thing. I'm like, hey, if you're into fat girls and the mom's fat, you're in there, homie. But if you're not, maybe pick a different one for the long term, don't be fucking around and putting that shit into the gene pool because I'll kill you.
Yeah.
Not for the fat part. If you love fat chicks, go get with it. But if you introduce fucking Emmy into my pool, you know what I mean? Fucking Warren, I will slap the shit out of you.
I did know there's always outliers, right? I knew one girl where her mother was the ugliest thing in the world and her father looked like a space alien. The two ugliest creatures in the world. And she was drop dead gorgeous. It was the weirdest thing in the world. Weirdest thing. Well, usually, the mom and dad's ugly, the kid's ugly, right? It was the weirdest thing in the world.
I hear you, bro. But they got some good genes.
Maybe some great grandparent was not.
There was some good genes in the bro. Somewhere down the line, somebody lucked out, got a banger,
she was
bro.
absolutely gorgeous. But like I said, that looked like space aliens.
No doubt. That's funny.
It was always weird. But yeah, it's gonna be and they're gonna put him in some what's up, Com? They're gonna put him in some fucking little nice camp.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, whatever time he does is going to be in a light camp. Yep, there's no doubt about that. No argument about that with anybody in
What's up,
anything I've
Brooklyn?
read. Yeah, and no, William Wallace, I don't believe he'll ever be as much of a draw. That's also something MRE and I talked about before, which is while this is the court, like the legal court, there's a totally different court called the Court of Public Opinion. And he's roasted. He's toast.
Yeah, people.
His brand.
There still will be some people that will deal with him. Don't get me wrong. Behind.
No, for sure. No, and we talked about those are the same people right now that are screaming this is racism. Those are the same people that are screaming fucking this is oppression by the government.
Yeah, he'll always have some people about big.
Yeah, and simps
big
and
clothing lines and vodkas and stuff. No.
Honestly, yeah, no, that's not going to happen. He would literally have to fund it himself, and those products would fail because other companies aren't going to want to distribute them. They're not going to want to be seen as doing business with.
Yeah, when you're on camera, beating up a chick on camera like that, no place is going to want to deal with you. Right? No way. Like no one like Sprite.
That ship is failed, bro. I don't even think he'll. I mean, he'll be able to. His music, even when he sells, the numbers are gonna be literally less than a third of what
we were talking about before. R. Kelly, that guy had some classic songs that are on. Used to be at every fucking wedding and fucking thing, and forget about it, right?
No, they took them off of Spotify.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Yeah, they took his music down. They literally took it down. Radio station, and good for them. Good. I'm so proud of them for that. Even radio stations, these greedy, huge companies were like, oh, hell no, fuck that guy. Nope.
Yeah, they heard his money.
Nope. They burned him, dude. And I was like so proud of everybody in that moment. It gave me a little bit of hope for humanity. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it might have happened if Diddy got actually convicted. Because, he might have got a little bit of that vitriol from like the public music companies and stuff like that, but we'll never know now. I think it'll still be a lot less. I don't think that we'll hear P. Diddy on the radio. Even it's dated anyway.
The rap community again, the hardcore dudes like 50 Cent and them, they're gonna destroy him and harass him.
Oh yeah, I don't think he'll be doing interviews with Charlemagne anytime soon.
Definitely not. He'll probably be a recluse, or you never know. He might come out and try to, who knows? This guy's nuts.
This is my belief as far as what he'll try. I think he's 100% going to try and rebrand and recreate himself. Yeah, but I think he's going to try. His ego's too large. He's too arrogant. He's too self-absorbed. Yeah, he's going to absolutely attempt it. Yeah. What's up, Aegon? Good to see you, bro.
They should have investigated that lady who was shot in the face, and they should have brought that up and brought her on stand. That always puzzled me. That poor woman went to see her favorite singers. She got shot in the fucking nose by one of her favorite singers and got tortured for like 18 years on the internet.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? I think she's suing him, though, sadly. I don't know. Instead of just jumping on that case, I don't know.
Well, if she does, then it means that they're going to have some kind of evidence. The lawyer's not going to take it unless they think they can prove it.
Because remember, before this trial, everybody was like, "Oh, J-Lo's going to take the stand. This one." None of that happened. They protect.
Yeah, there was no reason for her to take the stand in this unless she was going to be a character witness for him. That's the only way she could have played a role. Because she wasn't involved in any of the freak-offs in this trial.
If they charged him with the lady shooting at the club, even though Shine was...
Oh, yes, in that case, you're right. Yes, you're right. If they would have charged her with
even though Shine was saying it was him and stuff, if they would have still brought that and say he's doing that because he's a loyal guy and he was paid, and that lady told her story on stand... he would at least get that.
Oh, yeah. Now, to your point, Shine has said that publicly, right? So there's nothing even if he refused to come here, there's nothing barring the government from playing that video in
Yeah.
open court. You get what I'm saying?
Well,
They
that's
could
why,
still make him testify in
that's
that.
why I
in that
kind of
way.
think there's a part of me that thinks this prosecution threw it on purpose, and they knew what to charge him with, and they had a fucking juror around there or something. Because that corrupt court system over there, who knows? It could be a multitude of things. But the sad thing is, how old is he right now? Mid-50s. He'll be out in 10 years. He'll still be a dirty old man in his mid-60s.
Oh yeah, at the max, right?
Because
That's
remember,
the maximum, right? The judge,
he's a rich dude.
remember,
He's got the best doctors, right? The best health of everything. He probably gets those shots that make people fucking more healthy. I forget what that's called.
He wipes semen into his skin pretty much daily.
Oh man. But yeah, he'll be some dirty pervert old man who'll be still fucking abusing people in 10 years. Oh, he'll be out before 10 years. I'm just saying the max if they gave him, which that's not going to happen. There's no way they're giving him 10 years. Hell no.
No, that's why I said I think that if that was my opinion, which is that if the judge does exceed what is recommended to him, right, after the negotiation between the defense and the prosecution, that's where we were both agreeing that more than likely, once they're done with that negotiation, it's probably going to sit somewhere around 2 or 3 years. Let's be realistic. But our hope is that the judge will exceed that in some capacity. My belief is that if he does, it'll probably be like 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years is really, and he'll get out.
My hope beyond hope, my Christmas wish,
I'm
of course,
sure.
like yours, is that they would give him the fucking whole 10. Now, really, he could be the biggest dick on earth legally in 2020, right? He could, but that I know
he could, though.
I'm just saying.
He could.
On paper. Right. On paper, he could, if he was in a just absolutely ripping on fire demonic mood and didn't give a fuck, right? He could straight up give that guy 20 years legally. Legally, he could do it because both of those charges carry a 10-year maximum. Now, as KD was pointing out before, and as I said, even if he did give him 10 for each, he'd have them running concurrent.
So it'd be,
so it would be 10 even, right? He would just be doing 10 on each
Because
at the same
everybody
exact
and
time.
their mother had this guy buried, and all this time. He's going away forever. He's buried. Guy just fucking. He just beat the worst charges possible.
Yeah, it is gross, Carmela. It is fucking gross. It's disgusting. Because I'm sitting here in the camp of I believe they proved a lot of the shit they found him not guilty for. I think it's ridiculous. I don't understand it. There's no way to reason with me to get it to be understood because I watched it. I listened to it, right? I listened to all the lawyers. I've been following this shit, not just for myself, but like excessively so that we could talk about it on this show, right? And I will never understand. I'm an educated guy. I'm a smart guy, right? Like I paid attention to the fucking evidence, to what everybody was saying. I even called bullshit on the government several times. Fuck this guy. They totally proved a lot of this shit they found him not guilty for, and I will never understand how or why. It's fucked up.
He's real happy right now. He must be partying naked in this fucking crazy.
Oh, he's his spoiled little ass, Skull Bro. His spoiled little ass. Remember, basically threw a temper tantrum, and he was with his mouth open and sighing all loud and showing his public disappointment with his eye rolls and shit when the judge denied the bail. And then he literally was demanding an immediate audience with the judge to speak to him himself. This is a fucking spoiled cunt. Man. Fuck this dude in just at a fucking biological fucking gene level.
And this is the same court, the same district that put Madonna, Creer, and those guys away on that circus fucking thing, right? Yeah,
fucks everybody. Like everybody with a vowel since the fucking 70s.
That's all right. Yeah. So they fuck all the wops over. Let this fucking guy walk because he's a celebrity.
Yeah, it's where you've seen every famous trial, bro. Whether it was Gravano or Gotti, or I mean, like it goes back. It's the same fucking district in Manhattan. They are the dirtiest, soulless group of motherfuckers that
Yeah, the
exist
fix
in
was
the
in
country.
that. You better believe that. The fix was in somewhere in this case. I don't know where. I'm not an expert. But my gut tells me the fix was
Yeah.
in.
Every mob rat you hate, Southern District of New York. Every mob rat that's been in a documentary, all the mob cases, Southern District of New York.
And look how bad they railroad the fucking those guys. Like, come
This is
on.
what I'm saying to you. Like if you name them, that's where they were fucked in their ass. Or that's who let the people that fucking deserve to be in a hole out of jail.
Yeah, when they want to get you, they want to get you. That clip that We Push Back clip channel put up, where JTP was talking about the car that they said that Meldish was killed in, right? The government threw the car away. Nobody checked it for blood, right? Fucking anything like that. It wasn't checked for nothing, right? Like the defense could have fucking used that to fight back and proved it was full of shit, but they got rid of the car. They didn't let it get for blood samples, gunpowder, nothing. They're really fucking screwed up down there. But when you're a celebrity, man, it changes the whole thing. And you don't got a vowel on your name. You're a celebrity. I believe the fix was in somewhere along the lines. I don't know if it's the prosecution, the judge, the people in the fucking jury. But that don't make sense, especially after seeing all the horrific shit this guy's done. Come on. Like,
Assassino, we got a couple of questions real quick. Assassino says, think about this. Why wasn't it televised? Well, because you're not allowed to do that in federal court. You're not allowed to record with video or audio in any federal case. And he says the
wasn't federal?
Huh?
OJ was a state of
No. I'm talking about Diddy.
Oh,
Diddy's trial was federal, and you're not allowed to record audio or video in a federal case of any kind. And he says the ratings would have been through the roof. And he says because they hide everything. Now that's the reason why it is that way. Of course, I'm agreeing with you. But when you say why wasn't it televised, I'm just saying that you're not allowed to record in any capacity inside the federal court.
I thought O.J. Simpson was a federal, but no, that was the state.
That should be a state murder case, I would think.
That was. Yeah, okay.
William Wallace says, or no, it was Mobcron. Mobcron says, how do you think the jury could possibly come to that conclusion? Fixed, race card being dealt? Now, I will say this. First of all, Mobcron, I don't know. That's what I'm ranting about. I'm telling you I will never understand how they came up with some of their conclusions. That's my honest answer to you, is that I don't know, bro. That fucking baffles my mind. However, I don't think really the race card, because they tried that along the way several times and it failed. Like on its face, it failed, even amongst his own people, except for that small group of people that was outside the courtroom screaming racism and shit. Other than them, there were a lot of people of color that were like, fuck you, bro. This has nothing to do with racism. This has to do with everything that's gross and horrific about you. The guy's a monster.
Black people, mad black people said fuck him. A lot of them. Only a small group were like, yeah, racism.
Yeah, exactly. I see. They hide everything. Now that's the part I totally agree with what you said. Of course. Yeah, they hide everything. No doubt about it. Yeah, Carmela, Kanye showed up that one day, but it was just to try and clout chase. And when he didn't get the attention he wanted, they didn't allow him into the main courtroom. He wanted to go walk down the aisle of the main courtroom and sit up in the front row. And then everybody was like, yeah, no. How about no? And they put him in go ahead.
He's a funny bastard, Con. He's out of his mind. He's funny.
Yeah, I don't like that guy. I think they should bury him alive. But they put him in the side courtroom, right? And he got all attitudey about it. Nobody paid any attention to him or asked him any questions. So he was literally there for 15 minutes. And when he didn't get any attention, he fucking got up and left. And
then he go in some like weird KKK outfit or something.
No, he just wore all white to support Diddy for his like white parties and shit. Which again, I remind everybody was not part of this case. That's going to be part of his civil cases. The white parties is supposedly where like a lot of the minors got dealt with, and the celebrities were like the tapes you see of fucking Kevin Hart when he's in the bathtub with the hookers, and the one hooker's so fucked up on drugs and alcohol she sets her hair on fire. It's absolutely hilarious.
Wow. I've seen a lot of pundits say that they didn't prove the case, and I've seen some say they proved it without a doubt. Like I've seen both arguments on like these shows lately.
Sure. Yeah. There's definitely two sides of the story.
But I
That's what I
think
was
it's
talking
either-
about. Some of the people with the time, they all had different.
Well, I think the jury was either fixed or they're so stupid it got lost in translation or whatever. I don't know. Something was up.
Yeah, it's weird, bro. I don't like it. It
They should have
pisses
been
me off.
found guilty.
Right now, we're just waiting. I guess now I'm interested to see if he meets with the judge, that's going to make me want to retch and vomit. If he's allowed to sit and because that would never happen for any regular person. It would never fucking happen
like for
for
millionaires and billionaires.
Yeah, fucking ridiculous, bro. But outside of that, we'll just be waiting for sentencing. Right now, tentatively, that's going to be October 3rd. But that is why he wants to meet with the judge to try and talk him into letting him out. I don't believe the judge will. I don't think the judge will let him out. He gave him a very, very firm understanding in court that he did not meet the conditions, the small amount of conditions that he'd have to meet to be allowed bail, and he didn't meet the burdens because there was two different.
And he fucks with witnesses.
Well, that's the conditions, right? That was part of the conditions. The judge said that now that you've been convicted of these charges by federal law, there are only a very few conditions that would make you allowable for even to have the conversation of bail. And you do not meet those conditions. He says you've number one, one of the conditions was that the defendant had not tampered with witnesses and didn't have a history of witness tampering. He fails that condition. Then it was that the defendant did not have violent tendencies or past violent crimes. He didn't pass that condition. Then it was that he had not threatened or been violent with witnesses after being searched or served. He didn't fucking meet that condition. Then the burdens, right? That was when I told you that this idiot, this fucking Wang lover and his attorney stood up in court with straight faces and told the judge, oh, he's got a small child he has to take care of. And his 85-year-old mother, he's the only one that can take care of her. And the judge was just like, you're a multimillionaire. You've made $12 million while in jail just from renting your plane. Your child is alive and well and healthy, and your mother walks in here on her own every single day. Fangle. Yeah. You don't meet the burdens. You don't meet the conditions.
Won't give him it. They probably know he's going to get a sweetheart deal, so they don't want to get, they don't want too much pressure coming on them, so they'll probably let him stay in there. Yeah. I don't think they'll let him out.
Just so however, in court they did agree to try and expedite the sentencing date, which again is right now tentatively set for October 3rd, but you can bet based on that agreement to expedite the date that it will be sooner. Yeah. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Fuck everything about that guy. A curse on his fucking house for 1,000 years, I say.
Well, he'll always have money, though, no matter what.
Fucking fuck that guy.
And hopefully people treat him like a pariah and stay away from him. If he was smart, he'd just go live his life somewhere and not be a pervert no more when he gets out. Hopefully he'll be too old.
Get the fuck out of America. We don't want you. Go be fucking somebody else. Go get your citizenship somewhere else.
Become Puffy Loman, right? Move to Iowa.
I mean, I think
and become Puffy Loman.
Bro, and unfortunately, I'll be honest with you, I think that he is the type of person that Trump would pardon.
Yeah, very possible.
Especially for a backdoor fucking money deal.
Trump likes him. Trump will pardon him, man.
Yeah, I know, because he always kissed his ass and said he was important. I can't stand Trump. He's a fucking cocksucker himself. All he wants to be told is he's a god. If you tell him you like him, then he'll fucking help you.
Puffy, yeah. He just might.
He's an arrogant.
He just might. Oh, he might be nervous about his image, and his people might tell him not to. But there might be some sweetheart.
Yeah, but we're talking about in 3 years.
Oh yeah. Before he leaves, he just might pardon him.
Now
people are gonna love him no matter what. Trump's people are gonna love him no matter what.
Agreed. I think it would still make a lot of people look sideways, though, if he did it. So I think that if he did it, it would be at the end.
It would be at the end. That's what I'm saying.
We're talking about this guy doing 2 or 3 years. Maybe he'll be on some home confinement. Trump leaves office. One of the people that he pardons when he walks out is going to be him, if he does it.
Because I like the president, but I don't like his war shit that's going down. And I believe that he was on Epstein's plane over there. And everybody says, well, if that's true, the Democrats would have fucked him over with that. But I'm saying, no, the Democrats don't have that info. Mossad has that info.
Well, and let me add this to your point, which is a valid point, but let me add this to your point, right? Which is this. Yeah, the both sides also work the stock market again. You know what I'm saying? Like they all get the same tips. They all get money the same fucking way. They all take the same lobbying money. What makes you think that the Republicans would go throwing fucking sand on the Democrats about being on a pedal plane when the Democrats can just say, "Oh, you guys were there too"? That kind of stuff doesn't happen.
But they already know
at the end of the day,
Democrat people.
Yeah, at the end of the day, these are people that fucking eat the same deli trays back behind stage. It's like wrestling.
The Democrats
are
already outed. They're already outed, the Bill Clinton and all them. I do believe that Mossad has some sort of sexual I don't think Trump was with little kids, though. I think he probably banged like a hot 18-year-old or something weird like that, and they could like lie and say it was a younger girl, and that would ruin him anyways. I think he could definitely get caught in that honeypot, without a doubt. And they're just not giving certain info to his enemies because they know they want to hold it for a crucial date. You know,
there's all. Yeah, I won't speculate. I won't speculate, but they were very good friends. He absolutely was with him many times, hung out, spent time. We know that.
He said it. He said it himself. He goes, "Me and Jeffrey have a lot in common." We both,
of course, that's what I'm saying. But I won't speculate about exactly what they did, right? But my whole point in that, though, is just to what you said, which is, oh, don't you think that these people would bury those people? And to which I say, no, because they all do it.
I think they would.
They all do it. You can't throw mud at somebody that's got a pocket full of mud to throw back at you. You get what I'm saying? Like you can't. They would never do that to each other. The same thing as one of them saying, "Hey, you're playing the stock market to get rich." They'd be like, "Hey, so are you?"
They tried to kill him. If they would have had that, info, higher ups have that info. I believe higher intelligence have that info, and they never dimed him out to the Democrats with that stuff. I believe I could be wrong, but right, because they would have buried him. They didn't want him to become president at all. But what Puffy Loman? Yeah, he should become Puffy Loman. He should move to Puff Daddy when he gets out. Should move to Iowa and call his name Puffy Loman. And says he has a secret mafia uncle or a painter. Rapping Rat, go on Schmiegel. I don't know. Did he? Did Gravano, the Rapping Rat, go on Schmiegel? I don't know if MC Stool Pigeon did. What's up, Choose? Yeah, the donations from Adelison's not good. That's for sure.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he went on that guy's show.
I was happy though that
you had to pay him a fucking couple grand, throw him a little fucking loot.
I didn't like him the bombing thing and shit, but I'm glad he pulled it back and held back. I was glad at that because we don't need no more fucking foreign wars, man. That's for sure.
Well, yeah, there's no doubt about that.
So when I first seen that, I was so pissed when I seen that. I'm like, I heard from mad people that they're not even getting fucking nuclear weapons, fucking Iran. It seems like for the last 20 years, they're going to have it in 1 week. Next year,
it's the same shit as every other time before when we've been told that some small country on the other side of the world is going to be a threat to us because, and then we're told that they've got all these weapons that's all bullshit. It's totally different fucking reason. This time it's all those hardcore fucking crazy evangelicals trying to bring about the end of the world by supporting fucking Israel in their lives. Fuck all that bullshit.
Neocons are morons. They're stupid.
Fuck all that bullshit.
They just want to go fight wars for other people and pay other people to blow people up and all crazy shit. Stupid. Like, worry about our country.
Yeah. Being the fucking bully, being out there protecting everybody from the bullies and shit on the schoolyard. It's retarded.
Yeah. You cannot be go around as the world policeman. Stupid. Because you're going to be everywhere. There's bad shit that goes on all over the world. What are you going to go to everywhere and make them live like we do? Right? They're different people, different cultures and shit.
Yeah. If you fuck up and you do something here, we will turn your country into a motherfucking parking lot. Until that happens, we should mind our own goddamn business. Let everybody else deal with their own.
Yeah, if some
problems.
weirdo attacked us, hell yeah. Some fucker wanted to attack us and bomb us or something like that.
Like I said, don't tell me about how some fucking little country that's way over there is going to affect us until if they do, then we'll flatten them out and we'll take care of it. But until then, you're talking to me about solving somebody else's
Yeah, not only
problem,
that,
bro.
we don't need more of these crazy jihad dudes blowing shit up over here, right? Or false flags, anything of the sort. Like,
Yeah, well, we're bad about fucking false. Yeah, that's all. And that is for another discussion.
yeah, no, you're right, Shoes. A lot of Trump voters are as dumb as the lunatics on the left. There are some of them that
There's nothing negative to say about anybody on either side. I've always been open about the fact that I just don't like him. I do not fucking like that guy.
I support the day he came down that elevator. I supported him.
I know how you're. I know. I hear
Anybody
you, bro.
talking about
I hear you.
deporting people and all that shit, and talking about
I was, and I'm still for it. I'm still for that. I just don't think the juice was worth the squeeze, man.
well, if they
I
do,
voted for him too. There's no way I would have taken the alternate. I voted for him when he went up against Hillary too, because fuck that double, right? I mean, but I don't like the guy. Both times I've had a choice like everybody else between a douche and a turd sandwich. And I voted for him, dude. It was the best idea, and I supported some of his stuff, but I don't like the guy. I don't like him as a person. I think he's a terrible human being.
I actually do like him as a person. Besides the weird, like Epstein shit, like he's funny, he has balls, he'll say it like it is, shit like that. I do like about him.
Yeah, he's an arrogant
Very
cocksucker.
arrogant.
I don't like that.
Yeah,
dude.
he's
greedy and he's a fucking bad liar too. He lies.
That's why he's a good president when no one will really fuck with us, because he's got that ego, right? Like you need that kind of like strong personality up there to fucking scare away these Kim Jong-uns and these Chinas and these other psychos. So there is no war. So we don't have to fucking fight with people and bomb people, and American kids don't lose their legs.
Yeah, but you should have just said, "Don't call me. Go fight your own problem.
Yeah,
Go
of
fight your own
course. He's
fight."
totally ridiculous for fucking backing any countries over in other parts of the world. Stupid. He ran as a non. He ran not to do that. That's one of the main reasons I voted for him. I was sick of these neocons and these foreign.
Like I told you, there's certain things I agreed with, and that's like party stances and stuff like that. And I totally agreed with some of that stuff. I was open from the beginning, understanding economics. That I did not agree with a lot of his other ideas, but I agreed with some of them, and he was the best choice. You know, I mean, we definitely couldn't vote for Pappy that needed to be sitting under a blanket by a fireplace.
That guy was out of it, dude. They were shooting him up with the Biden. They were when he sniffed kids, they were shooting him up with all kinds of shit. He was falling everywhere, shitting himself.
Well, there's like all other things aside, right? Just to be fair, just to be American about it, which is like he was our president. And when they put him on screen for that debate, he was very obviously like just teetering on the edge of senility and full-on dementia. And everyone saw that. So I'm just saying, so like as an American, whether you supported him or not, that was your president. And for the first time, we're looking at this dude going, yo, Pappy's not well. This is not good. We cannot, no, this guy's not going to be able to do it. He probably can't do it now, right? That's being real.
Hell no, dude. Right now, that guy couldn't have completed 4 years. He couldn't have completed 2.
Well, that's why I said, even at that moment, though, to be fair, it's like this dude didn't even barely understand where he was at, dude. Like, it was sad. It was sad. As I'm saying, as an American, to see your president, like, it was sad. It was like, yo, this doesn't make sense.
He would mix countries up, years up. He would
people where he was, he couldn't form his thoughts. That's the thing and I have to be honest, that's the one thing that bothered me the most, which was during that debate when I first saw that, he was having a very hard time stringing words together in a sensical way to develop his thought pattern. And I'm like, yo, if you can't do that, you're full-blown senile. And if you can't put your thoughts together, how are you protecting me, running my economic situation, making sure we're safe, taken care of? That's what I'm saying.
His wife and his little council of little atheist dudes that were on his thing, the atheist Jewish guys. His whole council is filled with atheist Jews. And I'm not bashing them people because of their atheism or their race or religion, but they were just a bunch of little dudes running his country with his wife, not the president. Like, it was sick. Like, why is anybody running the country besides the president? Because he's senile. He was sniffing kids, sniffing their hairs and rubbing their faces. It was weird.
Yeah, and I agree with the back half of what with the front half of what Assassino says, which is Biden couldn't put a sentence together after that embarrassment. We needed somebody different. I wish we would have had a different choice, my opinion, but I still voted for the other choice because I'm an American and I had to be honest with myself about the situation, right? I did the same thing when he was against Hillary, dude.
Yeah, there was a lot of people.
That is one of the most rotten, disgusting, dishonest fucking people on the face of the earth. Hillary Clinton is an abomination of a human being, a literal trash fire. There is no way I could have possibly voted for her as a responsible American. There is no fucking way I could have possibly been honest with myself that there was a good reason to do that. So I voted for Trump. I didn't like him then, but I still made the right choice for the country. Same thing here. It's like we obviously couldn't have Biden. We obviously couldn't have Kamala then. It was an abomination in itself.
No sense.
The choice was obvious. Any other way, you're basically throwing. I wish it wasn't that way. I wish we had another valid party or choice. But the truth of the matter is that if you vote for anything other than the main two, it's not going to count.
There will never be a third party. Never. The two-party system is the way it is. I don't like it. I think there should be more parties, but they would never let that happen. They would never.
I don't disagree with you. Right. That was just that's all. I was just saying that I wish there would have been. Right. I wish there would have been. I wish there was another party where it wasn't that situation where you're knowingly throwing away your vote if you vote for somebody other than the main two. I wish that was not the case and we had other choices, but that's not the situation. And I do not disagree with you that it would be very difficult for that party to gain any kind of traction or get a meaningful percentage of the vote.
Yeah, they would wreck it, the other parties. I would have voted no matter what. I would have voted Trump because he's talking about deportations, no foreign wars, all the stuff I like. So he would have.
Yeah, well, I think that they all basically, it's like, look at the monkey, bro. I've always said it's basically professional wrestling. They're all full of shit. Every single one of them are full of shit. They eat off the same deli tray. They throw high fives. They all get fucking paid. It's all theater. Most of it's dramatic theater on purpose. And they do it. They help when there's two sides. God damn, we've talked about this before, just in the context of our community and why I don't join groups. And that's because of mob mentality. When you have two sides and you have two narratives, you will always have extremists in those groups. You'll always have moderates in those groups, right? You'll always have people that sit and listen. But no matter what level of that group you're on, when those groups face off against each other and start throwing shit at each other, it divides the people. And once you've divided the people, they can then conquer as a whole. It's just dramatic theater. It's bullshit. It's professional wrestling most of the time. That's what I honestly
and all
believe.
the other countries,
they just basically all.
And think about it. And all these warmongering countries get their bread buttered by no matter which party gets in. Right? We're still giving all these countries millions and trillions, and we're giving them bombs no matter what party's in. Right? Like it's crazy.
Well, yeah, and it's like some of these other world leaders have said that have been around for a really long time, whether you agree with them and what they do in life or not, they will tell you, look, man, it's like every 4 years we get a different person to deal with, and they come with their own ideas and their own promises and their own morals and their own values, and they're in the job for a little while, and then the real government comes in and sits down and tells them how it's going to be. And at the end of the day, we end up dealing with the same people but a different face. Several world leaders have said things along those lines. And we as a people need to understand that that is true, that they are all working basically towards the same agenda by dividing the people. And that's what I'm getting at. You've got
the deep state, the military industrial complex. All these people want to make money off these wars and tanks being built and bombs being built.
Yeah, they all take
it's really
orders,
sick watching those politicians sign the bombs. That was sick, dude. Why would you sign your name to a bomb? That's going to kill people. I think it was the Ukrainian bombs they were signing. They were going to drop on Russia or whatever. Why would you be signing bombs to drop on anybody? It has nothing to do with us. Why are you signing bombs? That's weird. I wouldn't sign a bomb. That bomb's going to kill a bunch of people, civilians, innocent people. I would never sign a bomb. That's it.
Yeah, but you know how I feel about the Jew. I always say it. Why test it? No matter what you believe, why fuck with bad people?
What I wish happened will never happen. I wish that all these countries took their nukes away, but that will never happen. Never.
Yeah.
Ain't what I Dems? Yeah, big Democratic stronghold, William. Hugely. Oh my God. Yeah, Dem. Sometimes we'll get a Republican governor. Don't get me wrong, but no, it's a Democratic, especially Providence, man. Holy shit. Rhode Island, yes, but Providence, just straight. A lot of radical Dems, though. I'm talking rainbows everywhere. Crazy. Just insane, especially near the college.
Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, tons of bombs signed for Ukraine.
No, that
I
was
don't like
creepy,
that at
man.
all. You're talking about a lot of
Yeah, no matter
innocent
which
people
side,
getting
I wouldn't
harmed
want to.
over some
I'm not
straight
signing no
bullshit.
Russian bomb or a Ukrainian bomb. That's it.
No. Well, yeah, no, of course. No, I'm with you no matter where. Yeah, that's why I go back to don't fuck with bad karma. But the Ukrainian thing is like, that's.
There was a bunch
no,
of Nikki Haley, a bunch of them was signing these bombs. And
that's weird. That's weird. Well, I wouldn't want their fucking karma.
yeah, imagine signing something that you know is going to kill
fucking
mass
children.
people. That's
Yep.
sick, man. Shame on them. Like they call themselves Christians. Like this ain't nobody attacking us neither. You know, it's not like these people are attacking us. And we're signing bombs like that.
Oh yeah, you'll hear nothing from me but fucking turn that shit into a parking lot if we're actually attacked. You will never hear anything other than that from me. That's what you should do as a responsible. Because somebody fucks with you, blows your shit up, then you have the firepower. You go over there and you turn everything that they have, military or government.
You know what scares me? This AI stuff with these drones and shit. What are they gonna make, like a super plane one day that can drop nukes on its own? Like what the hell?
I'd say they probably there already. They can basically fly anything remote control, and they have massive drones that already fly at the same altitude as like 747s and all that kind of. I mean, they have massive drones that drop ordnance and stuff. So I'd say they're there.
Cars, ain't it?
Oh, bigger than that. They have drones that are the size of small airplanes and jets. They have
that's
like
Terminator type shit. Why no? Go watch the Terminator. And then go watch, type in Skynet Elon Musk and watch this video. Now, it's crazy. Everything they talk, it seemed like Elon Musk watched Terminator a lot as a kid and wanted to fucking do that because he's making little robot humans, all kinds of shit. That's crazy. It is literally so much. It is so much like the Terminator Skynet, man. It's crazy. Shades was here. He's a big Terminator fan. Man, fucking, it's ironic. It's uncanny how it's so similar. You know, I'm not a brainiac or nothing, but it was like put it out for layman's terms, and it was like, holy shit, that's a creepy shit. Like, really? Oh my god, look at this. Looks like Carrot Top.
Oh no, I'm gonna warn you.
Is that Carrot Top in drag?
Close.
Oh,
it's Kathy Griffin.
I thought it was Carrot Top. Oh my god.
Carrot Top's rough too, but I'm gonna prepare you as your friend. This is the first of two pictures we're going to look at.
Faccia brut, okay? Okay, brut.
Oh, just wait. Just wait. Okay, so this is her. Now she's in her 60s. She's not. She's had some plastic surgery, but to be fair, she's not one of the ones that's like totally and completely distorted the way you can still tell it's her. You know what I mean? But she's old. Right, exactly. Yeah. But she's old, right? She doesn't look awesome, but she's very, very. Let's say that they've probably spent about 4.5 hours getting her to.
But she still looks like herself.
Yes, in this picture right here, after about 4.5 hours of wig work, hair brushing, and like plastering, probably actual plaster, and then makeup onto her face, this is what she looks like. Okay, now I want you to see. This is the one I want you to prepare yourself for.
Worse than this drag queen thing.
They got a picture of her with no makeup. Without her hair done,
let's call that
50 minutes. Without I mean, when I say hair done, I mean like without it being brushed, without there being a wig to cover parts of her.
Oh, that's a wig.
head.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. So I want you to prepare
This is
yourself
my Irish
now.
cousin. Oh my God! What is that? Look at that head. What, she shaved the front of her head,
bro.
What is that? What planet? Cleon?
Dude.
Star Trek? What is going on here? Oh, okay, bro. What the fuck?
That right there is what you see staring up at you from, like in It, from the sewer, right? Like when in the movie It, when the clown looks up at you with the balloon
that's
from the sewer.
That's Pinhead,
dude,
with some like bouffant in the back of his Last of the Mohegans. She looks like if her hair was black, she could be in the Last of the Mohegans as a bad Indian in the movie. Wow,
that shit is rough and scary and like,
wow,
it's corpse-esque.
That's her. Wow, what makeup can?
That's her without that frontal wig, right? So hang on, let me bring it now. Okay, you see, take a good look real quick, okay? Look at her eyes, look at her nose, her mouth, look at the hairline. Okay? All right, now here we go. Let's revisit.
Wow. See, that looks like Kathy Griffin, right? Ugly always. She was always a cabrut, but that looks like Kathy Griffin. The other thing looks like Chucky, like some sort of Chucky doll that was like burnt on fire.
The hair's insane, right? Her hair's like bald all the way into like middle of her head, and without it being brushed or fucked with, it's like huge and teased out. It looks like a
redheaded Indian.
Yeah, they've obviously spent. That's why I said like this has to actually be plaster and makeup and like hours of it because, dude, look, you can actually see the shape of her eyes, the shape of like her face, like she has a jawline. Now we gander back here. Look at this.
I am an elf from the underworld. Wow, she looks like a witch. That's not even looking.
Dude, full blown witch. Great.
Yeah, the Witch of Eastwick or something, although where the little kid turns the mouse. Right? Where that little dude turns.
Oh, it's witches. Yeah, that's witches. That's a great movie.
Wow, that's scary.
Is that insane or what?
Ambo forehead. Wow, look at that thing.
But dude, right, without the makeup, like her eyes are offset and strange looking.
I would have never guessed.
Yeah, she has like no definitive like cheek, like the lines in her face are weird.
If you would have pulled this picture up first, I could have never guessed who this was in Hollywood. Never.
What's for sure, right?
No, never. Oh my God, that's fucking scary. Looks like Sammy the Bull, the face. Sammy the Child Killer. Wow, she is.
Yeah,
holy crap, man. That is insane. That don't look like her at all. Wow.
It's insane. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I knew we had to take a look at that together.
We should do
all of us because that shit blew me away.
One disfigured person a week. That'd be good. People would like that, I believe.
Oh, there's a bunch
one
of
disfigured actor a week or something, or a couple of them to get some laughs on these freaks. Wow, that is insane, man. She looks like a part for a movie where she's being a witch or The Walking Dead or something.
Yeah, it's rough, bro.
Wow, 4 heads of Eastwick, West, North, South, Wick 2. That's right. Wow, what did she do to her face? And yeah, how many hours before of makeup the other picture until they try to make her look like herself? Just taped a Star Trek episode, David says. Wow, that is insane. Wow. What is this fucking weirdo?
This is for the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. This is Joey Chestnut. He's the Joey Chestnut's basically the world record holder for speed eating in a couple of different areas, but he's famous for his records with Nathan's hot dogs. They do this every 4th of July. I've seen this before, right?
Not this one particularly, but I've seen other things where People shove food down their throat.
Oh, okay. Well, for decades, Nathan's Hot Dogs in Brooklyn has been doing these big 4th of July things where they have a hot dog eating contest. Joey Chestnut just claimed his 17th win. Like, he literally stomps, bro. He ate 70 and a half hot dogs, bro, in like 8 minutes. I watched it. I watch this every year. It's kind of like I watch the Nathan's Hot Dog eating contest every 4th of July. It's kind
I
of a
can't
thing
watch that stuff. It makes me like sick, man.
I got you. So I watched this, but dude, he was on top by 24 hot dogs. That's how badly he beat everybody else, right? Yeah, his world record is 76 hot dogs in that amount of time. This year, he slowed down a little bit towards the end. He ended up at 70 and a half. But the second place, right? So he's in first place with 70 and a half. Second place was 46 and a half.
Wow. So he blew them away.
He stomps.
He never chokes.
The competition, man. Now, nope. There's and he holds it down too, bro, because we have competitors from other countries. That's one of the things I find exciting is that people will come to America from Japan, from Germany, from the UK, from all over to compete, and this is a very American contest. You know what I mean? And in the past, we have had people hold the title that were from other countries, and this dude is American. He's an American-bred dude, and he's been stomping fucking ass for years now. So I always root for the American winner in the American contest. You know what I mean? And he's been bringing it home big time. But yeah, the closest behind him was 46 and a half. He got 70 and a half.
Smoked these people.
Yep. Yeah, in like 8 minutes. Here's a you don't like watching that. I won't put it on.
Yeah,
but there's a little video. You want to check it out? All right.
We're not going to get to the record, but 70 would be a remarkable feat.
God.
To achieve 70
here.
again.
Watch him here in the last seconds. Joey's going to get it in. Boom.
What the fuck?
2, 1, put down your hot dogs.
Such neat eating, too. The etiquette is just exemplary.
It's huge, bro.
He's fairly neat.
Oh, my glory.
No one's
It's
ever
amazing.
choked in these contests ever.
Oh, I'm sure. Dude, no, I mean, now I'm sure people have choked.
I'm saying died.
I'm sure.
I'm saying choked out and died or needed the Heimlich.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure it's happened, but most of the people that are on this stage right now for this all hold world records in eating certain things, right? So none of them are amateurs. They're all very, very experienced.
Do you think Loman
eaters.
would win the hot dog swallowing contest if Johnny A-Light was feeding it to him?
He might.
Aledo feeding him them in the fucking hot tub.
I think that he could swallow the hot dogs whole, no problem. But the issue he would run into against a pro like Joey Chestnut is that you also have to eat the bun. Yeah, you have to eat the bun. So, like, let me see if I can find a good frame. Like right now, he's literally shoving the bun into his face. They dip them in water and they kind of like knead them into like a ball.
Put buns in his face before, for sure.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. But I'm just saying that's the part you have to chew. So the hot dog like you can probably swallow whole. But the
what
buns,
about Roth? Do you think she can beat Joey?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think she could beat Joey. She might be able to compete with the second place guy. What about if there was a
promise of a date with Mustache Pete? Then she would win. Win.
Yeah.
I don't know. Joey's.
Yeah, but he did that shit for 8 minutes, bro. That was just like 30 seconds of it.
I don't know how he doesn't fucking choke.
It's unreal.
Yeah.
See? Gone. The whole thing just fucking whoop.
Wow, that's fucking crazy. It's like lard ass and it's like Chicky with lard ass and Stand By Me. Boom, bop. Remember he pukes with the pies, the pie eating contest. Then Mrs. Gretchen puked on the L Club. Then the L Club puked on the mailman. No, everybody started puking on each other.
Yeah, I do remember that. Yep.
That's crazy. Italian hot dog eating contest. I wonder, he must be sick as a dog after that.
I mean, probably doesn't eat, to be fair, for a
Yeah,
day or
yeah, he
two,
could
right?
fast for a few days. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, they dip while they're standing there. They literally, like, at least for Joey Chestnut, he eats 2 hot dogs at a time. He has 2 hot dogs in one hand, like cramming them down while he's soaking the buns in a cup of water, and then he balls them up into like little kneaded dough balls and fucking chomps them down right behind the hot dog. So
That's
he does 2 at a
disgusting.
time.
And is that fair?
Yeah, that's how they all do it. Yeah, you're allowed to dip it in water. Yeah, that's why they all have these cups in
disgusting.
front of them. Let me see it. Hang on, before I change the video, let me back it up so you can see like closer.
That
they
is
show it
nasty,
closer.
man.
Oh yeah, for
That's
sure. I couldn't do that.
gross.
Eat wet bread. That would
What are you, a
fucking gross
pigeon?
me out. Yeah, you can see they all have these like black cups.
Oh,
They all have them, and they're all full of water. They all dip
Oh
them.
my god.
Yeah, they all dip.
That guy's got like a weird haircut over there, like some ice cream cone fucking thing on his head. Look, remember those little fucking pops that were white, blue, and red? Yeah,
Yeah, of course.
yeah.
Yeah,
That dude's
the
got
rocket
him on
pop.
his head.
Yeah,
Watch
the
the other
rocket.
guy bending down. His head's like a rocket pop.
Oh yeah, he does. Yeah, he has like a
Yeah.
little mohawk and shit. Yep. Yeah.
I couldn't do that. That would be terrible.
Like one of these guys, his world record is 50 hard-boiled eggs in 3 minutes. Yeah, that was one of them. I'm trying to think of what some of the other ones were because they had a bunch of them. They all had world records, but that was the one that stuck out to me because I was like, "Fuck that." You know, I was like, "Nope."
This guy's on he's on a food jihad.
Yeah, I see that. I've been
Assalamu
seeing
alaikum,
that
brother.
pop up on the.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, I'm like my
Alaikum
salami.
salam.
Yeah,
Alaikum salam. That's how you
yeah. Making my salami. That's what I said.
You greet them with assalamu alaikum, and they would come back with alaikum salam. Salami's
salami
great.
too.
Cold cut Italian sandwiches are always the best thing on a jihad. Always. Remember that kid Jihad Johnny? The American we found in the
No. Oh yes, I know who you're talking about.
I think he's still in the
yeah,
can, that guy, Johnny Walker Smith.
Check this lady out. Check this
Hold
headline out, bro.
Let's see. Australian reality TV charged with decapitating her boyfriend.
She's gorgeous. It's like a ridiculous, like a 12.
If
She's
her lips are real,
ridiculously
I can't
gorgeous.
tell behind that thing. She's a pretty lady, of course, but
Yeah, and she
why the
decapitated her
fuck did she
boyfriend.
decapitate her What a sicko! Wow, she decapitated.
Let's find out together. This was in Australia. Hev probably heard about this. Oh, this one's you fucking piece of shit. You piece of shit. No, I'm not going to pay for your stupid fucking article.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. I'll just pull up another one. Police are attempting to find the head of a man who was allegedly murdered and decapitated by his model and former reality television star girlfriend.
I wonder if she did it with a
Crazy.
saw.
Hang on, let me
Maybe with a saw or
Hang
a
on.
knife. She probably whacked on white wine and fucking Valium. White wine and Valium. I stay away from bacon. That's funny, dog.
Yeah, I'll find a different.
Yeah, she's nuts, man. She's pretty, but fucking crazy. Decapitated the motherfucker. Like you hear about
yeah,
women
here we go. I found
shooting
a
dudes or whatever. They get in a fight. The girl goes nuts and shoots them. You never really hear about them decapitating people. In case she's an MS-13 chick, then I say, okay. But she's not MS-13.
Right. Hang on.
She looks some reality stuff.
Let me switch this out. Let me switch this out real quick. I didn't realize that one was a fucking paid one. I just saw the headline.
Yeah,
and grabbed it. Here
Photoshop
we go.
filters, they look like yes. That's why when I see a lot of women pictures, I'm like, I got to see that picture without Photoshop, without all kinds of stuff.
Look at Kathy Griffin. Holy crap.
Where?
No, I was saying you're talking about you got to
Yes,
see the
yes.
pictures of people without the Photoshop, without the makeup. I said, look at Kathy Griffin. Look at that example of needing to see somebody without their makeup and wig and shit.
Yes.
Holy crap.
So there's a lot of these like
Fucking-
Instagram ladies and all this shit that are really
for
you
sure.
might think are really beautiful, and then you see them without all that filter and shit, and they look like that.
Yeah, they take their fake eyelashes off, and they got a 6 head underneath
Yeah.
those fake bangs they're wearing, just like Kathy Griffin. Yeah,
some
no
weird
doubt.
ones, man. They all do that.
All right, so I found another one. So murder horror, missing head of decapitated model's boyfriend still not found, as Beauty and the Geek star 34 charged with murder. It comes after the woman was reportedly pictured standing half naked in a wedding veil days before her arrest. Okay. Maybe she went crazy. Let's find out. Here's like a little video. It's 23 seconds long. Let's see what it says.
What the?
Yeah.
It's an eerie and bizarre sight. The former Beauty and the Geek contestant still and silent, half naked and holding a dark object on Port Lincoln's War Memorial.
Wow.
Yeah, that is a real person.
This was just weeks before she was arrested and charged over the brutal murder of her partner on Thursday, a crime that has rocked the community.
So she lost her mind.
Yeah. What was she saying? Hey, yeah, and then that little stupid Russian voice that Tony Soprano's girlfriend had. Tony, I know you, Tony. I hated that motherfucking voice. She had one of them.
Oh my God. A former Beauty and the Geek star has been charged with the murder and decapitation of her boyfriend as cops desperately search for his missing head. Julian Story, 39, was reportedly found burnt and dismembered on the bathroom floor of an apartment in Port Lincoln, Southern Australia. There's the poor bastard that got his head chopped off.
Was he the geek who won her?
Yeah, I don't know. That was at least the girl, the guy that she was dating.
Joins Beauty and the Geek. I never had a pretty girl in my life, and he gets one. He looks like a nice little American kid. Geek plays Nintendo. He got his dog, and she chopped him up into little pieces and set him on fire. I'm sorry, but that's hilarious. Poor bastard. Wow, what a.
Yeah, bro. Officers made the grim discovery last Tuesday after responding to reports of a small fire. His girlfriend, Tamika Suann Rose Chesser, 34, a model and reality TV star, was arrested 2 days later under the Mental Health Act and charged with murder. Detectives have launched an urgent public appeal to help locate Mr. Story's missing head, which was allegedly removed after his killing around midnight. Detective Superintendent Darren told reporters on Friday, while I won't provide any further detail about it at this time, I can tragically say that we have not recovered the head. They want to return it to the family, obviously. Police have circulated CCTV footage and stills of a woman alleged to be Miss Chesser strolling through Port Lincoln hours after the alleged murder. Yeah, she was dressed in black right there with 3 of her dogs right after she supposedly killed them.
What a nut.
And then, yeah, there's the one where she's standing half naked like a statue in the middle of the park with some kind of weird dark object in her hand.
He couldn't overpower.
She's wearing a
I
wedding
wonder how
veil
she originally killed him, because he was bigger than her. He was the geek, but he was still bigger than her. How the hell did she? Can you please play Dungeons and Dragons, sweetheart? Okay, and she shoots him or something. I don't know. Cut his head off,
dude. I don't know. While you're talking to me, I'm reading through to see if I see a single answer to anything, bro. No. I'm just reading through it. It's all stuff we know. I mean, they're basically just talking about how she was being really weird. She was in a catatonic and unresponsive state when they found her. She's being charged with the course of justice, which means she did something with the head and they can't find it. There's still a lot of unanswered questions because she's not talking to them. She was denied bail. She's being still held under the mental health detention order.
Yeah, she'll be put in an asylum.
Please report that my sister is in a mental psychosis. This is not her. She would never do these things, her sister said.
Who's this chick? Yeah.
I guess that's her with brown hair.
Okay. And she kind of got those crazy eyes, man. Yeah, she must have went nuts. She won't get real jail time. Yeah, they'll keep her. She'll probably be in like a crazy house for 10 years, and they'll let her out because she's evidently crazy, right?
She's obviously gone full on mentally crazy. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. She's fucking nuts.
Yeah, you can see in her eyes. Even
Well,
in that
yeah, I mean, but all of it together, right? She's dressed in black right after it happened. She's walking through town. Then she's in a wedding veil, half naked, standing in a park with like a statue. She's catatonic. Like, yeah, there's just weirdness going on here, bro.
Yeah, she's crazy. Crazy.
Holy shit.
Cut that dude's head off. Poor bastard.
David James says, oh, it's with all the other heads.
Where is it, lady? With all the other heads. Shit,
Holy shit, dude.
Fucking
Yeah,
Australian
that's
chicks are
crazy.
crazy. The Australian chicks, they're pretty straightforward and aggressive out of all the Western women I find. Not all of them, I'm saying, but the most of them that I've known. Pretty like blunt, right? Like pretty blunt in your face types. I'm sure not all of them, but and I guess this lady was so blunt that she cut his head off. Shit.
Man.
Was he Australian too?
Yes.
Okay, so the two Aussies.
I mean, as far as I could see, yeah, his family's from there. They were involved in the investigation. I mean, that's what it looked like to me.
Roddy Parade. Don't get it mixed up with Doberman or German Shepherd Parade. Roddy's on parade. Yeah, this kid should have had a Rottweiler with him to protect him from his crazy fucking girlfriend. People don't realize women can be killers too, and serial killers, and very devious too. Any human, men or women. Ah, look at this guy. Perv City, Packy Pervy. Narc. Was this the fellow, Narc? Was this the fellow? Wow. Look at this guy. Me fucking chick on.
This case is really weird and nasty, dude. 37-year-old pervert arrested for sexually abusing chickens.
Jeez, poor chickens, man. Why would you hurt a little chicken?
Dude, this guy's on the level of the turkey fuckers, man.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew our Packy friend would be a turkey pumper.
Yeah, remember all the gross things those guys did that worked in the factory? This guy could have been part of the team. That's what I'm telling you.
That bad?
Yeah, it's really bad. And he wasn't alone.
Look at him. Look at that head. What a sick fucker.
Yeah, Rehan Beg, 37-year-old pervert from England, has been sentenced to 3 years in prison for sexually abusing chickens.
Wow.
According to the Daily Mail, the man had been sexually abusing chickens for some time. Ready for this? And his wife was videotaping him.
Wow. That's
dude,
sick, man.
The court also sentenced the wife to 6 years in home detention.
Good.
For her role in it. Reports said that the wife said her husband was abusive and forced her to videotape his pervert actions. I don't know. Chickens
might have been true, but don't matter. He's hurting God's creature, and that chicken has a soul, and you can't let someone.
And you could have told somebody and showed him the tape if he was out.
Yes, she could have emailed that to somebody without him knowing, acted surprised, and when they came or told them, hey.
Sure, and I get all that attached. We just talked about this with Diddy. I even get like all of that attachment and things that might be weird with it. But at some point, yeah, you had the evidence to sail him up the fucking river for sure. But yeah, chickens sexually abused were family pets, and the footage was saved under the file name Family Vids in their computer.
Sex slaves. He started stuffed unicorns, like David said. These were his sex slaves then.
Yeah, and here you go. So indulging in the depraved and perverted acts, Rehan was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. In one instance, he was appeared to have sex with a chicken that was already dead. So I said this guy's on par with that's what those people in the turkey plant did. Remember, they were doing them while they were dead, and like, oh fuck, man.
But these are personal pets that probably have names and shit. This is sick, man.
Yes, right. They weren't. Yeah.
Purple Packy hand job. Yes. Calm down, Packy.
He also pled guilty to 3 counts of making indecent photographs of children.
Wow.
Some aged just 6 years old.
That's animal. They should blow him to pieces. Why'd he get only 3 years, man?
I have no idea. That's how the UK did it, man. I really don't know.
Fucking punks. They let all these perverts off so fucking easy.
Oh, shit. The judge says you gave the appearance of having enjoyed the sexual acts with the chickens and dog.
Dog.
Apparently there was a dog involved in this.
What a fucking shame. You snuck that one in.
I had no idea. I saw the chickens. Yeah, the judge made that statement. It wasn't anywhere else in the article.
What a sick fucking his wife helping him out, man. And he only got 3
Yeah, his wife being involved, bro.
3 years? Like,
3
come on.
years, man.
You gotta, that's fucking bullshit. Look at this weird, soft-looking bitch.
We need a vigilante is what we need. We need a vigilante.
He was probably thinking, hey, my friend Knock not home. Mark not home. We need chicken. What a sick bastard. And those chickens, they have souls too, man. If you kill something cruelly and torture it, that's not good. That's sick.
No, and and you know what? If you're gonna bugger it though, at least kill it right at. I mean, fuck, man, you can't just keep it alive and continue to hurt it over and over and over again. It's just living in pain. And that's kind of what you were saying, like with the turkey plant. Those turkeys were doing that to them, but then they weren't. They were literally put in the rotation for being unalived immediately. These chickens were being kept alive as pets, right? I don't understand how they would survive it. I just have to say that right off the bat.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
that's really weird.
The poor bastards. Maybe.
And on what forum did you look up where to do or how to do? I mean, what weird human has the instinct to know how that works with a chick? I don't understand.
Yeah, they should have gave him a lot more time. That's for sure. Sick bastard.
Yeah, I know. So Carmela says I can't stand the animal abuse story. I know, and we've got one more. That's it. But these things are in the news, and they're very strange, and they're trash on blast. We're gonna get through them.
Yeah, I don't like the animal ones neither.
I know. We've got one more, and at least this guy got fucked up.
Pervert broke his spine while sexually abusing a horse at the stables. That's good. Would he kick him? He must have kicked him.
I'm not sure. I read this and I was not 100% sure on how his back actually got broken, but we're going to read this real quick. Corey Coleman, 26 years old, was well known by the stable staff at the livery yard in whatever the fuck this says, where he abused a horse exciting before masturbating the stallion.
Oh, stallion
yeah. Hold on.
Kick from a stallion.
Let me see what
you up.
Oh, it's loading. Turn the volume off for that, and we'll come back to that. There we go. Okay.
Are you a threat to animals?
Wow. Look at this pig.
How many incidents were there where you abused horses?
Only
I was heard in court that
they
seem to be prolonged and the animals have been conditioned to that kind of attention. How long would it have been going on?
Big chunky chunko. I'll go home.
Experts said it seemed as though many months of abuse had taken place. Do you deny that?
That pig.
So,
pig.
All right. He was basically, you'll see that he was conditioning, just like the guy said, that he was conditioning these stallions over time to react certain ways, and then he would take advantage. It's really weird and psycho and fucked up. So, a man who was found laying on the ground with a spinal fracture after sexually abusing a horse has refused to answer a question about his depraved acts. Corey Coleman from Cardiff accepted he had an unhealthy interest in horses after CCTV footage revealed his series of sick acts at the livery yard. The 26-year-old regularly volunteered to look after horses at the stables and was well known to staff. The magistrates heard Coleman was found lying in a passageway between the stables with a serious injury to his back. He was hospitalized with spinal fractures and fitted with a back brace, but in the following weeks, he continued his volunteering at the yard. When the stable owner, Alex Hill, inquired about how the injury was sustained, Coleman claimed one of the stallions had tried to mount him. As a result, Mr. Hill decided to view the CCTV. What he saw concerned him enough to look deeper into it. When Mr. Hill checked the footage from Coleman's visits, he saw the volunteer had been sexually abusing horses.
Wow.
This is the conditioning. This is the weird psycho fucking weirdness, bro. He was using a mare who appeared to be in season, moving her close to the stable to tease and arouse a stallion.
What the fuck, Harold? What are you doing? What? Wow.
Mr. Richards added that Coleman was then seen engaging in sexual activity with the stallion. He was masturbating then. After the yard's owner called police, Coleman was arrested, making an unsolicited comment to officers that what he had done was part of the cleaning of the horses. So he basically tried to tell the cops he was just cleaning their pricks.
Right. Yeah, this guy's a psycho.
Total psycho fucking trash human, dude. Let's see. Pleaded guilty to causing unnecessary suffering to stallion and to a couple of them, and for sexually abusing them, failing to ensure the welfare of the same horses and failing to ensure the welfare of the mare. So several horses he abused. He pled guilty to it. Mr. Richards said the CCTV showed that children were playing just outside of the busy stables where the stuff was going on, and that there was totally a risk that they could have entered while the abuse was taking place.
What the fuck? What a sick bastard.
Yeah, he said the horses' behavior during the incident showed that they had been conditioned over a long time to be used in this sort of attention. It's likely this has gone on for many months.
Wow.
It's insane, dude. Yes,
trained like that. He was training them for that.
He would bring the mares that were in season close to the stallions. They would sense it, and they would get all fucking excited. And then he would go in there and take advantage of it, cleaning them, as he says, and then getting them to mount him. And that's, I think, what broke his spine was one of these stallions. He was probably trying to get to mount him, and it broke his back.
Very possible. Yeah, and it went from little packy hand jobs to he wanting to the thing to mount him, and it probably broke his back.
Oh, his poor dude!
What a sick back.
This guy, the abuser, lives with his girlfriend that he's been with for 9 years, man.
Poor kid. She must be fucking humiliated.
Oh my god!
She's got to leave him though.
Yeah, she's gonna have to change her name and move.
Yeah, how the fuck do you stay with the horse, Grapo?
Dude, especially when he's like Harambe and when the R goes down, it's because he forces you to do them, right? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he wanted that horse on his back, dude.
Yeah, bro, and that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the first thing that he came to his mind when the owner asked him what happened to his back. He said one of the horses tried to mount him. I think he was.
Well, see, he has you mentioned Harambe. He's got to hope that Moby Thick, aka Tinacum, don't mount him if the raccoon.
He's gonna end up with a fractured spine.
Yeah, when she pegs him, she must not mount him like that.
As soon as she lays the fucking couple of those rolls on his back,
he's
right?
Fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, that horse, at first I thought he kicked, but no, it couldn't have been a kick because it would have hit him in the front, the chest, something. He might, yeah.
This is bullshit. Oh my God. The judge gave him a 12-week jail sentence, dude. Suspended for 12 months as well as 25 rehabilitation days, and an order banning him from owning, keeping, or transporting horses for 5 years. Fuck that.
5 years, it's game's on.
Apparently,
Mr. Ed's got to worry about in 5 years him hitting Wilbur over the head with a blackjack and raping Mr. Ed. That's
Dude,
not fucking cool,
that's
man.
fucked up, man. This guy should have been put in jail for at least a year for each horse he fucking harmed.
It's probably a little county, and he's got like a governor uncle or something, man.
That's some
Like
bullshit.
Because who the fuck is gonna, especially those like country folk, they love their animals, man. You find out some weirdos.
I'm with Carmela. The judge is a pig. Fuck that guy, right? Dude, that's bullshit.
That's
bullshit. This guy should have got time plus the mental hospital time and it should have been a lifetime ban on being anywhere near a farm or a prairie or anything like that.
Lifetime ban.
Yeah, man.
He's molesting horses.
Bro, and doing it so methodically and weird.
Oh, he's grooming them. He's fucking grooming.
Right. What the fuck?
That's grooming. The way he's teaching them and bringing the man.
And that's that psycho. That's what I'm saying. That's that methodical psycho part of it. That's fucked up.
He's like, I don't mind working overtime, sweetheart. I love animals.
Yeah, what's your job again, honey? Oh, I'm a horse cop cleaner.
Yeah. I clean the Peugeot.
Yeah, exactly, bro. What on earth? What on
I don't know how he got. That's disgusting. That judge is a fucking swine, man.
Yep.
Like I said, maybe the judge knows his family, like something like that. Yeah, it's got to be one of those little small counties or something, and the judge knows someone in his family. Because come on, you give a guy who's doing that to horses, fucking not. And
so methodically, like he's obviously really super fucking unwell. This guy needs to be locked away and chained to a floor.
Yeah, and in 5 years from now, he can go fucking.
Yeah, he can change his name, go work for a different farm. Yep.
Yeah.
He could buy his own horse. Yeah, he could buy his own fucking horse.
Yeah, that's true. Jeez. That's a terrible fucking even thought, man.
Yep.
Poor bastard having a horse. Yeah, I wonder where the hell does that come from, right? The animal bestiality type.
Man, I don't know.
Did they watch some weird fucking cartoon when they were kids? That's
right. That doesn't come from your uncle fucking touching your pants, right? That's a whole different weirdness, bro. I'm with you on that. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck could cause that.
Who knows?
I've said that before. I don't know how you get right. We're human. We get like all animals. Everybody has certain kind of pheromones and like vibes and scents. It's like I totally get that. You know, when you're attracted physically or emotionally to another human being.
Yes.
How are you smelling all of that barnyard life and being turned on by this dirty animal to where it arouses you? I don't understand that. Just at the base of it, I don't get that.
I don't know. It's weird.
It's gonna be it's still a horse, dude, right? Even if you had a mental defect, you can smell the shit over there, right?
Fucking
like you can like you're in a barn. It's gross, man.
It's a fucking animal, man.
Dude. Yeah, stinky fucking animal. I don't give a fuck what kind of pet shampoo you use. It's gonna smell like a fucking horse. That's nasty.
He knew what he was doing. Just like I seen the purple pop in. Just like the purple knew what he was doing when he was getting the rent paid. He can cry and go in mental hospitals. It don't matter. You show your ass. Well, you're a pecker. But yeah.
Yeah, he had to get some of that fuck. He got some of that oil money from Osama bin Laden.
Osama been touching. Osama been tugging.
Yeah, buddy.
Osama.
Getting that oil money.
Who's Osama been tugging? The little purple guy. But yeah, this dude's lucky that the horse did more than break it. They should have killed him, honestly, because he's going to hurt animals in the future. I wish that stallion would have stomped on him.
Oh, for sure. That's always the best case scenario. They get kicked or something and their heart stops, so they get stomped out for sure.
Their head. He'll never stop.
Yeah, that one guy, he got trampled by the cows. Remember the guy that was messing with the baby cows? He jumped over the fence and got trampled by all the big cows. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, that's karma. The dude swimming with the whales, getting eaten. Like, why are you swimming with whales? That hippie. Literally.
Bro, so here, there's no picture of this guy. There's just the story that's with it. So I'm just going to tell you it's a very short thing because they're investigating and the guy's obviously not well. But this is some zombie apocalypse type shit. South Yorkshire police had to investigate a guy that walked into a store, took some bolt cutters, cut off his big toe, and then stood there eating it.
Bath salts, anyone?
Dude, yeah, upon arrival, the man was taken to the hospital where injuries to his foot were treated. There are not believed to be any other parties involved, and the incident is not being investigated as a crime, blah, 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 blah. But the quote is, a man went into Wilkinson's Haymarket, went upstairs to the electrical aisle, picked up some bolt cutters, chopped off his big toe, and then stood there eating it. Fuck.
Wow.
The aisle was taped off until police and forensics went in. There is no other comment. Yeah, that's some fucking Night of the Living Dead shit right there, bro. I can't even imagine being in a hardware store in the electrical aisle and watching some guy pick up bolt cutters, cut his own toe off, blood squirting everywhere, and then him look at me just eating it like a nacho. Holy fucking shit.
He had to be on something heavy, man.
Dude.
Maybe bath salts.
Just holy shit.
That's gross.
How could you cut your toe off with bolt cutters and not go into shock?
Yeah.
And then stand there bloody and fucking
Bro.
eating your own toe.
He had to be on drugs, dude. No other way.
Fuck. There's no other comment. I wish there was.
In case of severe
Yeah.
mental illness, but still, I would say drugs.
Or both, right? The guy's already fucked up and he did some crazy
Yeah,
shit.
to know
He's on
your own
flock
toe
up.
off. That's crazy. With both and eating it.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't. Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, even if you were mental, how could your body not go into full blown shock? Because,
They
man,
traumatize the fuck out of the people in there, though. You better, anybody who's seen that was traumatized.
For real, that's what I'm telling you. Like, I couldn't imagine being in that store aisle and seeing that
I'd be like,
happen.
yeah, what the hell, buddy? You nuts?
Dude, I'd be getting the fuck away from that zombie motherfucker.
Honestly,
bro.
I'd probably stop filming them.
Yeah, it's probably true.
You know, it's crazy
Yeah.
enough. I film it, put on my YouTube channel. Guy cuts toe off. You get a lot of views.
Yeah, well, you probably get a bunch of views. Yeah.
Just got to blur out the gore. That's all.
Yeah, you probably would. I guess you're probably
Yeah,
right.
that's
So I
right,
was
yeah.
answering him. Yeah, the pain alone make you right. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, even if you're mental, like your body would go into
Yeah, you're
shock.
cutting
Like,
into a
fuck, bro.
bone. You're ripping your bone, the nerve. Oh, shit. That's no joke.
Man, you're chomping through bone, dude. Man.
It should have been in the movie Saw.
Yeah, that was a fucked up. Those are a fucked up series of movies, actually. But yeah, the first one was super
The
fucked
first
up.
one was the best. They should have been in that movie. He chopped his toe off for nothing. Shit. What the fuck?
Only in Japan would they ever have a full-on human centipede statue ever made, let alone make them benches for people to sit on.
That's
dude.
weird.
You know what the human centipede is,
A
right?
centipede. They don't look like centipedes.
No, the human centipede is when they form a line of people like that, but the person that's behind has their mouth sewn to the other person's asshole.
Yeah, what the fuck? I think it was a kid
Open.
game.
And then they feed the first person.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, and then on down the
That is
line.
super fucking degenerate, man. Holy shit.
It's from a horror movie. It was from a horror book that got turned into a movie called The Human Centipede. And like a serial killer would capture all these people and he would sew their lips to the other person's asshole. And he made a big long line of them as a human centipede just shitting into each other's mouths. That's what these fucking benches are,
That's
bro.
disgusting, man.
They put this in public as an art thing, and they made them benches for people to be able to sit
That would never
on.
happen in WW2 Japan when they lived by the Hiroshito Code. You would have never seen this degenerate shit ever.
Only in Japan, the place where they make child dolls and everything else.
What a shame. That's disgusting.
Isn't that
I thought
fucking
it was
crazy?
some stupid game, right?
Oh, it's a game. It's not one you're gonna get shit on though. Yeah, unless you're the first person in the line, your life sucks from now on. All you eat is what they all ate.
Disgusting.
Yeah, buddy. Oh, it's horrific. It's terrible.
How do I think that's odd?
I would never sit on that thing. I'm going to show you something else I would never sit on too here in just a minute. This is also in Japan.
A Larry Mazza bicycle?
Yeah, foolish vlog. I saw the Human Centipede episode of South Park. I saw it. That was insane. It was insane. All right, here's something else from Japan. I'm pretty sure nobody else in here would ever fucking sit on. Check out this toilet.
What the fuck? What the hell is that? That's some weird shit, man.
Bro, could you imagine?
Wow.
Having to go to the bathroom if you're standing there, that's what you're looking at, or if you had to actually sit down.
No, that's
bro,
weird. Creepy.
Bro.
Why is there a hole in his chest?
I don't know. I think just so you can access the tank.
Oh my god, that's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Isn't that bizarre as fuck, dude?
That's stupid.
I would just not use it. I would shit in their trash can. I wouldn't use it.
You go full pizza.
I'd have to be irresponsible and childish about it and use
You
the
go
sink
full pizza.
or fucking trash
You go full
can.
Tony Pizza trash can style.
Yeah. I'm not sitting on that weirdo's lap. That's not happening. That's not something I'm doing in my life.
No. Larry Mazza bicycle comes complete with no seat. That's what makes it special. Yeah, I wouldn't sit on that thing. That's disgusting. Real degenerate shit, man. Wow, speaking Japanese, I really think so. Unreal. Degenerate shit. Oh my god. That guy looks like a fucking weirdo, too. That porcelain creep.
So now we're going to look at a little bit of idiocracy in the land of fucking crack machines and 7-foot trannies.
Oh my god, transmissions.
Oh, there's one in this shot, and it's right here in the red. There's this like 7-foot trans testicle over here in the red. I'm pretty sure it's a trans fucking prostitute. I think Nadu just dropped off his date for the evening.
Most of them aren't.
These fuckers over here are just like flocka addicts laying around. And this bitch right here is so retarded and high on drugs, she's about to lay down in the trash next to this 7-foot tranny.
Is this the wonderful Kensington?
I mean, I don't know. It doesn't say. It honestly doesn't say where it is. It just says, God bless the USA is what it says. So happy 4th of
Kensington,
July.
Philadelphia.
Right. But check this out. It's very short. It's 14 seconds long. But wait till you see that. This is literally crack machines and fucking 7-foot trannies. It's Futurama. Look at that creature.
Strike a pose. Vogue, vogue, vogue. I'm
Look at
so
this.
beautiful in every single way. Wow.
Now, peep this gigantic atrocity. Look at this atrocity.
Look at that. It looks like it's a third member of KISS, a band member of KISS.
Like David Bowie's spaceship.
Yeah, David Bowie's spaceship's up there.
Bro.
This
These bitches are just sitting in piss. And look, all this shit around him right here looks like bird shit. This guy's just sitting in bird shit.
Yeah, and that's the Kensington model right there.
And this lady, yeah, she's living it up in her trash down here. All I can hear in my head is from fucking Little Shop of Horrors when they're like downtown.
Yeah, we'll call her a Marilyn Skid Row.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that song Skid Row's in
know.
that fucking movie too,
Down
bro.
on Skid
Down
Row.
on Skid Row,
Marilyn Skid
downtown.
Row is striking a pose right now. Strike a pose. The Madonna music.
That trash bag, it almost forms a beautiful wedding veil
Yes, but
vibe to
where
the
she
video.
can marry that 20-pound hippie.
Yeah, this 7-foot tranny.
Yes, the transmission possibly. I don't think the transmission's going to want to bang that twink in the background though. The transmission's going to want the twink, not Marilyn Skid Row.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, it'll definitely take his $20 to get his face fornicated with. But yeah, this lady down here, she definitely have to pay extra.
Marilyn Skid Row. Let's go.
Maybe she could pay to watch. But yeah, this is nasty.
Love me. Beautiful in every single way. Trash won't take her down. Wow.
Crazy, dude. Laying on used needles. Yeah, for real, bro.
Look at that. That is insane.
I couldn't. It just had everything in that scene. That's why I said, God bless the USA. You had like a random, like you said, a junkie twink in the background.
Yeah.
Then you have the lady that, hold on, let me get back to the page. You have the lady that was probably somebody's like third grade teacher right here. And then she got hooked on the shit. And then fucking, yeah, this bitch right here is just
white
atrocious.
Trash. Wow. She makes me money. Look at that white trash. That's like White Trash magazine, right? February's white trash model. Wow. Marilyn Skid Row. Look at her. She thinks she's beautiful. She thinks people are taking pictures of her. She'll be in Vogue. Wow. What a sick broad.
Yep.
Man, she starts singing Happy Birthday, Mr. Needle. Wow. Oh, happy birthday, Mr. Drug Dealer. It's my party. I can shoot Fenty if I want to. Fenty if I want to. Wow.
Yeah, they're definitely
look at that other space alien transmission to look on, ready for some fucking like spaceship fucking.
Literally looks like it's in a David Bowie video for fucking Major Tom.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. She's like looking for some like spaceship phallus to come down and take her to Planet Degenerate. It, whatever it is.
This fucking ugly purple nose.
Look at the twink sitting down in pigeon shit. The twink, he's sitting in pigeon shit.
Yeah, all around him.
Wow.
Yeah, and I really think that used to be somebody's third grade teacher. Yeah, until they got hooked over there.
Yeah, who knows? Look at that fucking sick girl. What a shame. These people are fucking nuts. That's that trank shit. This is Kensington. Let's go to Kensington where everybody's shooting. What the fuck is this?
This blew me the fuck away. This is some seriously like going against societal rules. Like this is just weird. I've never seen somebody this fucking cheap and petty before. Check this out.
I'm not going to eat the whole of the banana. I eat the banana itself.
By removing the peels, pits, and stems from fruits and vegetables before they're weighed at the register, Stephanie saves up to $3 per shopping trip.
I have never seen anyone peel bananas and put them in a basket. That is weird.
What the fuck?
I'm not
what? This bitch in the middle of the store is going to take the peel off the banana to save herself fucking 2 cents on the weight and just leave the peel there.
Hey, maybe she puts it in her bag, throws it right in the fridge. I don't know.
You're crazy. You can't do that's insane.
Hey, some people are real crazy with food shop. What do they call them? Food coupons and shit.
Oh yeah, the coupon people and stuff. Sure, sure. You know, couponing.
Maybe she's into peeling saving money, right?
Well, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, that's exactly what she said. I'll even play it one more time for you. She said, I'm not eating the peel. I'm only eating the banana, so I'm not going to pay for that. And the old lady's like, that is weird.
I'm not going to eat the whole of the banana. I eat the banana itself.
Okay, let me explain to you how economics works in this country, bitch. People grow the whole banana. They sell the whole banana on the weight. Someone buys that whole banana based on weight. They then sell it back to you at a profit in the whole weight. That's fucking insane. That's like if you went to your weed dealer back in the day and they gave you a bag and you sat there and picked all the stems and seeds out of it and threw them on their coffee table and told them, I only smoke the weed part, so I'm going to leave this here with you. I'm going to pay you what this weighs now. You're a born moot. You
Look at that old lady, man. She's looking at her like, what the hell?
I'd be looking at her like her hair was on fire, bro. If I saw this right here.
I'm not going to eat the whole of the banana. I eat the banana itself.
By removing the peels, pits, and stems from fruits and vegetables before they're weighed at the register, Stephanie saves up to $3 per shopping trip.
I have never seen anyone peel bananas and put them in a basket. That is weird.
Yeah, damn right, lady.
That's hilarious.
Like, what on fucking earth?
You know what? I gotta say, she's probably the best person we've seen here. She's smart.
No, it's not being a piece of shit. No, I'm with you, Terry. Yeah,
you know, but one of the two normal human beings we've seen on here.
Yeah, David James says, yeah, can you cut the bone out of this steak?
Take the bone out of that steak, man. Peel my potato. I'm not gonna eat potato peels. The shows are peeling potatoes and shit. Like,
I just don't see the appeal.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's. But bump. Yeah, no, that's stupid, bro. I can't believe I could not imagine leaving the peel there in the store and being like, "Fuck you, I'm not paying for that," and them just looking at me like I was an insane person.
Yeah,
I would be embarrassed, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking what? She saves up to $3 a trip. Crazy, dude.
I got more bananas than anybody else.
Yeah, she definitely probably gets an extra one. Yeah, that's funny. But not even, bro. Those things are like a 10th. Yeah, that's crazy. Hang on, I'm going to grab a drink real quick, and I'll be right back, bro.
How did she get them home? Probably in a bag or something. Ugly purple-nosed chicken effer. Probably in a some sort of a bag where she puts them in. Maybe puts them in her refrigerator or something. I don't know. That is bizarre, though. I wonder where she leaves the peels. Hopefully she throws them in the garbage, right? That is she's probably like an excessive coupon person who took it to the next level. Yeah, peel the potatoes. An orange. I don't eat the fucking orange peels. So here you go, everybody. There's a bunch of orange. What if she goes full out with this, right? And doesn't stop with bananas. Just keeps going to all other fruits and shit like that. Or takes grapes off the stems and leaves all the stems everywhere. She's going to come into she's going to be fighting with other people in a supermarket eventually. Put it that way. The people are going to be like, hey, you got to stop peeling these fucking things, right? Cut the bone out of the steak. Yeah, some people do extreme shit and eccentric. Leave them on the floor, slip and fall, school 101. Yes, now we're speaking lawsuits for sure. Anything on the floor, someone falls on, uh-oh. Yeah, you want it fresh, true. Maybe she eats them right away. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, take the rind out of the watermelon. They would call the cops on her for that, probably. He probably does that. Yeah, it probably does. Because there's excessive people who have little, I don't know, quirks and shit. And that lady, that's her fucking quirk. Because she looked normal. She didn't look all fucking crazy and shit. But looks can be deceiving.
Yeah, she's definitely a couponer, like you were saying. She's definitely one of those. That's why she said she's doing it, is to save that $3. So she's definitely one of those thrifty.
So
people.
she became a couponer, went beyond and went a little beyond the boundaries there. It just drives me bananas, he says.
But bump. Yeah, I threw in a cheesy one too, foolish schlock. You're all in good company. With the dad jokes, the cheesy shit. Yeah, take the rind of a watermelon. There you go, Mopcron.
Yeah, I'll take the seeds out, right? Taking all the seeds out and spitting them on the floor. I'm not going to eat the seeds. Fucking psycho. Buy some fish and take the bones out and just throw them on the floor. Not gonna work well. That's too funny though. I'm not gonna tell. That old lady was funny too.
Yeah, I've never seen anybody do it like that. That's weird.
Then blown away. Oh my god. Oh, that must suck.
Remember we read about this park, dude.
Okay. Yeah, this park is real nasty, man. They got problems, mad perverts.
Remember the LGBTQ people tried to come to their defense and say, "Oh, well, this is where all the gay people get together and gather, and it's a safe place for them." It's like, no. A safe place for them does not mean they get to fornicate in the nude and jack off while they're sitting up on walls where all the people in the neighborhood can see them doing each other. That's not safe for anybody. That's gross.
That's degenerate city, man.
Well, apparently it hasn't gotten any better. Nudity is not illegal in Washington state, so they haven't been able to do much about it. And now you've literally got check this out. This dude's literally standing naked on the concrete with his door open, just
That's
pissing.
public decent exposure, man.
But he's one of the people that was masturbating in the park. And he's walked over, he's standing by his truck with his door open, he's just pissing in the parking lot, stark naked.
What a scumbag, man.
Dude.
Low life.
Yeah, this shit is out of control. This, Seattle's got to get their fucking, Washington State's got to get their shit together.
Yeah, this is pervert park. They should shut this shit down, find these guys and put them in the can. Put a stop to this shit.
Yep. Absolutely. And make it illegal to be nude in
If
public.
I lived near there, I'd be shooting them with pellets if I was a little kid.
Damn right.
I was 12, 13. These dudes would be getting shot with high-powered pellet guns from like 3,000 away.
Fucking paint guns and everything else, man. You mark them. You fucking mark them with color.
Yeah, me and my little friends, we would have shot them with pellets.
Absolutely.
What a sick bastard, man.
Bro, these people are out of control.
Yeah, and these little types that
Out of
will always
control.
rip. Do this weird shit in public, man. That's they would attack somebody. Like picture Spanky walking by, them all chasing him down or something. Trying to deliverance the poor bastard. Walmart fight.
No. The fucking whole thing disappears, dude. The fucking...
What the hell is that?
That's a lady with a 500-pound ass leaning up against a pole with the crack of her ass and the entirety of that pole disappearing.
Yeah, I thought she had like a toy in her backside.
No, she's just doing a different kind of magic trick where she envelops about 8 inches of fucking pole.
Jesus Christ.
My God.
Honey Boo Boo, lay off the fried Twinkies.
Well, and can I just say, don't do that in public. That's nasty. Lean against it the other way. Don't stick it up your bum.
She has no self-dignity or self.
This is where I'm at. Like, don't put that thing up your butt. People got to walk near there and touch that thing. Like, what the fuck?
No dignity, no self.
Nasty bitch.
She just wants to be fed.
Oh, yeah. She's the type of chick, if there's nothing else to eat in your house, you're going to find her eating like frozen Brussels sprouts and shit.
She's a disgusting person.
What a horrific, nasty bitch. I cannot imagine. I mean, even as forget about the weight. Who stands like that up against a pole with it in their butthole or in their butt crack? Who does that? And then let alone the fact that you do got 300 pounds on each side.
Well, that's something that
even fell up.
Casperosa might do that.
Oh my God! Oh yeah, that's why he's not allowed to have bedposts anymore.
Take a picture of one of them. This lady's probably either mentally ill or just a fucking cavon.
Yeah, she's just a pig. Yeah, like you said, self-esteem, no care for anybody else, no respect for anybody else. You're just putting your ass all up on that pole. That shit is nasty.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's some booty, all right. Ugly purple nose, but that's fucking gross, man. Who does that? Have some self-respect and respect for other people. That shit's nasty.
Yeah, that's disgusting. That's Moby Thick style.
Yep.
That's nasty. What is she doing? Being questioned for shoplifting or something?
She's just standing there while some of other people are talking.
Yeah.
She just decided to lean her gross self up against that
Yeah,
thing.
because standing, like,
in the most gross, disgusting
because
way ever.
standing is too much of a problem.
Oh, of course. Yeah, her knees can't take that kind of weight without the support of that fucking pole in her ass. Propping herself up like one of those dolls you buy and comes with a stand.
Yeah. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I got an old horse one like that. It's like a stallion horse that Zorro rode, and it's a stand that goes like in its stomach or something. What is this?
I found this one just for you.
Oh my god, disgusting. Disgraziad. Look at all these fucking cucked out emblems and oh my god. Gay.
I just want to point out to you that this is probably like one of the weirdest mixes of philosophies that could ever exist.
It's probably
at the
a
same time.
troll, but you never know. It could be some furry chooch Trump voter.
You got American flag, you got the Israel flag, you got I don't know what the blue and yellow one is, and then you've got then you've got Ukraine, then you've got Trump and Vance, Team Trump. You got another sticker over here that says "Proud Furry" that's got a bunch of animal stickers around it, and then the British flag, and then a rainbow flag,
and an Australian flag.
Yeah, and furry pride with the fox on it. Yes, there's all kinds of furry pride, proud furry, gay furry pride.
Yeah, I don't know. It could be a real person out of their fucking minds.
Out of their mind.
Furry pride, UWW.
Yeah, this is in Minnesota.
It could be a troll or some psychopath, right? Some phenoic furry psychopath.
Well, I saw that and I knew you'd love it. So I fucking I grabbed this and I was like, oh, my dude hates furries. And this one's a gay furry that voted for Trump and loves Israel. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, and the Ukraine. They're probably the biggest warmongers, too.
Yeah, Carmela says he's all the things. Yeah. Exactly.
He's probably a huge warmonger. Yeah, that's the Australian flag right there. That's the British.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
New Zealand's got a similar one, I believe, too. I'm not sure.
KD says that fat lady was shaped like a bag of laundry in prison. That's too funny, bro.
Now, you think this guy's just busting? Like, who would put their furry on their car, man?
Right, that's what I'm saying. He's got literally 2 stickers that say "Furry Pride" and "Proud Furry" with a bunch of animals around it and stuff. And then he's got his Trump things, and then wrote it like "Gay Furry Pride" and like shoe polish or something.
Well, dude, listen, they go to conventions, man. They got no problem with say, "Hey, I put on a Scooby Doo outfit and bang Mickey Mouse."
Yep.
They have no problem with that. There are some sick people out there. It's all satanic shit, man. Furries, pride. Pride in what? Being a furry? You psycho? Like, you know, you're putting a costume on of an animal and you're fornicating with people. That's ridiculous, man.
It's all super bizarre. Yeah, and like KD said, yeah, and this is a gay one.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And this is a gay one.
Straight furry.
Yeah. Like Carmela said, he's all the things.
Yeah, is there such thing as even straight fur? I don't know. Do they sleep with females?
Probably.
Yeah, I'm sure there's furries who just go with women, and then furries who will bang anything with a hole, right?
Absolutely. You got. I mean, fuck. Look, there's Loman.
Yeah, Loman. We gotta. That video we gotta watch him yelling.
Oh yeah, I can find that when we're done with the news. I can pull that up. Yep, no problem.
He's still triggered about the cheesesteaks. Spanky getting cheesesteaks. He's triggered.
Yep, he's not happy about the kiss and make up with Joey. That's
no,
for sure,
he hates that. And he is bitter. And he's also jealous of Spanky's numbers of his channel. Because Phoebe would do anything to be in his shoes. When it comes to like the little hump channels, Phoebe, that's why he hates him so much. What other reason does he really have to hate him, right? Like,
Yeah.
I make fun of him more than Spanky does.
Because he does the mob genre stuff, and like he's always said, I mean, that's the root of it, really, right? Before the psychosis with Joey, that's a totally different problem that has its own root. But one part of it is, just the show that it exists at all. When he started this and he's the king of it, nobody else has room to do the things he does, and he's the best at it. How dare you? You know, like you said before, it's like, imagine like we're both into the same TV show, right? There's only so many episodes. Like, we're both going to do a show on the new episode.
Yeah.
You know, you don't get to do it just because you're the one. You're like, no, there's going to be millions of people that do it. Fucking, you're weird, bro. Fuck off.
It's a fucking episode on TV, you fucking dope. There's probably going to be hundreds and hundreds of YouTubers that cover it.
Exactly, dude. This mob shit is no different. There's hundreds of these channels that do this fucking shit. You're just extra pissed off at him because of the second problem, which is your weird man love for a dude you don't even know.
Yeah.
Your psychosis problem.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's a man crush.
So this next video is some of those fucking ignorant, unwashed people I was talking about on Wednesday. They're outside of the Diddy trial, dousing themselves in baby oil.
What, like a cult of his?
To celebrate his verdict.
Baby oil?
Yeah, these people are fucking idiots.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah, these are the people outside the Diddy trial.
They're the cult that are always there every day.
Look, he's spraying baby oil on her.
Wow. Play that again.
These people are fucking retarded. They're all yelling at when his mom and family walk out of the court. They're all shouting at them, trying to tell them their name, telling them they're their fucking supporters. We love you, mom. They're screaming at her and all this weird shit.
What does Diddy's mother do? You know, wave?
No. The last day on the verdict, she blew the crowd a kiss.
All right, for supporting her kid, yeah.
Yeah, right. The rest of the other days, they would just scream at her, "We love you, mom. You're a great mom. He's free. He'll be free. The government's oppressive. They want him dead because he's black."
I get it. They have the right to do this, but put baby oil on each other, that's fucking retarded. Stand there with a sign.
Oh, yeah, they got a right to do it. Sure they do. They can be out there acting like ignorant, unwashed, fucking retard people if they want to, but they should know that we're going to laugh at them, the fucking weirdo
but not
idiots that
baby
they are.
oil. They could be just standing there regularly, right? Not screaming, putting baby oil on them.
No, this is a bunch of ratchet fucking idiots. This dude with his little fucking pimp, his purple pimp costume, and his fucking ugly fucking pimp hat. This dude's not wearing a shirt, has his underwear sticking out. The other bitch is some ratchet bitch that takes her wig off and bounces her titties at everybody.
That's some weird.
Fucking, and all these people out here, you can see them with their phones up and stuff. Just because they're dressed a little bit better, they are no better. They've been screaming the same dumb fucking old, tired bullshit.
Yeah, they look like a cult. T, what's up? What's going on? Happy 4th. Happy 4th. Yeah, this is crazy. Put baby oil on yourself in front of a courthouse. If you want to go there and represent and say you want somebody to get off, no problem. But don't douse yourself in oil and do all this degenerate shit. You look like weirdos.
Yeah, and they sound like fucking idiots. They're literally disgraces to fucking the rest of us. And look, this lady up here in the black at the top of the frame, she's another one standing there in her fucking pants up her fucking coochie hole and her ass cheeks hanging out and her fucking, you know what I mean?
They
This
think
bitch,
they're gonna meet
all these people.
They think they're gonna meet a boyfriend or something. I don't know. That's weird. Meet some celebrity.
No fucking class, no fucking self-respect whatsoever. And this dude, again, with the fucking purple wannabe, a fucking broke down ass Pip outfit, he's got bottles of baby oil he's squirting on these women. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, the pimp, Superfly.
Fucking trash people. Absolute fucking trash people.
Yeah, total morons, man. They're probably a little cult. That dude looks like a Fanuc anyways, the baby oil guy. He's probably, notice
Yeah, it just
me,
made me
notice
sick.
me, Diddy, notice me. Because remember, Art Kelly met one of the girls that he got put away for. Where did he meet her? At his first trial. She was the biggest like supporter with the Art Kelly
Gotcha.
signs, and he met that girl and ended up fucking turning her into a boy. Yep. So a lot of these people are
Gross.
thinking, hey, maybe we'll be invited to a party at the end, or I don't know, right? Who knows?
Carmela said what you said. They're there to find a date. They're at the HIV swap meet. They need to be careful.
Yeah. You got to be crazy to sit there all day and put oil on yourself.
Some fucking dude that don't give a fuck about you. You'll never meet. You'll never fucking talk to.
You don't know
Never
the guy.
fucking happen.
No, you don't even know.
Never fucking happen.
And that's their hopes of thinking they're going to be like friends with them. It's like, dude.
You're looking at a bunch of fibbies.
Yeah, basically. It's not like it was like they're just sitting there like normal people with a sign, right? They're doing all crazy shit.
And celebrating a fucking predator.
Yeah, that too.
I'm saying it's ignorant as fuck. That's what part of what pisses me off and why I call them the ignorant and unwanted. They can't think
But
for
they
themselves.
all have them.
They've
Even
got this
serial killers.
fucking thing that they're following, this thought process and philosophy that's just disgusting and ridiculous,
Sadly, though,
man.
look at the Richard Ramirez, man, and the serial killer dudes. How many fucking groupies did they have, right?
Truth.
It's
Truth.
sad. For some reason, a lot of psychopaths and weirdos, there's people that for some reason want to flock to that for whatever reason. May it be fame, a little bit of clout, money, grifting, romance, whatever. I don't know. It's weird. I would never go.
It's truth, but yeah,
I would never go there.
idiot.
I would never go to any fucking killer or psychos thing. There was some innocent person who was put away unwrongly. When I go with a sign, and if I thought if I really was into the case, maybe, right? Just hey, this person should be let free. Here's my sign, let him free or something. Possible, but I ain't got nobody's fucking shit like that. Who's this character?
He buys crack houses. I thought it was fucking hilarious. I thought it was absolutely hilarious and great branding and marketing because you get these people that are like, we'll buy your house. Yes, even if it's shitty and run down, we'll pay you right? We'll buy your house now. This guy was like, yes, I buy crack houses. And I fucking thought that was great.
Then we should call him.
Oh, man.
I buy crack. Hold on. I'm going to call him. Hold on. I'll put on speaker. Hold on a second. What is this thing right here? What's the no? I got it. Don't say it on the thing. One second. All right. What? 2 bang, 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 bang. Is that a 5 or a 5? Whoops. All right, here we go.
Cleveland, press 1 for all cash offer on your home today. Press 2 if you're a real estate agent, real estate wholesaler, or property owner in the middle of a current transaction with us. Press 3 for property management. And for all other questions, please press 4. Thank you.
4.
Look, it's 2 in the morning.
Leave a message. I'm leaving a message. If he answers, he does crack. Come on, machine.
He's just ringing.
Yeah, I don't think he's got a machine. Shit. Come on. You want to buy crack houses, you don't got a machine. No. Shit. Wait.
Damn. It's like, man, we had a perfect crack house. You let it go.
Yeah, I wish you would have answered. We're gonna call him back one night. I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna put crack house.
Start finding random crack houses, see if we can sell them to them and find a deal. See if we can make a deal with the crackhead and make a little profit.
Yeah, well, I don't want to put crack house in my phone. But
crack house dealer.
Yeah. You're like, what the fuck? I see crack call. I'll put. We'll call it back the next time.
Right on. Yeah, we could do that.
Better cry by crack houses.
Yeah, it should make me laugh. This one made me laugh too. Let me pull this up. This is funny. This shit's great. The sign outside the door on the chalkboard says "Live, Love, Meth."
Live, love, meth.
And then this fucking sign that's taped to the floor as you walk in. First of all, I love that shoplifters will be prostituted. No food in the store. Stop eating shit, you pig. Shoplifters will be prostituted. I love that. That's so much better than prosecuted. We'll prostitute your ass. You'll be sold into fucking anal slavery.
It shows weirdos like Kitten like start stealing immediately. Like Kitten's like, hello, I'm not stealing. There's all things hanging out of his shirt. Fibby was like
that's it. You saw the sign. We now have a contract. I'm selling you to an Iranian prostitute.
Loman would hump that mannequin right there and run away with it. He'd run away with that
Hell
mannequin
yeah.
real fast.
He'd be hoping that it came to life.
Catch me! Catch me! Sick bastard.
If he was in that mannequin movie, though, he'd be Hollywood.
He'd be Hollywood for sure.
Yeah, Hollywood would be walking him around on a leash.
Yeah. He looked like the bulldog from the cop guy, Captain Ma.
Yeah, exactly.
Freak, man.
All right, let's see what else we got here. I got a few more. Let's see what we got. Oh, yeah, this guy's super classy. He's out with his kid. Yeah, I forgot about this one. This shit is insane. Look at the shirt this fucking idiot wore, and he's holding his fucking daughter's hand.
What? What is it? What a retard. See, what a degenerate, right? Man. That's not a good dad right there. Stop being a scumbag. Grow the fuck up.
He's in Walmart. He's holding a bag of pretzels. He's got his kid by the hand, and that's what he wore out in public.
Yeah, that's sick.
Trash. Straight up trash, sir.
That's sick. Wow. What a fucking lowlife.
Yep.
Little kid, man. What a piece of shit. They gotta grow up. People gotta grow up. That's so immature. Like, why would you wear that? You're a father with your little kid, man. Like, come on.
Yeah, why would you wear it anyway as a grown-up? Why would you ever wear it around your children and outside of your house? Yeah, right. Crazy.
Yeah, that is so immature and stupid. What a weirdo. That kid looks like he's being kidnapped. Leave me alone.
Yeah, he's not even holding his hand. He's got him by the wrist, right?
I'm not going with you, asshole.
Right, you can hear the audio. It's like, dude, you're not my daddy.
You're not my father, you piece of shit. Leave me alone. I got a knife.
Yep.
I'm children of the corn. I've got a weird disease, malaria. Look at weirdos.
Yeah, great role model. Great role model. What an asshole. No shit. Yeah, JS says, yeah, real trash. No kidding, right? Right on, Katie. Go get your kids some ice cream. Do your thing, bro.
You scream, I scream, we all scream for ice cream. I made that up. No, I didn't.
That's okay. You could make things up. You invented the question mark.
Yeah, my aunt invented whiteout. Who's this guy?
Oh my God, he's a cult leader, bro. He's known as Siberian Jesus. He just got sentenced to 12 years in prison.
Come and sit in the ice with me.
A former traffic cop.
Oh,
gained a huge religious following in early 1991, taking advantage of the void caused by the collapse of the Soviet Union. He called himself Vissarion and claimed to be Jesus reincarnated.
Blasphemous, fucking idiot.
In 2009, he started making news headlines outside of Russia for claiming to be a reincarnation of the Son of God and traveling to other countries to convert people. Even back then, he faced accusations of fraud, but denied any wrongdoing, claiming that his church made no money whatsoever. But in 2020, Vissarion was finally arrested and charged with using psychological manipulation to control and exploit his followers for labor and money. He was sentenced to 12 years in prison.
Yeah, too bad Aegon wasn't in here. Viserion sounds like some like Game of Thrones or Song of Ice and Fire name.
It does. It does sound like something like that, fantasy novel or something like
a Valerian.
that.
Yeah, this dude's out of his.
And this guy's quoted. He says, "It's all very complicated, but to keep things simple, yes, I am Jesus Christ."
What a blasphemous fucking asshole! What a piece of shit.
Russian cult leader founded the church. It's called the Church of the Last Testament, and soon after he created it, soon after being laid off as a traffic cop, and somehow managed to attract thousands of members to remote settlements in Siberia.
Other sick people or people who just wanted a vacation.
Yeah, it says including a group of about 300 fervent followers who lived atop a hillside in a complex known as the Abode of Dawn. Bro, controversy always surrounded the cult, but in 2020, Russian authorities finally decided to do something about it. He and two of his associates were arrested and charged with harming at least 16 followers' health and financial affairs. Yeah, so it's any typical cult. Sounds like he put them to work and stole their money.
Yeah, basically. Like
labor. It's labor and stealing.
That's what they all do, really.
Oh, he forbade them from using money. There it is, right there. He asked his followers who routinely honored him in their prayers to refrain from eating meat, smoking, drinking alcohol, and they were forbidden from using money. He himself, however, had no problem using fiat currency. Yeah.
Yeah, no
what
problem.
The fuck? Yeah, fuck this guy. He told people he was Jesus.
Yeah, no problem spending their money.
Right. Yep. Give me your money. You're not allowed to spend it. I'll take care of anything you need. I'll spend the money. I'm Jesus. I can do what I want. Okay, Mr. Jesus. Here's my bank account. I sold my house. The money's in there. Thank you. I like graham crackers.
There are some weird people that followed a lot of these false messiahs over the years, man.
It's crazy to me. Crazy.
Yeah, in the 18...
especially when you get to the part, like if you believe everything, right? But then you always get to the part, like we're just saying, where it's like, okay, now give me your money.
Yeah, there was guys back in the...
You think that's in the bubble pop.
In the 1840s, 1850s, up to the 1890s, they were predicting the end of the world. And a lot of these preachers told them and their congregation to sell everything and move out to the desert and shit. And then the day came and okay, where's the end of the world? Right? Like, you can bullshit people for so long. Right? Telling them that, I don't know, I'm going to bring Bruce Springsteen to your grandmother's birthday party. Then when that birthday party comes, you're not there with Bruce Springsteen, and you're a fucking liar. Like Tranbo, right? Pezienza next week on the show. Like, liars. They can't help.
Yep.
And this dude just tricked out a bunch of Boris and Yeltsin and a bunch of Russians to fucking live on a cold mountain and freeze their balls off together. We freeze balls off. We freeze balls off together. Vodka. Suka, vodka.
Yeah, they're in a tent. He's in some fucking beautiful.
You live in that igloo. You live in the igloo. I live in the mansion.
Yeah, exactly. They're in like a little igloo with like carpets fucking tied up to the walls. Exactly, dude.
Are you the guy who gave me the ticket 2 years ago? No, that wasn't me.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no shit.
No, I was in Bethlehem then. Fucking bullshit. What a blasphemous asshole.
Yeah, that's super fucked up. Taking advantage of religion and religious people is super fucked up.
Yeah, these people are religious and stupid, though. These are dummies, right? The Messiah already king, you stupid fucks.
Yeah, you got to be a real special kind of stupid, man. You got to be a real special kind of stupid to fall for things like that. Or like super desperate. And you know you're being robbed and you're just going along with it because you need a friend, maybe. But yeah, anybody other than that is just really genuinely dumb.
Yeah, it's like a lot of those guru types.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Who's this prize?
Man. Woman files legal complaint against husband for making her do chores instead of spending time on Instagram.
Yeah, fucking sandwich.
This is weird. Yeah, exactly. Make my sandwich. Get the fuck off that stupid social crap. Yeah, and then she's going to sue you for it. Yeah, so check this out. It's pretty weird. Indian police recently reported the interesting case of Nisha, a young woman who filed a legal complaint against her husband, claiming that his asking her to spend less time on social media has caused her to lose followers, dude.
What?
This is
fucking weird.
It is weird. The bizarre marital dispute began when the woman's husband suggested that she should spend less time on social media and more time doing house chores. The 30-year-old woman later told police that up to that point, she and her husband had lived in relative harmony in their home. But his demands ruined her social media presence. Nisha would normally post at least 2 reels on her Instagram every day, but her husband's demands made that impossible. And when she lost 2 followers in a single day, repeat that, when she lost 2 followers in a single day, Nisha threw in the towel. She left the marital home, moved back in with her parents in another village, and filed a legal complaint against her husband for fucking her shit up. Crazy, dude. The scorned wife blamed her social media decline on her husband's insistence that she spend less time on her phone. Quote,
maybe
my followers. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Maybe it was just her shitty content.
Yeah, two people. One.
Yeah, 2 people. Give me a break.
Right. My followers declined as I was kept busy washing utensils and cleaning the house for my husband. I didn't get time to make my reels. Upon hearing about his wife's actions, the husband filed a complaint of his own in retaliation, claiming that Nisha was always busy on Instagram and neglected her womanly housework.
Weird people.
Let's see here. After hearing both parties, the police brought Nisha and the husband together and talked to them about the importance of marital harmony and family life. The counseling session worked wonders, and the young couple is now back together and trying to fix their relationship. Unfortunately, the turmoil caused by Nisha's police complaint caused her husband to lose his job, and now he is now searching for another way to earn a living. My God.
Saturday night, Nisha was beheaded by her husband at 2 a.m.
on her Instagram account.
On her Instagram account, Nisha's head was bashed in with a mallet.
Yeah.
Break. That was the weirdest thing. What weirdos? Like, I'm gonna take you to court. Like, what? Yeah,
2 followers. 2. Like, what?
You lost 2 followers, lady.
Oh my God. In the same day. That means the stars are gonna fall.
It's the end of the world as we know it.
Yep.
R.I.P. Michael Madison.
Make my dinner. Where's my dinner, bitch?
Yeah, where's my dinner now? That's fucking him too, though. He files a complaint too.
Oh yeah, he filed it. He was like, "Oh yeah, Oh,
What kind of
yeah?
couple
You want
is
to file
this?
legal against me for asking you to do your womanly fucking job, woman? It's like, we're in India, bitch.
It's like, wake up, honey. We're going to court to do battle against each other. Let's go.
Yeah.
How does that even work? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, this is not Utah, Nisha. This is fucking India. You have a real good chance of being caned in public for not keeping his dinner warm. You better be careful.
Oh, if they're in India, look out. Trouble in the city. Hot there on top. Oh, my God. Big trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, they're in India. So that's why I'm saying, like, they weren't in Utah. He filed his own shit, and that's why he filed it the way he did. He said, okay, I ruined your social media. She's not performing her womanly duties and keeping my house clean and my food made. And that's why the cops sat them both down and was like, now, bitch, you got to do your bitch work.
Nisha gets
if she's doing her work, you have to let her talk on her social media.
Ain't it? Or she gets caned like 72 times.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly.
Yeah, hotch out there. And the women don't get much chance in court when it comes to these dudes over there.
Oh, R.I.P. to your brother, T. Marine. That's awesome. You had a great finale.
Oh, what happened? Oh, yeah. R.I.P. to your brother.
On this day, she lost her brother, so they did a big firework tribute for him.
Oh, that's nice, man. God bless your brother. And at least it's a good thing to remember and keep his memory alive. That's awesome. And the grand finale, awesome. That's sad. At least you get to honor him, though. So that's a good thing.
Definitely.
Yeah. And India, man, she's in trouble.
Yeah, they sat him down. They said, listen here, lady. You got to keep that dinner warm.
Oh, we're going to break your face.
Exactly.
They're pretty strict out there.
You're going to lose a whole lot more than 2 followers, Nisha.
Maybe they should have worked it out and together instead of fucking went to the courts.
Yeah, they got counseling. The cops gave them counseling.
Usually there's elder family members that will get involved, though, right? Like, especially in these little tribal communities in India. Like, I believe there's like elders and shit that get
Maybe
involved.
they did. She went to go stay with her parents. Maybe they're the ones that, because he filed a complaint back. So maybe the parents made him have it. Who knows? The cops gave him the therapy, which is funny on its own. They didn't send them to a therapist. The cops sat them down themselves. And, they told them that it was important that they had marital harmony and all that stuff. Which, again, I'm assuming went something like, now you do your woman work.
Yeah.
And you do it with a smile, or like you said, we're going to cane the shit out of you in public.
Yeah, the bottom of your feet are going to be black and blue.
Yeah. The palms of thy hands will be scorched with candle wax.
Yeah, it shows the packy reaching for the joystick on the narc.
We're gonna give you the fucking what's that lady's the fucking crazy redhead. Yeah, we're gonna give you to
Kathy
her.
Griffin.
Yeah, Kathy Griffin. Yeah, we're gonna give you to Kathy Griffin. She's gonna feast on your soul.
That was scary, dude. That was scary.
Nosferatu.
Nosferatu, yeah. That was a creepy picture of her.
Oh my God. I couldn't believe it when I saw it the first time. I absolutely couldn't believe it. When I saw that hairline way back behind the ears and shit, and it was all like just gnarly and astray and blown the fuck out. I said,
She looked like one of those elves or demons from that Tom Cruise movie. What was that movie? The name of it? With the little dwarf kid in it, and he fought that demon guy.
Oh God! I can't believe it's not instantly coming to me. Holy shit. Yeah, it wasn't Labyrinth. It was the one with the devil in it. It had that badass Satan.
Yeah. Dude, it looked like the demon. That guy was.
Fuck! I can't believe I can't think of the name of that movie right this second. That's crazy. Hang on.
It was a quick. It was like a not They Live. No. Legend. There it is. Legend. It was one word. Legend. Yeah, that was a. I used to watch that
1985.
Yeah, I watched that as a kid. That weird little fucking bumblebee thing, the little fairy, how she talked, that was creepy.
Yeah.
And that little kid with the big ears, Jack, Jack, where we going, Jack? That was creepy. I hated that kid. And he was wearing like a rat.
That devil in that movie is still one of the best devils ever
Without
done
a
in
doubt.
movie.
Without a doubt.
And that was in 1985. Bro, that devil was bad. Had the horns and the dark red. Like, it was just badass.
Yeah, that was a beast. That was a pretty cool demon for sure.
They did a very good job on
the
that,
makeup
man.
for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're welcome, Teresa. God bless you and your family and your brother.
Of course. Of course.
Sunday, if I go to church, I'll light a candle for him. But yeah, that was a good movie. Legend. As a kid, I don't know if I could watch it now. I haven't seen it since I was a kid.
Wait, he says, "Oh, I was thinking the golden child." No, I don't want him to touch the knife.
Yeah.
Touch the knife. I don't want him to touch the knife.
That was a great movie, The Golden Child, though. I liked it.
Yeah, it was. It was very cool.
I remember getting that from Major Video.
Yeah, I think I watched on HBO.
I see on HBO also. Yeah.
Like much later, like way down the line after it had been out for a long time. I finally saw
I seen it on
on
video
HBO.
pretty quick, actually. My cousin
Right
worked at like a Major Video, so I grabbed all kinds of shit.
Nice.
Yeah, it was about some little kid.
Well, check this shit out. Doctor, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I
I forgot. No, there was a new one.
Okay, doctors find a live eel swimming in a man's abdominal cavity.
How's that happen? What the hell?
I don't know, but first, before I read, look, that's the eel.
Oh my god, he must have been swimming.
It was swimming in his abdominal cavity. It said
He
alive.
must have went swimming somewhere with these eels.
Let's find out, bro. It says a 33-year-old Chinese man who showed up at the emergency room with severe abdominal pain turned out to have a 1 foot long live eel in his abdominal cavity.
Either that or he works at a Chinese food restaurant or a restaurant and he was sleeping and the eel snuck in his mouth and went down his throat without him knowing. He thought it was a dream.
Let's see.
Or he went swimming.
Yesterday, Chinese paper Huaihua Daily reported the unusual case of a Hunan man who showed up at the first affiliated hospital of medical university with a pale face, sweating profusely, and complaining of stomach pain. A CT scan of the man's abdomen showed a foreign object that seemed to have pierced his stomach and ended up in his abdominal cavity. The man's abdomen was already as hard as a board, and fearing a potentially fatal peritonitis, whatever the fuck that is, doctors decided to perform an emergency surgery. While exploring the man's abdomen, they were shocked to discover a live eel swimming among his organs. And there it is.
That's
again.
Insane. How did it get there?
I don't know. During the operation, doctors found that the eel had completely drilled through the man's intestinal wall and was now swimming in the abdominal cavity, which was at risk of becoming infected if not treated immediately, obviously. Using a clamp-like instrument, the surgeon managed to grab and remove the eel, then stitched up the hole in his colon and flushed the abdominal cavity with saline solution to minimize the risk of infection. The man recovered well after the surgery, discharged from hospital. No word on what happened to the eel.
Phoebe Golden Child.
It is known. It's known to dig holes in relatively soft soil in ponds, streams, canals, etc. So it can easily pierce through human intestines. Although the medical experts involved in the case would not discuss how the eel got into the man's colon, it wasn't too. He stuck it up his ass.
Of course.
It says that they wouldn't. It's right. So it says the people in the hospital wouldn't discuss how the eel got into the man's colon, but it wasn't difficult for people to deduce. One of the people said everyone knows how it got in. He, quote, sat on it accidentally. Someone else wrote. So he stuck it up his ass.
Mazza style. Yeah, forget about it. Yeah, we don't know how an eel.
Alive eel.
We don't know how an eel got in a human being. He stuck it up his ass. He's a Fanuc and he got away.
And then it drilled through his intestine and was just swimming around in his abdomen, around all of his different organs.
He must have done this many times. I guess this was just the one that got away, right? Literally, he was sticking in his ass and it got away from him, and it went in fully, and he couldn't get out.
I understand T. Marie was trying to be polite and said maybe he ate it raw, but you'd have to understand that it would have been killed when it hit his stomach acid. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So that means it actually had to have gone in the other end and then pierced his intestine. Yeah, this guy put a live 1 foot eel up his bum.
Yeah, because they would have said he works at a restaurant where there's eels, and it went out.
Or to your point, he was swimming and got accosted by an anal eel. Right.
I'm saying maybe he was sleeping, right, and the eel went down his throat. But that's just
yeah. But you also said swimming
too, yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. To your point, it would have had to have been an anal eel.
Or maybe down his throat. He's swimming. He's going.
Oh, well, okay, yeah, maybe it would have swam, but but it would have died in his stomach.
He would have bit it too. Look how big it is, man. It's impossible. Got to pull out. This guy was a little Fanuc. He was a little, little one sung hung Fanuc, sticking eels in his ass.
How do you get a slippery eel? Okay, see, now we have questions, bro.
No, he was putting it in his rectum, dude. It was the one that got away. It slipped out of his hand. It was the one that got away. That's what he did.
But how do you?
He puts it in his butt.
And this thing is like, it's limp, it's soft, it's slimy. Like, I'm saying, like, that's weird.
Got contraptions or devices. I don't know, and things to help him do it. But he had to be doing that. That's sick, dude. That's why they.
It's fucking way sick.
Yeah. What's the other explanation?
I was accosted by some gay fishermen. They stuck this eel in my
other
ass.
Explanation.
It was an anal eel.
Yeah.
Jesus.
No
Christ.
other explanation of how an eel would be there. There's just not.
But it ate through his intestine and was swimming around in his.
He should have went to the doctor right away. What did he think was going to happen to it? What a psycho.
Right, he showed up at the hospital. He said he was pale in the face.
My sex toy
wasn't, and he had abdominal problems. Yeah, and they did a fucking CT scan. They're like, "Well, there's your problem right there. You've got an anal eel, and it ate through your intestines. Now it's just swimming all around your colon and everything else. Boy, you gonna die.
Eel in your ass. Exactly. Big eel in your body. We gonna take eel out now. We not gonna tell new paper. I went to school with your cousin Cam. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. Tell floor manager to get stew started. We got free lunch today. We're going to have anal eel and rice.
Sick. That's disgusting.
That is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. Nasty ass, ain't no doubt about it, JS.
Oh, my God.
The poor eels. Foolish flock.
David said, I hope you had fun for the pain.
I'm still with Mobcron. How the fuck you jam a slippery limp? This dude must be like Harambe, where you could park a fucking dump truck in that ditch.
Without a doubt. Or maybe he's got some way where the eel wants to go inside him. I don't know, right? Maybe the eel thinks it's a home.
It's an anal eel. We're going back to that. That's what I'd say. I'm sticking to it.
Maybe they thinks it's a little hole, or I don't know. It can hide. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right? I think
everything is wrong with people, JS. Everything. Everything.
I have no idea. Maybe like pinches the back of it, scares him. I don't know. Right? Burns him.
He scares it, it jumps. Yeah, no doubt, bro.
But that eel was inside the guy.
Indeed. Who knows? And we will leave it. I do not want to know anything.
I'd love to track him down though, and be like, dude, tell us the truth. Why are we sticking eels in your ass? Not happened. Me swimming. Yeah, right.
Yeah, they big liar. That don't happen. That don't happen. They lie. They big lie. Big lie.
Oh man. Jeez. Black eel moan. Black eel moan. That little dude
This
should
is
star in a
foul.
movie like that. That is sick, dude. His whole town must be laughing at him. You know that. Once again, the disgrace to his family, his children, right?
Oh
Look
God,
at
yeah.
this fucking wackadoo.
Yeah,
He
he's
looks
a winner.
mad.
This guy, and he's very smart. He's a very smart winner. This guy, I have
He
to
looks
say.
very angry.
A Florida man, yeah, well, he just got stabbed. So, a Florida man who cops believe was stabbed in a drug dispute was in surgery for that stabbing when a nurse discovered a glass crack pipe, a lighter, and tinfoil containing cocaine in his rectum.
What an idiot.
Fucking smart ass winner right there. Gets stabbed in a drug dispute, is being taken to the hospital, knows he's getting surgery, and just leaves a glass crack pipe, a lighter, and some coke in his bum. He just leaves it in his
Yeah, he
bum
wants to
bum.
take it to prison. What a nut.
Bro, what an idiot. Yeah, he's 43 years old this winter. He gets transported to the hospital for a knife wound. While in surgery, the RN located the stashed items up his ass.
Yeah, his family's embarrassed as hell. What a shame.
Unbelievable.
You cracked.
Yeah. Possession of coke, this guy, he loves everything. He's a dealer. He had possession of coke, meth, fentanyl,
Probably a little
paraphernalia.
Probably a little bit.
He even had some crack rocks hidden in his buttocks area. So he's dealing. He had everything stashed in his ass, but he smokes crack because he had the pipe for it.
He probably deals a little to get high and make money and whatever.
Sure. Yeah. That shit's crazy. And then when he got to the jail, they found 2 baggies of fentanyl and crack rocks.
He looks like a methed out 90210 kid, all methed up.
Could be Daddy's favorite boy.
Like
this is the after picture. Yeah.
Look at him. He just looks angry. Like, I don't like that. I want my crack.
My God. Like, bro, you weren't in prison. You were on the outside. You know, I mean, I get it when you use your prison wallet for certain things, but, bro, you're on the outside on the street and you're walking around with a glass crack pipe in your butthole. And your lighter's in there. Your lighter's not illegal, dude. Why you got things all up in your butthole?
Yeah, lighter's not illegal, man. Why do you hide? Why do you get that with it? Why? There's no other place you could hide it, you know? Your fucking hat. I don't know. Get a hat. Right? Something. Wherever drug dealers hide, the sneakers, the cut holes in your sneakers, I guess. I don't know.
I couldn't imagine putting tinfoil in my butthole.
Nah, I put nothing. That's crazy.
I mean, I couldn't imagine putting any of those things in I honestly couldn't imagine. But tinfoil has got to fucking be terrible. That has got to be absolutely horrific to be. And you got to walk around with them shits in your butthole too. You got to walk around with a lighter in there.
Who's Brendan Walsh?
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it, KD. That's why I said I get it if you're already in jail. But this dude was out on the outside dealing. Like, he was just free and he had a lighter in his ass. I guess what? You're telling me this is just in case he gets arrested? He walks around with lighters and drugs in his butt just in case he gets arrested?
Yeah, I could see maybe him hiding his drugs there. Why does he get lighters too?
Yeah.
Because he's a street person, right? I bet you most of these people on crack or fentanyl, dope, they're going to hide their drugs wherever they can't get arrested, right? May it be in their privates, wherever. They're not going to care, right? But a lighter is not illegal, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. If you're on the street, I get it if you're already locked up. I'm with you 100%.
Maybe he thought he was going to jail. He probably thought he was going to jail. That's why.
Yeah.
And he kept that there in case he went to jail, he would have a lighter to smoke his crack in prison. Because there's people who snuck drugs in prison and smoke coke in there. The first 3 days they get to jail, they're smoking cocaine.
Yeah, and it was already in there by the time. I'm saying, like, he got stabbed. They took
Yeah,
him to the
he
hospital
stashed
for
it
surgery, and she found it in his butt while they were doing the surgery for his knife wound.
Yeah, because probably in the beginning of the day, he planned that, God forbid, I'm going to go to jail, so let me stash something inside me. If I go to jail, at least I got something to look forward to.
Yeah, David James says, yeah, he's a prepper.
Yeah, prepper.
He's a prepper.
Exactly.
He prepped for it. Yeah.
Yes.
Or KD said maybe after he got stabbed, he shoved it up in the prison wallet on the way to the hospital. Right.
Oh,
yeah, right.
Oh, the guy from I don't remember which one he was. That the kid who shot himself? Remember that kid from 90210? That episode. I only remember 1 or 2 episodes.
Yeah, there's right. They don't ever play. They only played that the one time on air, and then it was banned from everything. Like they basically buried that episode.
Like the kid had a cowboy hat on. And he like spun his father's gun that shot him in the stomach, and all the kids were they're crying. I remember that part. But my girl cousins watched it. I despised it. But I do remember some of their names, like the Dylan McKay. That guy was what the fuck? What's his name? Real name? I think he's got the same name too.
I have no idea. I honestly don't know.
He was an actor for Luke Perry. Luke Perry.
Oh yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that name before. Okay.
Yeah, he played the guy Dylan.
Gotcha.
Carjacking suspect fell off elevator portion of gutter. Oh, that's gonna suck.
Yeah. This is crazy, bro. So some people stole a car. They're really dumb. I mean, like, I know we say this about criminals. Excuse me. I know we say this about a lot of criminals that we cover on here. And yes, we're always right. They are absolutely fucking idiots. A lot of these ones that we talk about. These are a bunch of younger people. I don't think that they were kids, but they were like older teenagers, I believe. We'll find out when we watch this. I think they say. But they steal a car. They automatically get into this fucking high-speed chase with the cops down the highway. And when they all jump out of the car to run, they're on an overpass, and one of them jumps over the overpass. Oh, my God, bro. He falls off of the elevated portion of the overpass. Yeah, these kids are not very smart. Here we go.
11 Monday night when a Rolls Royce was stolen at the shops at Don Mills in an armed carjacking. The SIU set off in the Rolls Royce and BMW. Toronto police and the York Regional Police helicopter were able to track the suspects down the DVP to the Gardner, where they set up a roadblock on the eastbound lanes near Parliament and attempted to box in the suspect.
Look at how high that is. He fell off of this.
Crazy.
Vehicles. Nearby condo residents watched the pursuit.
Chase, and then they bumped into another car, and then they all stopped, and I just seen a whole bunch of them like running to the other side of the bridge.
And both the west and east were shut down, and there were police. It looked like a circus.
The driver of the BMW who fell from the expressway was arrested and remains in hospital. The other suspects got away, but it's not clear how many were involved. It also.
I can't believe he lived. Because that shit is fucking. Hold on. Look at how high that is.
That's sick right there. He's very lucky.
Oh, hang on. That's a great shot, actually, right here. Yeah. Look at the van. See down here in the bottom right-hand corner? Look how far down that van is, and compared to these cars right here, that shit is a fall.
Yeah, he's very lucky he's not dead or paralyzed.
Yeah, they said he's still in the hospital, but wow. Yeah, so they stole a Rolls Royce and a BMW, got in a high-speed chase, went on the top of an overpass and tried to run. It's like, where are you going, bro? Where are you guys going? Looks like there's an upside-down car there in the middle there. That white car, is that upside down? Yeah, I think it is. Maybe not. I don't know. Either way, that shit's crazy, man. Yeah, he fell off of that.
That had to really fucking hurt. They got banged up real bad.
Yeah. Don't steal cars,
especially
kids.
if you know how to drive, right?
Yeah. Bro, or have the common sense to get off of the bridge before you ditch. Right? Like, Could you imagine being on a bridge and being like, okay, guys, this is where we're going to ditch this fucking tank.
We're
Hey,
gonna
where are you
jump.
going?
Stand by me.
Yeah, you're going straight to hell is where you're going. You jump off of that fucking thing.
Yeah, that's crazy. He probably has a lot of busted ribs, shit like that.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Maybe broke his
stuff
legs.
like that. He's not in critical.
Oh, yeah. Let me look up this.
It's not
I
in
said I was
critical
gonna look up that
condition.
video real quick.
Anybody that falls from that height is going to get fucking hurt. In case you get very lucky and just break a bone or something. That's about it. You were a big fan of that? Yeah, my girl cousins used to. That's how I know about the episode with the kid shooting himself with the gun. He was like playing with his father's gun or something and shot himself. It was like, yeah, I think it was banned or something after that or something. Like NRA people got involved and shit. I don't know.
I'm going to have to send myself a copy of this. Hang on. I got to send myself this link. I'm going to grab a smoke and I'm going to look up that Loman short so I can send myself a link to it.
Yeah.
Now that we're done with our news and trash and blast for the week.
Yeah, I'll have a laugh at Loman and then I'm going to call it a night.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
Look, they better pop it. Like I use the whole. He's a funny. Nice hairdo. And look, he had his finger in an electric socket, right? Fucking shit. Yeah, it was mad fireworks flying over here today in Providence. I was over.
Yeah, they finally stopped. I don't hear any right now. I think
Regent
they finally
Avenue. I was over on Regent Avenue. And then there was mad fireworks flying off. Over here, too. Over here. Over Truckstone also. Atwell's mad fireworks blowing off. Johnston, you can hear all the fireworks in Johnston blowing off.
Oh, yeah.
They'll go all night.
Get this thing.
Especially in Johnston, they'll blow theirs off all night. At least two. There's still some going off now, here and there. Every half hour, I hear a couple pop off. Remember those kind of movies where there was like the popular kids and the cools and the nerds from the 80s, like the typical 80s movies? That movie was funny. Can't Buy Me Love. You know, where he takes
that was a
the
great
bat
movie.
and he's like protects the redheaded kid Kenneth. He's a
Yeah, that was a great movie back in the day.
Yeah, they were all friends in like middle school or elementary, and then as they got older, some became nerds, some became like jocks.
Yeah, and he was in a similar movie called Loverboy where he sold he was
I don't
a pizza
remember too
delivery
much
kid.
of it, but yeah, it was similar kind of like he was like a prostitute or something.
He ended up being a prostitute. Yeah, it was the women would order the pizza with extra anchovies, and that's how he knew he was supposed to go.
Yeah, I remember that. I don't remember too much of that one though, but the other one I liked.
It was weird. It was
the
really
other one
weird,
was
but it was
good.
funny.
It was better, I thought. I remember they both.
Yeah,
were
it was
funny.
definitely better.
But the other one was good. He paid that girl to pretend he was his girlfriend for $1,000.
Yeah, just so he would be popular.
And it worked.
Yep. It all came crashing down.
And it worked, though. Remember they were doing the African dance that he learned from the TV show?
It was so 80s, yeah, because they had scenes like that, number one, which are super fucking, everything about it, like you said, like the two different sides, the cool people, the geeks, and the cliques. And then, he pays her popular, or her being popular instantly makes him fucking popular. They work on it a little bit. That's part of the movie, but he's instantly popular. And then when she's done with him, his shit gets faded away. He's the nerd again. He shows up mowing her yard, tells her, "Oh, it wasn't about that. I've always loved you." And then she
Yeah.
I love you too. And then remember the end of the movie, they're riding around on the lawn.
They ride like they drive away all fast. Like, go get him, Ronnie. Or something like that. She yells, go get him. And he jumps off his like fucking lawnmower. Oh my God. That's a great movie though.
Yep.
Yeah, Danielle, you're right. That's a great movie. The 80s one. You shit on my house, man. You shit on my house. When he went and betrayed his friend and threw eggs and shit at his friend's house. The people did a ritual every year. This was a senior year. For 3 years, they threw eggs and shit at this kid's house, his best friend. And he went on the mission to do it. How fucked up is that? When Ronald grabbed him, when he was like, come on, talk to me, Ronald.
He's turning on his homies. All for fucking cooldom.
Yeah.
All for cool
my
points.
friend Ronald, and he grabbed him. He shit on my house. All right, what's this? Neighbors?
This is the Canarsie. Yeah, the Jeff Nadeau Canarsie shit.
Yeah. Look at that face, the eyes. Look. Oh my God, Poltergeist. Look at this.
I'm too old that if I see you in New York, I'm going to crack your fucking head open. I'm just telling you.
Jeffrey Lohman is upset with Jeff Nadeau. He is calling Jeff Nadeau a thief for stealing Joey. He stole Joey from him. Yes, because Jeff Lohman is angry at Nadeau because Joey kissed and made up with Nadeau, and he won't give him any acknowledgments.
Not too old that if I see you in New York, I'm going to crack your fucking head open.
Look at those eyes. He's crazy as
out
fuck.
of his mind. He still looks like he's got a soft spot on his head like an infant. He looks like a wild, like I don't mean to be mean, but like a wild tard who just broke out of a fucking asylum, 1922. He don't look human.
No doubt.
Some mongoloid freak.
No. 100%. One of the ugliest humans on the face of the fucking planet.
How they protrude out like mountains to the side.
Yeah, and how close his eyes are together. The whole thing. Fucking
Yeah,
got an 8 head above those eyebrows.
Head. And let's say 28 head. Like, yeah. Oh my God, he's like deformed. And why is he so mad at Spanky? Because of cheesesteak?
I've never seen it. I've never seen a transitioning.
Look at the eyes. They're so beady and very close. He looks like the Boston burn unit victims. Look at him.
Look at this
shit. He looks like he screams that. Look at him. He's crazy. This guy's a character, man. Out of his mind.
Total fucking nut job. Yeah, I think it's so funny. The guy that made this video starts pointing at the screen and explaining everything. It's too funny.
If I see you in New York, I'm going to crack your fucking head open. I'm just telling you.
Jeffrey Lohman is upset with Jeff Nadeau. He is calling Jeff Nadeau a thief for stealing Joey. He stole Joey from him. Yes, because Jeff Lohman is angry at Nadeau because Joey kissed and made up with Nadeau, and he won't give him any acknowledgments.
Yeah,
I love it, dude. Oh my God, I got the hepatitis.
He was probably just so mad he had to like lash out. Like, Jeff, I see you in New York. Like, the kid lives in like Pennsylvania, right? He's not even in the same state. Like, you're not going to see him. Stop acting like you're not a coward. Like,
Bro, he's a fetal position guy. We were talking about that the other day. I really believe that. I think he's the kind of guy that just roll up like a fucking little potato bug.
He's like the elephant boy. Look at that thing. Oh, it looks like he's boxed for 7 years. Let's focus on the number.
Ugliest human being ever. Just one of the fucking like that movie in the 80s, The Mask, with that Cher song, that giant
it looks
mongoloid
like he boxed
freak.
for 25 years. Look at the nose. It looks smashed, right? Or is that just the way it's going?
Yeah, KD. That's what everybody's saying.
Yeah,
it's that
that's
Wolf,
Wolf.
guy,
Yeah,
right?
that's
You
John
said the
Wolf.
same thing, right?
Yeah,
John Wolf or whatever. Yeah. The channel's New Orleans Soul. For
yeah,
anybody that
Jay's a
wants to check
maniac.
any of that out.
Funny dude though. Look at this, guys. Look at the Neanderthal eyebrows above. Look at that big ridge. It's like a ridge. I want to see little Native Americans and horses riding on top of that ridge of that brow.
Oh, forget about it.
Look
These
at-
eyes are.
Yay!
Look at this guy. He's fucking nuts. Totally out of
He's
his
a sick
fucking mind.
person. I would like
He
to
is not
study
well.
him and chain him up to a radiator and feed him raw meat and tell him to talk. Tell me what happened. The truth, though.
Yeah, look at that giant hate line he's got running across
He looks
the
at the
middle of his
Nasdaq
forehead.
lines. Wow.
Yeah, there's a giant hate line going. You gotta be careful, man. That fuck, all that hate's gonna turn to cancer, bro.
Wow.
You gotta be careful, bro.
Looks
It's
like
gonna
he's
bring you
eating
down.
something off the table with that black near his mouth.
Well, he loves the
He
black.
looks
cone
like a
near his mouth. It
champagne.
keeps him feeling.
He looks like a champagne or a pug, ain't it? Some like pug.
Yeah. I'm telling you, because he stands like that even in the shower when he's by himself, just clenching his fists and his knuckles getting white.
Yeah, punch in the sky like on Boys in the Heart.
Yeah, and then he hears the bell ring and he's like, God damn it, I'll be there in a minute. Old gay man's in there in his fucking nightgown waiting for his
He
hair to
did
get
go
brushed.
live with Johnny A. Light for a few months. Who lives with some weird stool pigeon man?
Sure did.
Who's very suspect wearing bikini
Yeah.
underwear around the house chasing Jeff. Rumor has it. But look at those. Wow. Look at the snarl. It looks like that cartoon. Remember the Pitbull cartoon? Hey, Spike. I love you, Spike. Hey, Spike.
Oh, of course.
One of the
Yep,
same
yep, yep.
bitch. I'd hate the world too, probably, if I look like this. Or I try to be nice to people, one or the other.
You have
got to be nice to people,
man,
not a mean.
Yeah, you can't be the big fat lady that's
Yeah,
also
exactly.
really mean. It's not going to work out for you. You've got to make tasty paninis and good apple pies and be kind to people to have friends and attract a significant other. At least then you will attract another really nice
But
giant,
look at his
gigantic
head.
fat
It looks
person.
like it's coming out of like Middle Earth, right? Like coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, he's the ugliest fuck.
Maybe
on
if
two
I
legs,
shit in the
this guy.
dark, like MRE does. Fuck it.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's there out in the set. He's in that little Harry Potter closet under the gay man's stairs. That's his spot. That's his allotted space. He's doing the best he can. What he's got, he's surrounded
So
by
it probably
shadow.
makes him
to your
feel
point.
good to threaten Spanky out here. He knows Spanky's eating cheesesteaks. He's jealous of the cheesesteak Spanky's eating. He said that could have been me. It should have been me. I should have Spanky's mob hump numbers.
And Spanky keeps very disrespectfully sending him pictures of him rubbing those sandwiches all over his fat
probably
titties.
eating a cheesesteak, right?
Yeah.
Sending him pictures like with the cheesesteak.
He's sending him pictures. Yeah. He's holding the sandwiches with his feet,
Yeah,
licking
holding
the
up
bread.
like the Heisman Trophy. Charles, what's up, big bro? Yeah, Fibonacci, Raymond Petrarca the Fourth. Sick fuck. Yeah, he's doing the Heisman with them and shit.
Man.
Look at that. He's a sick puppy.
Yeah.
And he wants to, if I ever see, number one, the guy he's talking about don't even live in New York. Guys from like Pennsylvania. Well, how are you going to say, you just sound like an idiot threatening people on here.
Well, yeah, he's telling. He's like, if you come to New York, you got it right. So you come here. If you come here, I will
Have
know
you
it. I am
arrested.
Batman.
You wouldn't even know.
I will know you're in New York. I will bust your fucking
Like,
head wide
Spanky
open.
could probably
You
go to
won't.
New York every day this week and never see him not once in a month.
Oh yeah, there's only a few people that live in New York. I mean, down to you might bump into him at the
He
general
wouldn't
store
even
even.
do nothing. He'd walk the other way. This kid's all a con artist, mentally ill con artist.
He'd call the police. No, he would rat on. He would lie. He would rat on him and lie. He would fucking tell them that he saw him committing a drug deal or something like that and get him fucked with.
He's a
Yep.
Yeah,
100%.
The same time he was around, he was giving me awards. He was trying to helping them try to dox me. What does that tell you? What a little cunt, right?
And I was always, I was
You know?
nice to you.
The first thing he's gonna do is call the fucking police on you.
Oh, of
First
course.
fucking
This
thing
kid,
he's gonna do.
He's threatened me too. He's like, "Come to New York, I'll wipe you out." It's like, what? Shut up.
Like, yeah, I bet. Right. Yeah. As soon as I walk down the street, I'm gonna get swarmed with cops that think I have a kilo in my backpack because you're a
You
swell
should have
guy.
been a cowboy, ain't it? He should have. He should be a Halloween mask. They should fucking die.
Yeah, he already gets rode hard and put up wet. He's pretty close to a cowboy.
Yeah, he lived with John A-Light and went on a secret mafia mission to protect some girl. I don't know what happened over there with the girl. Maybe she just got sick of him and threw him out because what was his?
I told you. I think that they both basically found out what was going on. I really
She
genuinely
found
believe
out that he wasn't like a
Um,
mob enforcer. He's
Well, not right. So no, right. A-Light told them opposing lies, and I think it eventually probably came out, and it probably came out after this dirtbag piece of shit probably made a move on the chick, and she was like, "Fuck you, get the fuck out of my house. I don't care what happens to you. I don't care if those people are going to kill you or not." So A-Light told her that he needed to stash a fucking guy for whatever reason, probably because he was wanted by the cops. And he lied to him and told him that the girl was the one that needed protection from somebody. And they both basically found out that one wasn't being protected and the other one wasn't being hid. The whole
very
thing was a
possible.
farce.
I don't think Phoebe would have the courage to come on to the girl in case.
He might not have. He might
Hold
not have.
on.
But they got in an argument about
Hold on.
something,
In
and it
case
came
if he
out.
fulls on, turns like Labrador and humps her leg like a wild animal, right? But I always heard it was he was sent out there. She thought he was coming to protect or whatever, and I don't know what happened.
That is true. That part's true. He thought he was
But it
going to
could've been
protect her, but the girl thought that he was being hidden.
Okay, all right. So she thought she was hiding.
Right. A-Light told the girl that he needed to tuck a guy away, that he was wanted or in trouble or whatever it was. And then he told this fucking idiot that the girl needed protecting. He lied to both of them. He was playing mobster guy with both of them with opposing lies. And then
In
they
defense
figured it
of
out.
the scumbag Rat Aleto, any human being who has Phoebe at their house, he probably used them sexually for a few weeks, right? And he wanted to get rid of Phoebe.
For sure.
Phoebe's eating at the kitchen table, snarling and growling. He almost bit his mother.
Oh, and think of how possessive he got. It must have been
the
weird.
fighting with him and Jimmy Cheeks, the beauty contest.
Dude, I mean, the possessive, weird, psycho stuff probably started when they were just, touching pinkies, watching movies at night. But as soon as he bottomed him out, this guy turned into housewife material. This guy was like, "Who are you talking to? Where are you going?" Right? Who's that on your phone?
If
Where are
he
you
put a
going?
wig
Who's
on,
that?
he'd throw Mama from the train, right? One wig.
Yeah.
Throw Mama from the
Yeah, he got all possessive and weird, and A-Light was like, "Oh, I fucked up. I've got one of those chicks that falls in love with you after you bone. I gotta get rid of this guy."
Well, he must have been, like you said,
Yeah.
possessive as hell after hanging out with him. Because
Oh,
he loved
come
it. He
on.
literally moved in with the guy. I don't know how long he talked to him on the phone for or
Yeah.
whatever, but why would you go move in, number one, with a stool pigeon, right? But anybody, you can with some person you just met. That's weird. You're a guy. That's just weird. Not only that, he's a stool pigeon. He didn't care. It was the closest thing to the mob he's ever got to.
Oh, but that massive need and want for not only acceptance, but for another man's love overpowered all
Power of
those.
love. The power of love.
No doubt about it, dude. The power of love. Yeah, man. Kicking that fucking Back to the Future vibe. Yep.
Who would he
With the
be? He would be
power of
Einstein, the
love.
dog.
No doubt.
No, dogs actually.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, Einstein would be like, "Why are you
Yeah.
smelling my ass for, freak?"
Go back to the future. He's gonna steal. He's gonna go back to when Joey was younger, and run into him and save him from something. Right when he was like 10 years old. You're gonna meet me years later, and you're gonna say I'm an Oscar. You're gonna say I'm in the mafia. You're gonna say it.
Yeah, I saved your
Yeah.
life this time, kid. You're gonna save my life later. All you got to do is tell him I was in the
That's
Matrix.
it. Say I was cool.
He's gonna fucking abduct him and make him a child bride.
Picture that. Him kidnapping the skinny guy at the age of 12 and making him a child bride. And they move to Pakistan. He becomes a Bakabazi boy.
He's gonna marry him like that fucking freak took that girl to Disneyland. Yeah, he's gonna take Joey to Disneyland and get married
Jeff
there.
likes eels. I can see Jeff going wild.
Adventures at Tiddlywinks.
Picture him running
all day
around the
long.
house with an eel squiggling out of his ass, screaming, "Help!"
Oh, his gay painter
he'd
would
rip it
help.
out.
You and your
You're up
shenanigans
to all that
again.
This guy is sick in the head, Tommy.
Yeah,
But
give
even
you all
making the
you
statement, all jokes aside, he is sick in the head. Like, if I ever see you, and number one,
For
chances
sure.
are you wouldn't even run into somebody if they came to your city. It's a fucking, like, come on, give me a break. You're not going to see the guy. Shut up. You sound stupid. You've threatened so many people on here. You're not fooling no one. Stop it. You look dumb.
Yeah, he's a total fucking pussy, and everybody knows it. And everybody knows how mentally unstable and weird he is.
Doc's a legitimate kid. He must have fornicated with a real ugly creature. This kid's like total a loon, too. Looney Tune.
Yeah.
People like that are.
Desperately
Even
in
like
need of
people
serious
who worship, like, let's say somebody worships a rock and roller, a rock and roll star. Look at that guy who shot John Lennon, right? Like, they worship these people. And if they can't get what they want and they feel humiliated, they might shoot them or something. Shoot their
No
children.
different. Yeah, that's right. That's why I've said to you before. I wonder what it's going to, how long it's going to be, or what it's going to take to finally get this dude to snap and vest up.
But
Him
see,
and
somebody
Kitten.
like him would probably
Yeah.
take out a Mickey D's, a birthday party at Mickey D's before he would go ever try to harm anybody like that could hurt him back. He'd probably take out a bunch of kids at fucking Chuck E. Cheese, the psycho. Right? Massacre fucking
God, sleep in his city fucking trash can just so you
Nobody
can jump up
loves
on Joey and grab him.
Or he's in the back holding some little Asian kid hostage with a 44 to his head. And it's like, what do you want, Jeff? The cops are negotiating with him. You get Joey here now or get him on the phone. It's like, what? That would be his request, something crazy like that. You sure you don't want your emergency contact? No, I want Skinny.
For sure. Oh, no, it would be super ignorant, right? He'd be like, I want Joey Merlino. I want a car with a police radio in it, and you guys aren't allowed to follow us.
I'm going to my emergency contact's house. She's going to get me across the border. You are not going to follow me.
Like, well, I got news for you guys. The government is not hugely stoked on Joey. It's not the best guy you could take hostage.
They're not going to
kill all you guys.
They're going to be like, oh, kill him. Fibby, but I bet you he fantasizes about kidnapping that guy. You know?
Sure he does.
And tying him up like, you should have been my friend. I loved you.
Yeah, wakes up in the morning. He's got one of those whole size like body pillows that he just rubs himself on. It's got Joey's cologne on it and the cigarette butts in the
painter's
pillowcase.
sisters there, like with their kid. The kid's like, Mom, why is Mr. Loman wearing that man's face?
I don't know. We'll ask him when the gay painter wakes up and rings the bell.
Chained to.
He shall awaken for his gay duties upon
He
the
looks
ringing
like one
of
of
the
those
bell.
Orakai, those little fat ones.
Yeah, the orcs
Yeah.
to get dug out of the mud. Yeah, man.
Fucking sick son of a bitch, man.
Yeah, it really is a mongo. It's a fucking garbage
Yeah, it
pail
is.
kid.
Garbage
That's
pail.
what he is. He's a fucking garbage. He's like a toxic Avenger,
Yeah.
garbage pail kid.
Yeah, Jerky Jeff, Sloppy Floppy, their names they had. Well, funny.
Yeah, you put him on a garbage pail kid card, he'd be the dude sitting there like that twink in a pile of fucking pigeon shit on the
He's
street.
Catcher in the Rye in his pocket. He reads Catcher in the Rye.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, right, exactly. That dude, if you see Fibby with a copy of that book, run.
Yeah.
If you see him with a Catcher in the Rye, that means he's gone full-blown serial, and everyone needs to be careful and get away. His gun will now kill everyone but him.
I wish he
You have
popped up
to.
at Angel's house with his little hobo back sack and like I see perfect. You're my mercy contact.
Or even better, just put a tent in their front yard and just start living out there and bathing and brushing his teeth with their hose.
Bushes.
Right.
Like the people under the stairs. He would live in the bushes.
Yeah. Just until she relented him and put him in the cat hotel.
Yeah, that would take about a week. Until he comes out.
Yeah, about a week of bathing and brushing your teeth with the hose in the front yard and living in a tent and all that stuff. Coming out basically naked.
Him at 2 a.m, put like the slop and the steak on the ground. He'd come and eat.
Yeah, no, you're right. Put it in the bucket and toss it through the wire cage. Yeah, for sure. For sure. And he'd just be there naked in his black socks rubbing against the fucking hose, the water hose. Or one of those. Actually, they probably give him some stuffed animals in there.
He's got to be a plush. He had a Joey Marlino doll.
That's where his plush energy was
going full plush back then?
He's rub skinning. Yeah, he's rub skinning. Rub skinning on the whatever kind of plush thing they gave him. Yeah. If it was a Joey Merlino doll, that poor thing took the brunt of a lot of hate fucks. That thing got hate fucks. I hate to put it that way, but that's the only way to put it in human language is that poor doll got hate fucked.
He used to have shirts made with the guy's face on it, calling stand up or the most stand up. All this weird fanboy stuff.
Yeah, that's so weird, dude. That is.
And he couldn't.
Weird.
He was so happy when the guy got arrested. He went to his trials. Right. If you had that Fibby, all right. If he never would have got arrested, you would have never went to that trial. So he was happy the guy got arrested. He'd go to a trial, like a little.
He was looking up laws and like court cases and stuff like that. Come on, dude. You're a fucking idiot. The guy has like high-priced attorneys. He's good. He doesn't need some weirdo from YouTube land sending him legal advice and emails unsolicited. You freak. And who spends you're just full-blown stalker status, man.
How much
you are
think it costs?
Just like you said, like any other fan.
Let's break this down. You're a smart dude, right? I think you are. No, look kidding. How much does it cost to go to all right, he lives in New York, right? Drive to Philadelphia for a trial. I don't know how many times he was there, right? Let's say 4 or 5 times. That's cost money, right? Gas money, hotel, fucking.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Even if, I mean, just right. So you're obviously not working on anything else. So it's costing you money. It's called opportunity cost, right? So you're blowing any money you possibly could be making while doing something that has nothing to do with your life, right? You're going to get on a train or whatever. Right. Now you're using money for the ride down there. You're not making money doing anything else. You're using money to eat. Now you're sitting in a court that has nothing to do with you. It's about somebody that doesn't fucking know who you are. You're clout chasing. You're waving at them, maybe blowing them kisses outside, picking up their cigarette butts, eating again, riding the train back, still not working, still not producing money. It's fucking insane. It's an insane proposition.
It is. It must have cost them a pretty penny, too, to do that.
Yeah, it's gonna cost you loot, bro. Yeah, to get around and eat and
the
all
guy.
That kind of stuff.
Picture being in that courtroom, right? Watching him watch Joey. How funny that would be. His eyes and him licking his lips and then waiting for him to get up to go smoke a cigarette and following him out like a weird creepo. And I don't know, hey, you got a light? Sparking up conversation. Well, I'm a journalist. Blah blah blah. Like
exactly. That's when it becomes real and weird. Yeah, I'm so with you in that moment when it becomes real.
Hi, Joey. When it becomes real to him.
Hi, Joey. Oh, you have a light? You have a lighter?
And then when Joey's like, yeah, thank you. He probably lit up, bro. Like when people get married. You know what I mean? Like he
had to cross his legs to hide but he had to tuck his boner into his belt.
Elated with joy, fulfillment that he's never had.
Yeah.
Like, so far, we made it. Or whatever that song goes. I can't say.
Oh, forget about it. We already know he keeps a diary because he fucking edits things and he records his little letters to people. he's like reading it out of his diary. So yeah, you know, like that night he was just like,
Yeah.
Joey's voice was amazing. It was magic. Joey's voice was
When
magic.
Joyce first spoke, his voice hit me like thunderbolts on a lightning tree. You know, something stupid.
That's right. And then that shit turned to flat out breakup
Oh,
poetry.
breakup.
You
It
know?
turned to Stan,
Became-
Eminem, Stan. I hate you, Joe. I ripped all your pictures off the wall. Think about it. Yeah, he hates that, dude. And since Spanky got the cheesesteak, oh my God. Fibby don't know what to do.
He's throwing, he's lost it, bro. It's affecting him on a deep level.
Yeah, he even changed the name of his
him on a deep level. Yeah, he's taking all the J's out of his alphabet soup and throwing them in the fucking trash. All that shit, bro. He sees pictures or anything like that reminds him of him. He's just like naughty, bad.
He can't
Doesn't
watch the
exist.
Philadelphia Phillies or Sixers game without crying.
He's probably already written the fucking Philadelphia FBI office like mad times. Yeah, it's got to be. That's his style.
He wants to enjoy.
That's his style. Probably talking to New York. He's probably on the phone with the Southern District. I could set him up for you. What do you need? What do you need? I know all the fucking street guys. They don't like Joey. I'll help you.
And it's funny that
it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me at all if he was offering.
How about when he first said that? Well, none of the people like him, which he's making it all up because a week before they all loved him compared to you. That's what you say, Fibby. And now they hate him. It's like you don't even know who you're talking to. You're talking to probably either nobody or people lying to you.
He's talking about made-up characters. He doesn't know any of those. None of those people exist. And none of them took him into any of those secret mafia bars, like he said, and all the back rooms, and brought him in like a brother.
I know
and
the
put their arm
Providence
around
one's
him,
a
like
lie.
he said. You guys,
I know this for a fact. The Providence story where he was, I don't know, Jerry Vale was lip singing. He was with Providence made guys. That's bullshit because those guys are all dead. He would have said their fucking names, and he won't say their names because they don't. Because I would have known them. He's lying. He's.
all right, KD. We'll see you soon, man. Always good seeing
good
you,
night,
bro.
KD.
Be safe. Yeah, no, he knew none of those people. It was some of the comedy that he tells when he starts talking about, I went down there and all those guys threw an arm around me and brought me in and brought me to all the places and told me all
Yeah,
the
the ones from around here he
on,
lies
bro.
about that are all passed away. I would have known their grandkids or something like that.
Yeah, and then he wants us to believe that in like Brooklyn and Queens that all these fucking mob guys take him to Lucchese
That's
social
ridiculous.
clubs and come on, dude, you're
right,
retarded. Flat out mentally
Well, let's say that
challenged with
stuff-
that bullshit.
Let's say that
Come
stuff
on,
is
dude.
there and exists. You think them people are going to trust someone they don't know? Number one, it don't even exist, though. There's a bunch of people just eating in there. Like, no, they're not gangsters. Let's say they were. They wouldn't trust you, some freak who has got a YouTube channel.
Right, you're having a drink and they let you in, which would never happen. But if you got in, the bartender's
Yeah, I
not going to
know.
be like, "Psst, you know who's
Okay.
in here, right? You know who runs it. This is a Lucchese bar. This is a
How the
Lucchese
fuck would you
social
even
club,
know,
kid.
retard?
Yeah, you mind your P's and Q's. I'll make sure the guys on the street give you the fucking
Even if they were
411.
gangsters, right? They would never tell you they were gangsters. So he's a fucking retard. Fucking retard.
Exactly.
You would never. They
Exactly.
wouldn't tell you that. You fucking
Mhm.
dope. You don't even. You're in there as a patron. You're an idiot.
Yeah, but in his daydream, they're walking around with his
No.
with their arm around him, like, you're going to be in, kid. You're going to be in with us. No one could touch you.
He's a sick fuck.
Yeah, not well. He needs to take the blue pill or the red pill and quit fucking around.
Yeah, and he always wants to take the black pill. Yeah, they live in that world, though. These kind of hump guys. They live in that fantasy world where it's like Goodfellas just came out or something. It's weird.
Yeah, he sits down in one of those places. Any kind of, even I bet if he just goes into a regular bar, if it gets past his curfew, that old gay painter comes in there yelling at him with his fucking pink umbrella and drags him out.
You don't even go in public, that freak.
Yeah, drags him out by his ear and shit. I told you before, past your curfew. You're living on the street if you don't get home and brush my hair.
He's so
My back
socially
needs washing.
awkward, number one. Yeah, I don't think any Italian guys from any part of any city would like him generally.
Nobody likes him, and he knows that. That's why he makes up these stories. I know he's totally unlikable. I think that's a fantastic point. Like, you can't shake the part where you're 100%.
Even just liking someone as a
socially
friend, not
awkward.
saying any gangster stuff like 50.
Yeah. No,
Even
totally,
like him.
100%.
He's not
I'm with you.
likable. He's a liar. The only people that will feel bad and like him are like old grandmas, right? That's about it. Like a crazy granny, right? That's the only one that would like him. Nobody would deal with that kid, like or respect him.
Yeah, right. He just steps out of a cab and an old lady tells the driver, "Oh, bless you for taking care of these retarded people."
And Angel still, she thinks he's nuts. She wouldn't trust him. She may act like she does. She wouldn't trust him in her house to sleep there. No way. She said she would, but she wouldn't trust that. Everybody thinks he's crazy.
You'd never get rid of him. You'd find out he was living in her crawl space.
Trying to kill people. Nobody would trust him.
Yeah, he was just here. Where'd he go? Fucking 2 months later, you hear scratches in the walls and like weird sounds coming from
they
the
know
attic.
how insane. They wouldn't trust that baby around them. Like,
What are you still doing? You were here 2 months ago for lunch. We thought you left on your own. No, ma'am. Apparently, he's been living in your
the attic
attic.
and try to kill everybody. He's a psycho.
Yeah, definitely watching them and taking video, doing streams live from.
She wouldn't. She may feed him. I think she leaves ham sandwiches on the stairs once in a while. That's it. He's a sick fanboy, and he creeps people out, especially women.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. They look at him and they imagine themselves being drugged by one arm unconscious underneath a bridge. That's the flash of light they get in their brain. They turn and look at him. They're just like, oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he's a creepy dude.
Yeah. Sending secret codes to the bartender.
That's when he first arrived at the secret mafia mission, the girl house.
Bro. And that's the guy that needed to be hidden. Yeah, unbelievable.
Hey, hidden from what? Like, give me a break. He's a sick puppy, these guys.
Yep. Pretty fucking sick, man. But I know it's getting late. I know you had a long day, bro. And
yeah, I didn't take off. Have a good one. Come back, leave a comment. People, come back, leave a comment. Thanks for watching. Good night. Happy 4th to everybody. God bless America.
Happy 4th to you too, bro. You have a good weekend. I'll talk to you soon, my friend.
God bless.
Later, bro. All right, everybody. Great seeing everyone as always. It was a good show tonight. We went through a lot of great news, insane news, and trash on blast. Plenty of trash never disappoints the world, right? The world never disappoints with the insane shit that we find every week to talk about and laugh together at. Yeah, hit the like button if you haven't already. If you're listening to this later, definitely hit the like button if you haven't already. Leave a comment about some of the insane news or any of the people that we covered tonight, maybe an opinion on R. Kelly or Diddy, or any of the other people we talked about tonight. If you got a comment about any of that stuff, we love reading what you have to say. We try and comment back to everybody. If you're hearing this on Rumble, definitely click the like button, leave us a comment. We appreciate everybody that's been following us over there. The views have been going up each week, so we appreciate that for sure. I will be on tomorrow night with Aegon. Aegon and I are going to do another Weird-ish, and we're going to be covering CERN and the Mandela effect, how CERN affected the world in 2012. So that's going to be a fun show. We'll be on same time as always. Easy to remember. We always come on around 10:30 on this channel for the shows we do. But yeah, we'll be doing a Weird-ish tomorrow night with Aegon, and then probably Tuesday, we'll do another pirate history show. We're going to start into William Dampier, the pirate scientist. We're going to get into that this week. So we'll probably do that on Tuesday. So anybody that's around, catch us tomorrow night if you're going to be around on the YouTubes or you're looking for a cool show to check out. I know the last ones we did were a lot of fun. We always cover like some really weird stuff. It's why it's called Weird-ish. We get into some odd topics and conspiracy theories and all that kind of thing. So if you're around tomorrow night, check us out. If not, it'll be up. You can catch the replay. So I'll either see you tomorrow or Tuesday on the Pirate Show, or I will see you next Friday for another Skullbro show. Everybody